Welcome to Patrick Roberts, Our New Timeline.
Welcome. How's it? Accidentally almost moved myself. I accidentally almost threw myself out of the chat here. So, Corona. Corona. So, anyways, I tell you, things have been really rough lately. I have not felt like going. I've been so tired lately. You can tell we've been going through a lot of shit lately because it seems to me everybody it seems I talk to is like wore out, tired. I know I'm so tired. But every time I say I'm gonna go on, I gotta stop saying I'm gonna go on because you know what? When I say I'm gonna go on and I'm gonna be there tomorrow and I'm gonna be at this time, whatever, it never works out. So I want to start with I have Crystal here who has something to say, and we'll let Crystal talk until we start getting the room full here. So we'll let Crystal have the first words. Tell me when you screen. Okay, there you go. And what does Crystal have to say today? Listen up, everybody. Listen now.
Message for today is do not ever let anyone tell you that your opinion is wrong or not appreciated, or that what your beliefs are wrong because someone else doesn't like them. Whatever you believe in that is in your heart, whatever you research, whatever you look into, whatever resonates with you, you have a right to be able to tell that story. You have a right to be able to help people and advocate for people that don't know any better. You have a right to help people that don't have that information available to them. It is unbelievable to me how there are so many people out there that want to bring you down, or they want to try to bring you down because they don't like what you have to say. They don't think what you have to say is right. So they think that they have the right to try to bring you down. What's in your heart, what's in your instincts is yours and yours alone. That is your journey. Whatever it is that you think and feel is part of your life's work and journey. My page is a mirror for a lot of people. People look at my page and become infuriated by the things that I say because they don't like it, or they don't understand it, or they don't believe it. But I'm a mirror for people. To do their own inner work. We all have our own inner work to do. And that comes out in the way that you treat other people. My page did not grow the way that it did because I am spewing hate or because I am promoting things that are not true. I promote wellness on my page. I promote truth on my page. And if that doesn't resonate with you,
This is
hit the road, Jack. See you later.
Christotini.
You don't have to like what I have to say,
Christotini.
but no one is going to take away what my truth is. No one is going to take away the fact that I'm advocating for people all over the world. And I'm thankful for the people that do support me and do support my message. Because just today, I was called a radical right-wing lunatic. Do not allow anybody to tell you what your truth is. We are in the middle of the destruction of humanity. And some people can't get past politics of it all. And I'm not here for that shit. I'm not here to force down your throat to be on the right side. I'm not here to force down your throat to hate the left side. I'm not here for any of that shit. I'm here for what's right and what's truthful. And if you don't like that, if you don't want to accept that, take a walk. You will not be missed.
Well, there you go. She told you all that. I like her. I like what she has a lot to say. Let's see. And I'm going to have to kick this out of here real quick. Okay, come on. I love how slow my computer runs. Yes, it's so cute, isn't it? Motherfucker. So yeah, anybody's welcome to come in. I'm not sure how long of a show I'm going to do tonight, but welcome, Crunchy.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going? You bringing in some background noise?
Am I?
Yeah, there's some clapping in the background. Is that me or you? Ah, that's me. The video's still playing in the background.
Is it eating a...
Okay, there we go. Sorry about
I
that.
am cleaning a fish tank right now. So I thought that might have been me, but...
So what's up with you
Prove me
tonight?
wrong. Prove me wrong. I'm cleaning a fish tank. I had a little fish bowl, and I've had this goldfish for like 4 years. And so I've had a big 30-gallon tank that I've had 2 turtles in. So I was like, I'm going to take this little fish guy out of this tiny home and I'm put him in this thing. Maybe he'll grow bigger. And the turtles are small. They're about as big as the fish. So I didn't think they'd like hurt him. But I mean, I put him in there and I don't know, he was in there for like 2 weeks before they started nipping at his fins. But they did start nipping at him. So I got a 10-gallon tank. And well, when I switched him over, he got this a white spot like on his eye. I don't know if it's fungus or bacteria or something. He's not looking well, so I don't know. I've had this fish for 4 freaking years. Now I'm scared. I feel bad for even switching him tanks at all.
Yeah, he was probably so used to that one tank.
Yeah, so now I'm giving him some medicine and hoping I don't know. Hoping he's okay. I don't know. It's just a fish.
Yeah.
It's just a fish. It's a freaking fish, I know, but still, when you've been taking care of any kind of animal for 4 years, it could be a freaking bee, and I'd feel bad that it's dying.
Yeah, well, just a fish is still a fish, and it's still
It's a
part
life.
of.
I mean, that's what makes me think. Like, do you think they have souls? I mean, we're just basically animals, right?
Yeah, I think.
Or are we?
everything-
Are we more than animals? Do you think? Do you think?
Yeah,
I mean, I know we're
everything
like.
has a soul.
I do too. Like even plants.
Oh yeah, Yeah, definitely. I
Yeah,
think it's
yeah, definitely,
all life has.
definitely.
But I'll tell you, the last week I have been feeling like total crap. I can't. It doesn't. It seems like I can't get enough sleep. Every time I just feel completely
Yeah,
drained and wore. I don't know how many other people are
yeah,
going through this, but I feel like we have been just whipped around. Oh, where did Crunchy go? We lost Crunchy. So I'm sure he'll be back. So yeah, I've been feeling like I've been whipped around and tossed around, and oh my god, I just feel like complete. Even to talk, I feel very like nauseated just talking. And are all the bees crunchy? I don't know. I have not eaten bees before. I'll have to ask Crunchy when he gets back on. But um, I don't know what it is with what I've heard through the grapevine. We shifted about 2 weeks ago, but I think we're doing a lot more than one big shifter. I almost feel like we're constantly shifting, and the shifts lately have been very drastic because they sure keep taking a lot out of me, and I don't feel. I mean, every time I try to want to get on here to do a live, it's just like I'm not feeling it, or I backed out the last couple nights. I almost backed out tonight. I'm just, I don't know what it is. Either something doesn't want me doing lives, or it's just as simple as I'm just not feeling it. It's not the night or whatever. But for some reason, I felt I had to come on tonight. I guess we shall find out. But I'll tell you, Esther, if you are out there and you're just secretly watching in, I just got um a donation from Esther. Oh shit. I'm sorry, Esther. No shout out, please. I'm sorry, too late. I just read that part. I'm sorry. So let's. Uh, I'm sorry. I should have read that before I said anything. But thank you. I appreciate it. Really. At this time, I am really, really in need. So, thank you. To hello to everybody. I see Sharkticons in there, Noble, Crunchy, Tommy. So welcome everybody. Boy, the Vaxes are here. Everybody roll up your sleeves and get ready. I think this is gonna go down. I think we've jumped into a more positive timeline. I think the I don't know. I feel like even though they're here and they're obviously going to be pushing it the way they're pushing it, pushing it on TV and stuff. I just don't think it's going to be. I think we're going to be left alone. I think we're on a more positive timeline now. And we're just going to be left alone. Hey, Sharky, what's up?
Oh, man.
How you doing?
Good, brother. How you doing?
Have you come to pull me out of this dangerous water here from drowning? Have you come to save me?
Maybe, I freaking wizard, you know. I don't know.
So what have you been up to lately, Sharky?
Nothing, you know, dealing with all kinds of shit, but they're still here, you know.
Do you anything you feel like going on with yourself? Any kind of
No,
problems
I've
going
been
on?
more artsy lately, and I think that helps to relieve a lot of the stuff. And I don't know, you know, I don't know.
I've been having a lot of not only being tired, I've been having a lot of panic attacks. And I haven't had this many panic attacks for many years, many years.
I've had a few. I've had a few
And
lately.
they've been
And it reminded me what a panic attack was like. But it was literally nothing going on around here. It was just something I would get thinking about or something like that. And opening
Welcome
mail,
back,
you know,
Country.
I don't open my mail and stuff like that. But yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to cook up some stuff here, but I don't
Hi,
exactly
Shark
know what
John.
I'm doing. And it's not working out the way I thought it would. So.
Sharky, Crunchy's in the house.
I know. I got to see a little bit. I didn't get to hear because I kept trying to figure out how to get in here.
Oh,
yeah,
he's on
Crunchy's
here with
awesome.
us right now.
I just lost audio. Can you
Oh.
still hear me? I think so.
Yeah, I can
Hopefully
hear
come
you.
back.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear him, Sharky?
Wait, say hi.
Say hi, Crunchy. I guess we lost him now.
I'm not hearing hi. So.
Yeah, me either anymore.
Horrible.
Welcome,
Oh, I heard horrible.
GR44.
Crunchy, I heard horrible. I heard
And
fuck.
welcome, Cammy. Now I can hear you, Crunchy.
I heard horrible and fuck. That sums up
Yeah.
fucking 2020.
I just heard a deep
fuck.
breath from Crunchy. So we can hear you now, Crunch.
Never seen one do this.
Oh, we just heard that.
Hey, Crunchy. Crunchy, hear me? Jeez, where else I go? I heard him saying something about a fish earlier. Here's my plate. Here's my lighter. There's what I'm cooking. Oh, wait, right here by my phone now. Okay. Wasn't there a while ago, but I'm not sure. I think I might have told him about my catfish. I had a baby catfish that I'd caught in a crawdad trap, and I kept it in my tank that you saw Patty with little baby turtle. She's in the baby, but that fish died, and then left it floating for 2 days, and then all of a sudden it was swimming around, and it literally lasted about another 2 days, or 1 day, but it was. I showed my son it was dead, and then it was swimming around, and it wasn't dead, and then it died again, and I'm like, crap. So I don't know what this place is.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Crunchy. He's having a little bit of technical difficulties, but welcome to GR44. Welcome, Cammy. Nobliss is here.
Cool.
And Crunchy is floating around somewhere. Tommy, Tell the Truth is here somewhere.
I can't see any of the chat, so hello, everybody.
I will. I'll keep you updated with the chat there, Sharky. I just put the link back in if anybody wants to join. I don't know what the hell is going on with me. I am not feeling very good. Lately, I just can't get over the tiredness.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like nauseated.
Me too.
Anytime it
morning.
comes to doing a show, I'm getting more and more like nerves, like, and I don't know why, because I'm used to doing it. I'm used to, you guys and stuff, but there's this overwhelming. I'm having some sort of panic attack situation.
I think you might be dealing with another version of yourself that's coming in.
Oh, you think so?
Could
That's
be.
not used to doing the shows or something.
I think so. I mean, I remember you were Army veteran, but here, unless it's changed, you didn't go into the Army.
No, I've never been in the Army.
And you had one daughter, and that was it. But here you've got multiple.
Whoa, sure, him being in the army too.
Are you sure it wasn't my brother? My brother was.
No, I didn't know your brother. I'm talking 3 years back, 3 years back.
Oh, really?
But that's just the way this place works. There's different versions of ones we get to experience, and so that's a weird part of things with the Mandela effect that nobody talks about.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely.
Am I the one delaying?
Yeah. Yeah, there's something going on with yours. Say something now, Crunchy.
Oh man. I'm having a lot of trouble.
Well, we heard that just
Too bad.
fine.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm gonna bounce off and see if I can figure it out.
Yeah, go ahead and give it another
Peace.
try.
Peace.
Yep.
It's so delayed.
So-
I can hear myself talking now. So,
Yeah, maybe. You sure you don't have two things open at once? I know it's a rookie mistake, but it happens. It happens to me still. Be a rookie sometimes,
Patty, I miss you here.
Yeah, I miss being there, man. I like that place. It
was nice, man. It was really nice, and I couldn't with my cousin, and of course that's all with who I don't know. I mean, he's still alive.
Well, thank God. How's he doing?
But I can't even say good. He's making it. Struggling, making it. He's bounced in and out, but I try, but
Yeah.
I don't even know answer. And you could write a book on since you left, but yeah, he does see a lot of stuff, and I've watched things happen and many deaths, and I've told him, I'm like, dude, you died. I've watched a dude die like fucking 3 fucking times, basically. Not watched, but I've heard or saw when I was here. And then at one point I thought I was pulled into his when that lightning thing struck that didn't affect nothing on the totem pole outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's definitely like something is happening, like some sort of a quickening that we're all going through. It just seems like things are speeding up, but it's taken so much out of us. We don't have time to breathe anymore. We don't have time to catch up anymore. It's like all folding in with upon each other. It gets to be too much to keep up with.
It does.
everything's coming to a head now. They're going to be kicking. I mean, the vax is here. By the time by the time they fully roll this vax out, it's going to be right around January 1st, the first week of January. So now I'm hearing also that they are cutting a lot of the people who they were giving breaks to for your rent and stuff. They're cutting that, and they're going to start evicting people on the 1st of January. So we're going to have millions upon millions of homeless people who have been just evicted. So is this the setup for now the FEMA camps to finally come into?
Well, I don't know. You know, I listened to Lucky Poker this morning, and Long Reach One said she contacted me and said she had to reach out to me. Sorry, I'm over here cooking. I'm just kind of messing with some food, so I'm not on the camera. But she was evidently, you know, blocked on Lucky's channel, which he didn't know what the fuck was going on either. And so, but I got to talk to her, and all of a sudden 9/11 showed up on my skillet in there, and then she told me Biden had won, and I'm like, well, I guess that's the timeline I'm going down on, because, you know, whatever, which they're all puns, it doesn't matter which one, but in some ways it does, I guess. But
yeah, I don't know.
None of those people are going to come into my fucking bathroom when I'm hollering for an extra roll of toilet paper and hand it to me. You know, they're irrelevant.
Right. Yeah, exactly. They by no means are going to be helping us out in any way. So it really doesn't matter who gets in. They're going to follow the same script anyways, I feel.
They will. It's a play.
So yeah, that's I heard from somebody too, Little Birdie, tonight, as I was chatting with them on Messenger. They came back and said that Biden just won the recall again. So it's like, where the hell are they? Where are these wins and this proof that Obama has, or not Obama, but Trump has, about the cheating and everything? Why is this not? You know, why are so many people? I mean, I get it if they're for the opposite side and they're just throwing the cases out.
Well, yeah.
But this is like, he's not getting any wins at all. So, I mean, what is true, what is not true anymore? It's like, I feel like I'm getting to that point where it's just like, I don't care anymore. I'm just going to sit back and watch everything.
That's all I can do is observe.
Yeah, we're not going to affect anything one way or another.
When these fucks start getting those fucking shots, and they give them the second shots, or the third shots, or the fourth fucking shots, and start activating their fucking DNA, our DNA is fixing to sprout wings.
Yeah.
We've already saw body changes. The damn shoulders change, and I've been saying it. We're fixing to sprout fucking wings. They're gonna be sprouting eyeballs out, looking like mutants out there, fucking, you know, all them horror movies and stuff like. They'll be looking at my fucking like off their shoulder, looking toward their backs, and we're gonna be looking straight forward.
Yeah, I'm watching. I turned on and I started watching CNN today because I wanted to see how they were rolling these vaxxes out. And they were literally putting people like first line workers on the TV, giving them shots one by one. And I'm just like, wow, if they don't have to try to sell, I mean, they're really working on selling this thing.
Yeah, it's probably sugar water or whatever. They're even injecting them, you know. But they'll put it out like it's safe, and then people start dying. There's already been people died. Might ought to shut up, but yeah.
Yeah, it's it gets to be.
My dad is like all along with it too now. I'm like, who the fuck are you? You know.
It gets to be very heartbreaking to think about how many millions of people are gonna get this thing. And there's nothing any of us can say or do to anyone that's going to change their minds. Everybody's pretty much made up whether you're going to do it or you're not going to do it at this point. You know?
Yeah.
But it just it hurts because, you know, I've got family and loved ones that are going to get it. And it sucks, but you know, you don't run everybody's life, and they surely don't run mine. So I wouldn't want them telling me what to do.
It's like my son and my wife. I mean, I've shown over, but you know, he's his own being, and he came down here just same as I did, and we try, and that's all we can do. And maybe you know, the outcome of my little video game is not the same as theirs. I mean, hope not, because what I'm seeing is fucked up. And I don't see a lot of hope. And hope is in creativity is what humans are. We're constantly we're under pressure, and when we constantly change and we adapt and overcome, but fuck, this world's trying to just not let that even happen. Sad.
You almost feel like being defeated, you know, but I know it's not that. It's you know, I mean, I know that we're not defeated. It's just come across one of them battles that you're on the ground and you're fighting to just get back up right now.
You
know,
I've got a lot different of a view just on that movie, The Never-Ending Story, which I saw at the theater as a kid, and I saw it a few times. It is at the Dollar Theater, and you know, Mom used to bring in, you know, the popcorn, or not popcorn, but like candies or something you could munch on while watching it. But I watched it a couple times there. But it's the whole thing of like, by the end of that movie, of course, the kid's watching another version of reality, but by reading the spells, right? So he's reading spells of another reality, and in that reality, they are talking spells about him as well. And then at the end, the nothing took totally over. It was all gone, except the little boy and his luck dragon, and then there was one grain of sand, and as that one grain by one being with another being, male and female, you know, they created a whole new magical place. There was a mix between both. So, you know, I do hold hope.
Oh, what
But
I
man,
wanted
it
to
might
say.
it might get down to 1 grain of sand. I mean, as far as we know, and that's some shit I've talked about before with cave painting. It's how the cave paintings and shit. And I'm like, well, if we all get taken apart, like our essences would go into other ones that are of our family. And then even by the end, if you're in a cave, like the shit they showed on those cave paintings looked like fucking cows and crap. But it was actually star systems and brilliant things that were trying to show outside of just some but that's how they had to put it. They had to put it as a cave painting, but it was actually light and beyond and stuff like that. So I don't know if you remember that or not. It's been like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Um,
What I was going to say before was I definitely noticed your place. I missed the synchronicities.
Oh my goodness. Am I the only one hearing all this distortion?
I hear it, Crunchy.
Yeah, we hear you.
I hear.
Now you're breaking up.
Oh, dude, this sucks.
You coming in pretty good.
But you are very distorted.
Oh, that sucks.
Is there
Yeah,
anybody?
yeah.
I'm the only one hearing this.
No, I hear it, Crunchy. It's distorted. I don't know what. Should I go and come back in?
No, right now, Crunchy's the only one that's having a problem. If Crunchy mutes himself, I want to see.
Amy said she heard it.
Hold on. Okay, now how do we sound? Just you and I, or Sharky.
Hmm?
Do I sound okay to you?
No. You're distorted, Patty.
Am I?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe I'm the one that needs to jump out then. Let me do you, and I'll mute myself, and you guys help me. If we're still having bad, if it's you, then it's you. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave you and Crunchy in here.
Wait, yeah, it's starting to clear up.
It's
Can you
starting to
hear me?
clear up now. Yeah, I can
It's
hear.
cleared up now.
Okay, unmute. Here's Crunchy.
Hey,
Now
that was
it's
so
perfect.
weird. Yeah, it's perfect now.
Our frequencies aligned. Jesus Christ, we're all in our little bubbles. We are literally the space and the maps don't matter, but the little squares and the bubbles looking like okay, here we are.
I think we truly have to align ourselves. You know,
we do.
We hold so much fucking power between us.
Pat, I was afraid you were a robot for a second. I was like,
oh yeah,
who is this weird sounding creature?
yeah.
But no, it seems all gravy now. Perfect, just worked itself out. That's amazing.
Yeah, because we had to intertwine our energies because we are such powerful energies that we are like I know I was feeling off, so I probably had to, as you come in, adjust ourselves to align to be on more of a level. See, Sharky and I, we line up no matter what.
I know.
It seemed like right when I stepped in, that started causing problems. I'm sorry. But no, my phone's been causing me problems. I don't have my B picture anymore. It's just like, I don't know, feeling all off tonight. It's all my fault.
No, I came in feeling off. I've been feeling off for 3 or 4 days now.
I've
And
actually physically been feeling better.
oh, really?
Yeah, my stomach hasn't been hurting as much, and I'm so grateful for that. But I mean, mentally too. I feel like I saw my son last night for 2 nights, and we had a great time playing games. It was just I hadn't seen him in a long time, so that was probably wearing on me. You know how it is, Pat, with
Yeah.
kids. You love them, you know.
Yeah, most definitely.
It's hard going that long, you know, like well, it was probably 2 months since I seen him. And when you're used to taking care of them for, you know, every day, it's seeing them every day. When you see somebody every day, you really take it for granted. And then once
Yeah.
you go
Yeah.
a long time, you're like, wow, I miss this person.
Yeah, that and the time I ended up in the hospital with my kidney failure, you really at that point rely on, like, I don't like asking, I don't like asking for help, and I don't
Yeah.
like asking for people to come over and help me with something or whatever. And when you're in the hospital, you have to rely on somebody, and it's just amazing how you really get to know who your true family and friends are at that time when you really need somebody to be there.
Oh yeah. When I couldn't walk, man, that was and, you know, I wasn't like paralyzed. I was just in so much pain every step. I couldn't walk. I couldn't move. Like I couldn't bend my toes because it
Oh,
hurt so much. And so like taking that away, now that I have it again, it brings me so much more appreciation for it that like, and all I did was take something a doctor prescribed to me. So now I'm like so weary about everything a doctor says, everything a doctor prescribes, all these antibiotics, which I thought, you know, growing up, it was like penicillin. Penicillin cured everything. I guess that's probably why it doesn't cure everything now, because they gave it out like candy, literally bubblegum flavored it like candy and gave it out.
Yeah.
So now it doesn't cure anything. And now they have things that kill you. So when you're dying, all your cells, the bacteria in you is like, oh my God, this thing, I don't know what to do with this because it's dying. It's fucked up. So it dies because you're fucked up. The antibiotics are fucking your DNA up instead of attacking the actual bacteria, because that's all we can do now, because I guess that's the technology we have. It's crazy. But anyways, my whole point was not walking for 2 months, not being like, that was, I don't know. Like I had my family, like the ones that really cared, my friends that really cared to like be like, you know, there for me. And so like when you lose things, like, I don't know, my friend, I don't know, it's like if you don't have anything to offer somebody, you realize, wow, okay, they disappeared because I wasn't there for them, you know, and when I needed them, they weren't there for me. So it's
right.
yeah, but I don't know, once you lose something, it really makes you appreciate what you have. I mean, like it's the old saying, you know, you never know what you have until it's gone.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it's so true.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very true. What are you thinking, Sharky? Did you just go make yourself some coffee?
No. I was making some. I don't know what I'm making. I made some brown rice and I put some taco seasoning in it, and I just made it some hamburger. Like Dollar General stuff. Like the little things. It's like I don't know
Yeah,
what
doesn't the
it's
taco
not like it's
seasoning
actually
on the
meat,
hamburger?
but I made like taco 2 pounds with Taco Bell sauce in it, and then I put some Ortega or whatever taco flavor in the rice, as brown rice, and then I was gonna like end up trying to fry it in the skillet to bring it back to life, like canned goods, like a couple cans of green beans, couple cans of peas, couple cans of corn, make them kind of crispy a little bit, and then I was gonna fry up a little bit of a can of Rotel, and Jesus Christ, I don't even know what I was gonna do. I mean, it's a bunch of weird shit, but I'm trying to make some sort of
mix all that together.
I don't know.
Yeah, and then you bake it, and then you turn out with whatever the fuck it's going to turn out to, with a bunch of cheese in there, and it should be pretty good,
Yeah,
I've made that before. Put cornbread.
Anything in.
Cornbread.
Oh man, yeah, I would love to put cornbread. Yeah, I love break up the cornbread and just sprinkle it over the top, and
a taco pot pie. Basically.
You could
yeah.
throw whatever you wanted together as long as you had cheese in there. That
I know. Yeah, I love cheese, man.
So do I.
Yeah, cheese will do it, dude. Cheese, and if you don't have cheese, I lived off a few years. I used to buy Kipper snacks. Not like the one. Remember when you was here and I gave you something to go back? But these weren't like those kind of good. These were the little small ones like that, little cans.
Yeah.
That like were looked like sliced.
Right.
I guess sardines, but they had bones in them that were pressure cooked. But they used to come in red hot sauce, and that's the ones I like.
Yeah.
I like red hot sauce and mustard sauce. But I lived for about 6 months on nothing but Kipper snacks, which were at that time 50 cents a can. And I would buy a jar of Hellmann's, and Hellmann's, real mayo or whatever back then, and it was hard to find because old people always got it. So a lot of times it wouldn't be there. But I'd buy Kipper snacks and that, and I'd buy Raven noodles, but you can't find Oriental anymore. But I would buy Oriental or chicken flavored, and so I would make the Raven noodles, dump out the water, and then add the sprinkles, right? And then mix it up. You had to leave a little bit of water in there so it makes the sprinkles up. But then I would dump in like 1 or 2 cans of those jalapeno. Now I had a big dollop of that fucking Hellmann's. It smells so wrong here, but Hellmann's mayonnaise. And I wish it all up. Well, the mayonnaise of the Hellmann's would make it taste like cheese. So it was kind of like a cheesy, but it would totally, you could live off of it. I lived off of it like 6 months.
Yeah, I've been through more Hellmann's.
So simple of a thing, but it tasted good enough, and it sustained you. And every time you ate it, it was okay to eat it. You didn't get tired of it. I
literally ate bologna and bread for maybe not 6 months, maybe like 4 months. Like literally spent I don't know, like $10 a week on food. Shit.
Oh yeah.
That's how I survived. It was amazing. It was horrible, but amazing.
yeah, it sounds like what you want to go through, but yeah, you make it, and it becomes good.
When all my friends were going out and spending like $100 on a dinner a night, they're like, "Hey, you want to go out to this restaurant with us?" I'm like, I can't. I'm like actually working.
Hey, there's a few nights.
You're like doing things that are illegal, I guess. I don't know. I hate it. I really hated it. I've got so many friends that just they sell weed. and they don't have to work. And I'm like, I have to work, guys. Like, I don't know.
I've had to live off of like maybe a bag of popcorn a night. You know,
Yeah,
for
peanut butter popcorn.
Oh
is
yeah,
good.
peanut butter's a good one.
yeah,
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
yeah, or all you had was peanut butter and crackers, or you just had peanut butter. You know, yeah. I mean,
Sometimes going out to eat wasn't even the thing that I feared. It was tipping the waiter that I feared. I'm like, okay, yeah, get some good prices at the, but then I gotta throw these, I can't. I feel horrible. I mean, those waiters get paid $2.50 an hour.
yeah.
You gotta tip them good,
I've never understood. My wife or ex-wife used to, wait tables and stuff, and I was like, this is such a fucking sham.
It really is. It's bad. It should be illegal for them to make that
it should be illegal, but it's not. And I'm like, so they're expecting, like, the company wants the customers to pay half of their wage, basically, for them to be employed to bring you their food that you're trying to get from them. And I'm like, and the whole sharing of the thing, I don't get. It's just like, what the fuck?
Right.
I never understood it. I thought it was totally fucking bizarre to me.
They don't
get
a full paycheck. They're not allowed to work above and beyond. Like, that's not really tip money they're getting.
It's not tip money. It's a wage. It's like money. But it's coming from, like, the customers. So it's like the company is, like, saving money by giving you expensive food. And the more expensive the food, the more bigger you're supposed to give. And crap.
Unless you're working at Hooters and showing a tit every now and then you I mean, that's about all you can. Otherwise, you're doing your job just like everybody else does,
Yeah, and that's why I always understood strippers. I totally understood strippers. I dealt with strippers, and I had some girlfriends that were strippers, and they made some really good money. And I would bring my friends, and all my friends like to drink beer, and they like to drink beer, and they like to dance around, and their own weird stuff. But but yeah, and I even brought my dad, in the service, like, come on, Dad, let's go see my friend, It's like, give him a few dollars, and
doesn't it seem like the worse off you get health wise, and the food that you're supposed to stay away from is now the only food that you can afford?
I know.
It's half-ass backwards.
It's so ass backwards. We're living in the upside down. It's like we always have, man. And I didn't realize it until now, but it's there. Everything healthy is so. I worked in a health food store, and I'm like, this stuff is so expensive. I can't even afford it, and I work here.
Now, can you remember back? I don't know if you can, Crunchy, because I think. How old am I? I'm a 73 model. However old that is. So, yeah. So, but I know, like, my grandpa on both sides of the family, all three of them. Of course, one is like, I called him Mag, but he's still a grandpa because I was young. But there was 2 divorces and stuff like that. But my grandparents, there was always eggs, and there was always bacon. And you can't even fucking afford bacon here.
Dude, bacon's so expensive.
And I remember, like, livers were free. Like, my dad told me, like, yeah, but it's like, what can you eat? And he's like, well, we would just go up to the chicken factory or whatever in town, and the livers and gizzards were just like throwaways. And they like, we learned how it was fish bait or fish or it's like corn up north, I guess. Corn down in the South is a delicacy kind of a thing.
I
You
can't
get-
even digest corn.
And well, you can't
goes right through
really,
me.
but it it's got a
Fine
taste to it,
eating.
but it's not good for you. It's but it's like the people up north were like, my dad went up there and he was like wanted some corn back when I was a kid, and they was like, corn, that's what we feed to our cows. What are you talking about, corn? He's like, no, I want some corn with my mashed potatoes. And they're like, what the fuck?
I
are you
like
talking
it.
about?
It tastes
But
good.
yeah, but see, like, so even when he was a kid, they would literally, the kids, there was like a few of them, 4 of them, but they would go up and they would, there was food available in places like the chicken factory would throw out chicken livers, beef livers, stuff like that. So you always had liver, and you always had gizzards, but or something to eat that was free, that they would literally just throw out the back door and then let the people, and the people could do it, come up and grab it to take it back to cook to their house.
Ain't nothing free nowadays.
And just bacon alone, bacon is so expensive. There is no way. And I miss it so much when I was a kid because, me mom always told me, like, I could smell the bacon. She like, I would come in there and be like,
waking up to
bacon, but it was good bacon. It's not like dollar store, you little bit of thin fucking strip about that long that turns into something about that fucking big. This was bacon, and it was just different, and all the foods were different back then, and they tasted so much better. And everything here seems like regurgitated out the mama's mouth, fake crap. Nothing tastes right here. It's gross, and we've got memories, so we try to put it in a way where, like, yeah, that tastes pretty good, but it's still nothing like what we had when we were kids. And that's like, I don't know, like freaking 20, 30 years ago or whatever. Whoever the fuck you want to talk to, it's like cardboard here.
Yeah. I hear
Sorry,
you.
I went off on a tangent.
Nah, I hear you, man. It's definitely different.
Sorry.
I mean, even in my age, I'm in my 30s, and I mean, I've seen things change, like, drastically. So I can't imagine you're twice my age. Not the things you've seen change, by the time I was born,
Yeah.
He was twice my age, man.
Well, money went like 2 or 3 times as far too, and so you could have a trailer like my email had. They had it. They ended up he married my grandpa Mac. Was kind of like John Wayne or whatnot. In a lot of ways, he seemed to resemble his life around that character. But that he had lost everything, and then he married Meemaw, and then Meemaw was working like as a supervisor over food at a paper mill, and then like they still, between him not working and her working, they still built something like big, and somehow, they were able to acquire things like a tractor.
It only took one person working.
And it only took one person, and the days were way longer, fucking longer. You could get so much done in a day. And so, he actually, dug out this pond on the property, and I helped him build up the roofs and stuff when I was a kid, learn that way. But you try to do anything here, and you sit down for 15 minutes to just try to do something, and next thing you know, it's taking you 2 hours.
The day's gone, yeah.
And the fucking day's gone, and you're like, that shit messes me up.
It does.
Time definitely going a lot faster.
Yes.
I mean, well, the time's more valuable than the money. We see that.
Mhm.
The time we spend with each other. But I remember when I was young, $100 was like, wow, I got $100. Now
Yeah.
it's like $100 is like nothing, you know. Like it could buy, you know. Now it's like everything's so expensive. Like
$100 is like having $20 in your pocket.
right. Now it's now even $1,000 is like, oh, that might last me a week or two. You know, like
Yeah.
Although $100 is still a lot of fucking money. You know.
If you spend it
that's it. Yeah,
in the
I mean,
in the lowest denominator is the key.
I mean, to somebody who doesn't
That's
have a whole
how
lot
I
of
try to
money,
do. I try to spend it
still
mostly
$100. It may not get you far, but it's still a lot of money.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, it
like,
might not get you far, but
if and I think it's something we all should be stocking up on anyhow, because we've heard it all last year, but like canned goods and stuff like that. But you know, if you got $100, you can buy a damn shitload of rice and canned goods.
oh, what did you say,
And-
Kingus?
Canned goods.
Canned.
Canned good.
Good. Yeah. Any sort of whatever you think you might need.
Yeah, rice
But
especially.
$100 will buy that, but it's not going to buy you all the fixings and stuff that you want to go with it.
Uh,
Mentioned ramen noodles earlier. I ate ramen noodles earlier today. Do you think rice outweighs ramen noodles for penny to penny?
I don't know. I don't even know what ramen noodles are. I mean,
I
I've
think
made
rice
them.
is definitely healthier for you than ramen.
I feel
sure.
healthier when I eat rice versus ramen noodles. I do feel it.
Brown rice,
but-
especially. I went to cook brown rice the other day, and it said I got to cook it for an hour. And I was like, what?
That
White rice
shit's always
takes me
changing.
like-
That's what I did tonight. I'm like, I made minute rice in brown rice, and I'm like, it's been in my thing for a while, and I was like, well, I'll just do brown rice and this Mexican kind of thing, and see how that goes, and added some flavors.
I mean, I can't be sure.
But I'm
that-
like, you know, I
cook
think
white
all
rice
this stuff
for like
is
10,
fake.
15 minutes, and it's done. But the brown
Yeah.
rice, which, I mean, I guess it makes more sense that it's more natural, I guess.
I don't know.
But I had to cook that thing for like 45 minutes,
yeah.
almost an hour, for it to be done. And I was just like, dang.
I'm still, I think anymore, you know, I used to make just regular rice, and you had to kind of drain off it'd make this pudding when you make regular rice. Like you go to boil it and make this pudding, and it's like starch and stuff, and you got to rinse that off. And I got so used to the instant rice, but I never really back then questioned what instant rice was, because I just thought it was cool that, you know, hey, here's some, you know, you boil the water, you add the rice, you throw a fucking towel over the damn thing and just let it sit there, and then it's perfect. There's no gooey shit in there. But
I
I
mean,
think it's like the same with everything. I think it's imitationalized. I don't think it's probably got anything.
was there any conspiracy when microwaves were? You were alive when microwaves were invented, right?
Microwaves, when they first came out, they used to show people cooking fucking turkeys and shit in them. And asked my dad,
I've got one you could
know,
shove a turkey in.
Yeah,
That's
I
huge.
asked my dad, and he told me that they changed the waves in them, and it went to like a radio frequency, but it was something else before that. But they used to show that shit, and I mean, we had this big one when I was a kid, and literally you could actually cook something in there besides hot dogs
Yeah.
and bacon. You know, I mean, whatever. You know, I mean, you could actually cook in those things. And I asked my dad about it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, they changed that. It was, you know, basically, you know, they made it non-health. They had a good thing, and they cheapened it
Well,
And I don't
there's
even
like
know
a
it was a good thing, but they damn sure did some shit to it and changed the
there's
way
a
of
microwave
the entire
oven still,
way.
right? That bakes and microwaves at the same time, right?
I don't know. I'm such a recluse. I don't
I
go to
think they
stores.
still
So.
have those, although they're like, I don't know, more expensive. And I've never owned one. I've never known anybody that's owned one. Pat, have you ever seen a microwave oven that like bakes and microwaves at the same time? Oh, he's muted. He probably going to take a piss or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've
I got a
seen
bad
these.
habit of doing that while I'm on the air.
I've heard of them, but I've never owned one. Because I mean, you can buy a microwave for like $20 now. It's
Sorry, I had to go get some water real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take a leak pretty soon too.
Yeah. It's better than your what's the energy drink called? What, Clutch?
Yeah, Clutch.
you were like advertising that.
They never sent me anything. So
Oh man,
I'm not talking about Clutch anymore.
you dropped them, huh? All
Yeah.
right.
Hey,
Clutch can go stuck a throttle.
but I've never heard of a microwave that can bake.
You haven't? I
No.
have. It's like a oven, basically an oven that has the cords that heat up, and it has a very slow microwave in it too. So it just kind of it increases your cook time.
Huh.
Hey,
Welcome, Robin.
hey,
Propagate This Light, and Mad Pyman. Welcome,
welcome,
Cammy.
welcome.
And you guys, anybody more than welcome to come on if you want. Sorry, Sharky, go ahead.
No, my thing went from 7% to 6%. It always does this when I'm trying to do StreamYard. I don't know what it is, but I'll eventually fade out. But I'm at 6% on my phone, so I might have to leave here. But I'll still be
You need a new
listening.
charger.
Man, something's going on. You remember this? Crunchy saw this before.
Yeah.
Sharky, you're not leaving.
Shit, crap. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're good.
I don't know where I went. I hit a button and everything.
Plug your damn phone in, Sharky, and charge the damn thing while you're on live.
It is
plugged in.
charging. Yeah,
That's
see.
great. He needs a new. He needs an iPhone charger or something.
He just does this. I don't know what, but I'm not gonna get a new phone and fuck this
StreamYard
place.
sucks the
Hey,
life
Sharky?
out of.
Sharky,
Yeah.
you and I, you're gonna listen to me. The next time you come on this show, you don't leave unless I release you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's no getting on this show and then saying I gotta go. You only can go when I release you. Battery dying, that's no excuse.
I agree, Patty. But I'll arm wrestle you for it.
Okay, any day. Any day.
Those little guys are pretty strong too.
Virtual
Patty,
armor.
if nobody knows, Patty is a big guy.
That's a big boy. He's a big boy.
He's a big boy. Yeah, he's a big boy. He is a lot of meat on his bones, and
There's no marshmallow
I love him. I love every bit of it.
But surprisingly, Sharky has got some strength behind him too. We're not old yet, are we, Sharky?
We're not old. We're only worn.
Yeah.
Not old, just worn and weathered. But that makes us better, right?
Yep.
You start off as pudding, and then they turn you into a lathe, and better and better, and pitter pat you and tell you you're a boy, you're supposed to do this, and then by the time it's over, they're like, well, no, boys can be girls, and you're like,
No.
what the fuck are you? No, I wasn't talking. Don't want to get into anything, but it just fucking, it's the crazy fucking
He can be
place.
He can be now you can be anything you want, mate. You can be a non-binary, gender fluid,
Oh yeah,
refrigerated unicorn if
yeah,
you like. You can be
I
anything.
can be
Yeah.
an insect. I can be
Yeah.
a bee.
I'm more like Fat Bastard. He goes, "Oh,
You can be
look at
anything you
me,
want.
I'm so
Whatever you say,
sexy.
whatever you can.
I'm so
That's what you
sexy."
are.
You know, like, look at me eat my chicken. Look, I got titties bigger than you do. Oh, I'm so sexy. Oh, whoa, what's that up my butt? Oh, you kiki. Oh, you know. This place is literally stupid.
That's funny.
The sad thing is.
Okay, brothers.
Man, it's
I
love y'all.
Into children at a very young age, and
Thanks, Sharky. Love you. Thanks for the skit.
Love y'all too,
Good to
man.
see you,
I'm
Tom.
down to 5%, so I've really got to go
Yeah.
because it'll just kick me off. But I'll once I get off here, it's
Oh,
just
man.
start recharging. But I'll still be listening. But I'm gonna go ahead and keep cooking this food I'm trying to do. So I'll mostly be listening and not in chat.
Okay, love you. Take care of
Till
yourself.
either I come back or don't come back.
Later, Shark John.
Love y'all.
Cheers.
All right, much love. Y'all stay vigilant. All right, y'all stay
Cheers,
strong.
mate. Cheers, mate. Cheerio.
Cheers, biggies. Cheerio.
So, guys,
we don't say Cheerio, mate.
I ate a huge bowl of Cheerios just a little while ago.
that's why I said Cheerio.
Yeah. You knew it.
Synchronicities.
You picked up on it.
only English people over 90 years old say Cheerio.
Dude, what are you trying to say, man?
Cheery.
I'm a 90-year-old guy in a 50-year-old body.
Yeah. Maybe you
Is
had a
that what
couple
you're
lives. You're an old soul. We're probably
Yeah.
all old souls. I feel like any of us that are meeting and seeing these things, seeing the deceptions, seeing the lies, I really feel like no matter how old you are, you could be freaking 5 years old and still, I think, I really believe in this reincarnation. I don't know, man. I want to believe in reincarnation.
That's
If we
what I
did-
would
if
look
we
like
didn't
if I
make
wore
it-
a mask.
Are you wearing a mask?
Yes, this is what I would look like if I wore a mask.
I can't hear you, man. What did you say? Take that thing off.
That was good.
You're all muffled and distorted.
That was good, Crunchy. I always say that to them all the time. I can't hear you through that damn thing. Oh, I know, and then they take it down. I said,
Yeah.
oh, that was
Said-
easy to get you to take it down. Now just keep it off.
Yeah.
What's that, Kenny? It reminds me of South Park, Kenny.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that to him one time. Go, listen, I can't hear you what you're saying, and 9 out of 10 they will pull it down until they get done speaking,
Yeah.
and then they just defeated
Yeah,
the whole
pull it
purpose of
down.
the 8 hours that they've been wearing that
Sure.
mask. 8 hours straight, and you
Yeah,
got them in a couple seconds to take it to drop it.
Even cops enforcing the regulations, man, the directions. Even the cops that are enforcing the regulations and imposing penalties, financial penalties on your ass because they saw you outside without a mask. If you say you can't hear them, they'll pull their mask down and talk to you inside the safe social distancing distance.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
That
it's all bullshit, man.
that or anybody who talks with it on, they're constantly pulling it back up. It's fucking annoying as hell.
Yeah.
It's like, how many
Because,
times?
you know why? Because you know why, man? Because they sit it on the tip of their nose. Right?
Yeah.
Because they're struggling
Yeah.
to breathe. They're struggling
Yeah.
to breathe, so they keep it. They're just letting a little bit of air in, But as
Yeah.
as it falls, it's like it's going to keep falling because they don't put it up high enough, They've got
Right,
it right on
right.
the tip of their nose, man. because they're struggling to breathe as well. Man. They're hypocrites, man.
Yeah, it's just so amazing why people can't say no. So they got to deal with a little friction. You got to deal with a little friction. So the fuck what? So what?
Freaking, I don't know. I think it's air. Air's the problem, man. They're not getting enough oxygen. While they're trying to enforce law regulations on you, beat your ass down, arrest you, steal your freedom, and impose financial penalties on you for something that isn't even a law that they don't even believe in because they're not doing as they're telling you to do. You know what I mean? It's absurd.
Right, and it's the higher ups that need to start, like the cops. It starts with the cops and the nurses, and the doctors. They're the ones that need to start dropping them. They're the ones that need to start dropping the masks to show these masses that this is bullshit and to stop, being a yes man or a woman. Yes, man. Yes, ma'am. Whatever. I know to a lot of people we seem like assholes, but really we are not. We are further from.
I need dumb people. Man. I need dumb people.
What? What?
I need to dumb people. We're not assholes, man.
Yeah.
If people think we're assholes, they just got their head up their ass watching. They're just watching TV and believing everything that they hear and see, man. That's sad. That's why we're here, man. To try and wake them up.
Right.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I get that a lot of people say that they have to do it for their job, but you have to. But you're even not even starting there at your job. You could be talking to your coworkers on how they feel about it, and band together. If y'all don't work, eventually the higher ups are going to take note.
But the problem, it wasn't even a possibility here, man, because the police were involved pretty early on, man, on my work site, because of the chief health officers, the shit came down, man. So, and then the union fucking sided with the company and the fucking regulations. They even had their own masks they were handing out to everybody, man.
Who did we just lose?
Who was he? I don't know.
Crunchy B. Where did Crunchy B go?
Crunchy B. Crunchy B, yeah.
Oh, maybe we couldn't hear him or something and he popped out. He'll pop back in. But
come back, man.
Robin says Australian people have awesome personalities. I strongly believe in reincarnation my whole life. I believed all my life. Yeah, I have too. I've believed in reincarnation my whole life too. So that's what took me out of being a Christian right away anyways, because the Catholic Church doesn't believe in reincarnation. So I thought, well, as I was growing up, there went my views on the Catholic Church, but I grew up Catholic. But
the Catholic Church don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God either. So there's that. You know what I mean?
What? I never heard of that one.
That's their stance now, man, and it probably always has been because they've.
Oh well, now we're awake to all that the Catholic Church actually being part of the beast system. So of course, we're awake to all that stuff now. But I'm just saying, back when I was younger, I
my girlfriend's Catholic, man, and she's Filipino, and that's like standard. All Filipinos are Catholic, But
Yeah.
they're all finding out the truth now, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's so hard to deny Jesus Christ right now. It really, to me, it seems like it's very hard to deny him because we are seeing the fight right now between good and evil. We are seeing how what evil can do. I mean, I'm sure we have yet to see, the worst of how they could get, but I'm just saying that it's definitely a fight for our souls. Um, that's why we
Yeah, we're being
really need to
yeah, man,
all
we're being
turn to
tested.
Jesus Christ because it's blatant. To me, it's blatant. It's just as it's. I can see the fight between good and evil as good as I can see the Mandela effect, and and that's
You
been
know,
for 4 years. A good
yeah,
4 years now.
you know what my take is, man. Without being sounding disrespectful, man. But I believe that that higher knowledge, man. You can call it Christ consciousness if you like, but I believe that there's that, and there's also the lessons. The lessons that Jesus gave us, man. They're allegorical to me, man, in the sense that we all have to be sacrificed, man. Right? If you want to be Christ-like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like you think that
Yeah.
you're God or you think that you're Jesus, but I'm just saying is to walk in his shoes. He gave
And
you
the
the
closer we
lessons.
get, the more abilities we get because my telepathy is getting a lot stronger.
Yeah, well,
I used to be able to think of somebody and like within a week or a couple of days I would hear from them. Now, as soon as somebody pops into my mind, they will call me or text me or something within a few minutes. And it happens
wow,
all
that's
the
crazy.
time now. All the time. As soon as and I should know now, as soon as a certain person pops into my mind, I will hear from them within a few minutes. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Crunchy, welcome back,
But I
bud.
think we do. He's back.
Was that me, Dylan?
Hey, you sound fine now.
Yeah, you're back.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, as you were saying, like the thinking about people or things happening and then they happen. It happens all the time, really. When my son, I don't know, he was a baby, and I could like hear him crying from 60 miles away. I'm like, I wanted to be with him. I knew he needed me to be with him too, or I don't know. Maybe it's just all I'm crazy. It's the only way I can say it. I'm just hearing this voice in my head, the baby crying. I could literally hear it. I've never heard any voices. I've never heard anything say anything else besides when I had my first son and I was 60 miles away from him. I couldn't be with him. I don't know how I could. And maybe it's all in my head. Maybe I was going crazy, but I could hear him cry.
I hear my name called a lot, and it as clear as day. And I'll also hear people out in the hallway, like walking up and down the hallway. Like I know what it sounds like for people to be walking outside the hallway, and as soon as I open up the door real fast, there's nobody there. You know,
a head shrink would call this schizophrenia, probably paranoid bipolar disorder or some crap,
Yeah.
But
they've got a pill for that. Yeah, they got some medication for you.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Sure they do.
But there's definitely a real aspect to it, a spiritual thing going on, because like everything is not physical. I mean, maybe the spiritual ties into the physical, and the physical ties into the spiritual, but it's not all physical because there is a spiritual aspect. Like, I don't know if I kept that stream up or not. I was talking to a couple of friends. The way women's periods sync up if they're close to each other, right? And and if you've ever been close to a woman, you will say things that they were like, "Oh, I was just thinking about that," and they're like, "What? Yeah, I was just thinking about that," you know. And
Right.
our minds sync up, our bodies sync up. You know, it's a real thing that science is just blowing out the window. They're not. It's like, I mean, it happens, but you know, we're not going to put any kind of spiritual.
It happens. It happens so much now that my girlfriend and I will. She will name like stuff to do or stuff to eat or whatever, and I'll be like, I was just thinking the same thing, and
Yeah.
she's now to the point like, yeah, whatever, Pat. You know, it's whatever I want. You know, you were just thinking that too. Right. You know,
If you have a bad day at work or something, you come home, they can feel it as soon as they see you. They like feel that, like what's wrong, and you know, you can bullshit it and say nothing's wrong. Like, well, what are you talking about, you know? But they'll know, you know, if they cheat on you, you will know, you know, you'll know deep in your heart, you'll know that feeling, that interference in between that bond you normally have. If something's going on, you know, you know.
In the same way, on the opposite side, if I cheated on them, they would know because of the fact that I would be giving off such guilty energy.
Yeah.
You know, I can't stop it. If I'm guilty of something like that, I can't stop sending that sort of energy out, you know.
So you're not a good poker player, are you, Patrick?
No, I'm really not.
I'm not either. I'm a horrible liar. I could not. I'm a horrible liar.
I can't lie, man. Same. I hate it, man. I can't stand doing it, man. I just don't do it.
Yeah.
Never.
I prefer to have you know, to be treated the way I would want to be treated. So I mean, I would treat anybody the way I would want to be treated. I literally use that, and you know, I that's one of my pet peeves is to be lied to. I'd rather just be told the truth.
I have a pet peeve.
Fucking liars.
What's your pet
liars, man?
My pet peeve. No, I'm just kidding. I just like the Bible, do unto others as you should do, as you'd have them do unto you, right? Do you remember that? Was that in the Bible, or is that just something we've always been told? Do you really think you read it?
But it was
right.
I remember.
Did you read it?
I was taught it when I was in. Yeah, I was taught it when I was in school, man. It was a Bible passage.
I was told it too, but did any of us actually read it? Because I remember I was told.
I've not read it, but I've been told it, but not read it.
Yeah. So I guess we're all just been told it, which is a great thing. I mean, it's not. It's a great thing, you know, to treat others.
I think it was a Bible passage.
I think it was too, but I mean, just like the lion shall lay with the lamb, I was told. But it took me 30 years to actually be like, maybe I should read this. Why not? Well, actually, it took the change of people telling me that it's never said this for me to actually start reading.
It's a good motto.
Yeah, it is really good. I don't see why it shouldn't be in the Bible. Or, you know, I mean, whatever religious text you want to believe. That's a good rule to go by.
I know
you think it said,
no, it was not exactly like it said. I was surprised to hear Jesus said something very close to find out. Hey, Noble, if you want to come on, you're more welcome.
Oh yeah, I'd like to hear his what he remembers and knows.
I remember finding out about that, man, around the same time that I found out about that if you don't give your life to Jesus, you're going to burn in hell for all of eternity. I thought, well, they're two very different ideas. You know what I mean? One's just do the right thing and you'll be good. The other one is you better do this, otherwise you're gonna, it's all over and it's not going to end well. That was the one.
Yeah.
But that might be more metaphorical as well, man. I don't. Maybe hell isn't an actual place, but a state of being, man. A state of mind.
I think it could be here.
Yeah,
it could be heaven. Could be very close to hell here, and it could be very close to heaven here. I think it's not exactly here, either of them, but it can. You can see aspects of it. I mean, what you can imagine, the worst pain you've ever felt, the worst.
I think spiritually.
I'm not sure,
Noble. Physically, man, yeah, because that's. Yeah.
At least another half hour to an hour, maybe longer. Just never know.
Depends on how good the conversation's going.
Yeah.
You fell asleep the other night, and I woke up while you were asleep. And then, like 5 minutes after I woke up, you woke up, and you were like, "I've been sleeping for like 3 hours." And there was like 3 people in the chat. Everybody was like, "Good morning." There's only 3 people that were there. That's good.
That was. I think that was the last stream I did where I just had played a video for like 3.5 hours, so I could leave the chat open for everybody to talk in, and they can watch a video while I got some Z's.
Yeah.
Why not?
Hey, Noble.
Yeah. Hey, Noble. Yeah, I used to do that back in the day. We used to do that a lot if we were really tired. We just start the stream and either get people on here talking or watch a movie or like a video or something like I did the other day for 3.5 hours. And
that's like in class when the teacher wants to play a movie and you're like, all right, I can sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. How's it going, Noble?
Not too bad. I figured I'd come in and say something because you guys are talking interesting thing at the moment. I'm just looking it up, and as this is KJV original-ish, the regular KJV, and as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise.
That's backwards, right?
Well, let me go to the.
That's saying if somebody hits me, version. I need to hit them back.
Wait 1 second.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Yeah.
And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them. Oh my God.
Backwards, right?
And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them. Holy fuck.
Nobleness is just realized it's reversed.
No, that's changed.
Yeah, it's backwards.
Backwards, inside out and backwards. When did that happen?
Wow.
See, I grew up
Crazy.
in a very different type of Christian church, right? Like it was very orthodox in nature. I mean, some people would almost say like I was Jewish or something. Like I'm not, it's Christian, but it's very orthodox in nature with the Old Testament and some of the old holy days and whatnot. Not all of them, but some of them, and not Christmas and no, none of the Catholicism stuff that's kind of common now. But anyway, so growing in the world, I'd hear people say, "Do unto others as as you'd have them do unto you," whether it be a cartoon or whatever. I never knew it was in the Bible at first, and then I got a little older and come to find out it was, and I read it, I heard it, whatever, I seen it, and I was surprised that that's actually Jesus' words, right? But it wasn't exactly, do unto others as it wasn't exactly the English common layman's way of saying it. It was sort of swapped around, not inside out and backwards, just said, the beginning first and the end or whatever, it meant the same thing. It was the same thing. It was just said slightly different, that it didn't.
What you just said, I can't.
So it just found a Mandela effect tonight, huh?
I don't know. I haven't heard this. I haven't heard any. I've heard people say that do unto others is not in here, and this is the first time Nobleness has brought up a very similar thing. But say it again. Which
I don't remember how it was said, but it did mean the exact same thing.
But you just said it like you were reading it.
No.
Right?
No, I was just explaining.
Oh, that was off your head?
Yeah, so common layman's way is do unto others as they have.
No, you just read it out of the Bible. I could have swore you just read it out of the Bible, and
a couple minutes ago I did. Yeah, no, that was the KJV.
Yeah.
Here's the new
Can you
KJV.
Can you tell me it again?
The new KJV currently is, and just as you want men to do to you, you also do to them likewise. See, that's correct.
Okay, that's different than
what I read in the old King James. Yeah, let me bring up the KJV again. Like that blows my mind. So it's very likely that I did read the New King James. I don't know. For me, it was always one or the other that we would have in the home or in the church. Would be 90% of the time would be KJV or New KJV. Probably even be a little bit more common, but not by much. Which I'll say that one again. The New King James Version right now is, and just as you want men to do to you, you also do to them likewise. Makes sense. And see how that's sort of a little different than the common layman's way to say it now, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. That just
seems all right to me. But
well,
KJV,
what did you first say? That was different. Was I just not hearing you right, or
no? I think it's effed up. And as ye would. Okay, first ye means what? Sometimes it's not
you,
right? You, and as you would that men should.
It's not do unto others. It's
I thought I heard something different too.
And as ye would that men should do to you, ye also
should do. That's the key word. Should
do ye also to them likewise. And as are you sure ye is you?
That's what I would say.
And as ye would that men should do to you.
That's weird.
Makes sense to me right now. And as ye would that men should do to you. As ye. So maybe is, and as is would that men.
That doesn't make sense.
1 second, let me Google ye here. I get smart. Sometimes it's obvious which one
we gotta Google this. We gotta Google the Bible now because
ye
crazy, man. I don't know.
Ye is definition of you. Yeah. So
that's what I thought. Yeah.
And as you would that men should do to you.
That doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't.
As you would, and as you would that men. Okay, so as you would kind of maybe means what you would prefer, right?
How you would. Yes, how you would.
And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise. No, that works then. That's right. It just seems, it still sounds screwy.
That's
when
just
you say
weird.
It
Yeah.
I thought it was inverted.
Yeah, I would. Okay, we worked that out. Thank you so much, Nobleness, for working that out because we worked it out. Like, I understand it now.
Right.
When I first heard it, I was like, "That's backwards." But maybe we have been taught English ass backwards.
Well, it's just the way we
Maybe-
perceive the structure of sentences commonly now. Often it used to be structured very different. In this case,
Yeah.
right? The old King
Yeah.
James is structured very messed
And-
up. So it's
and it's-
essentially saying, as you would have men do to you,
Yeah.
do you also to them likewise.
I
But
get
then
it.
yeah, it makes sense when you break it down.
Yeah.
There was another thing that was
But
happening. I
the
had to
way
break it
we
down and
talk,
realize, oh, it's fine.
the way we speak American,
Mhm.
we don't even speak English now. It seems backwards. It seems weird. It's like, I can't even decipher that almost. I can't read the Bible. I can't decipher it because it's not spoken in the way. I don't know, but then there's things that are breaking down now that, like, in Mandela effects, that are like, wow, that's a very common thing that, I mean, now. So I'm wondering, I just flip flop back and forth. I'm like,
Oh, Suso's in here.
is this God, is this man, or is this the devil? But we know it's something, right? I mean, that's
What's that? The Mandela effect changes,
Yeah,
or the Bible
yeah.
currently?
the Bible, the Mandela effect, all around.
all-
It's
Don't assume it has to be one or the other, or
Every-
either per se.
It doesn't have to be. No,
No,
it
it
doesn't.
can be a mix, and I certainly think there's quite a
What
mix
is-
of things going on. Sorry, Mad Pyman.
I just assume anything that's of man. So I just assume that it might be a wild assumption. I'd say that anything that was created by man, it can be changed because it's that's just the nature of man, and we're living in the beast system, man. So there's spiritual things going on. And, I don't think it's for good.
So your fans on your supercomputer are super loud.
Your supercomputer.
I guess I'll have to shut them off.
It's gonna blow,
I'll have to shut it
Scotty.
down. I give you guys a couple minutes.
Yeah.
It'll cost me, but
Oh,
Can- can-
1/100th of a
it'll-
cent.
listen, every time this thing's off, I'm like, oh my God!
Have you got any idea what it might be sort of making at any moment? Have you actually worked out them numbers and subtracted the electricity?
In 4 days, it will be, I will get just over 1 Ethereum coin, which would be it took me 2.5 months to get 1 coin. Now, when I started-
Ethereum coin. You're pulling it from the ether, right?
That's why I bought Ethereum, because I thought Ether, I thought, I mean, besides the point that the symbol is, an upside down pyramid, or looking at a pyramid, but we're not looking at symbols. So
What's the current value?
right
What are we
now,
looking at then?
580.
So you're saying 580, call it 600 in 2 months, minus how much juice you cooking on that, how much current that draws?
The guy that
How many
built
watts?
this is doing it at a really low wattage because this is an old place and I can't. It's already blown out the wattage a couple of times, so I'm like, I had to unplug lights. I got like lights hanging out, the
It's already
color.
blowing a breaker on you.
Oh yeah, a couple of
So
times.
is it more than one brake circuit that it's on, like more than one breaker right now, or is it all on one breaker?
This thing is
Yeah.
this whole side of the room is one breaker.
What
This
size
side-
is that breaker? I'm a
This is
15 amp.
another breaker. What's that?
It's a 15 amp probably.
Now you're talking Greek to me. You might as well talk.
Well, I'm trying to get a general idea how much electricity you're burning. It sounds like you're burning maybe close to 15 amps.
Whatever it is, you know what? I'd have to have you talk to Chase, and I'll bring that up tomorrow night on my my cryptocurrency channel, because this is Suso Red I'm on now because Suso is down for a week. They banned me, So I've been doing everything on Suso Red. So I'll be on there tomorrow night. And I'm going to bring that up because one of the things he wants to do is put another program on the computer to run it at a lower wattage. And he explained to me, now I don't know if you'll understand this, I kind of get it now. It's like the hash rate's going to go down, but not by a lot, by maybe 1 or 2 points. And I'm like, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, each card, it runs on hash rates. The higher the hash rate, the more problems it's going to solve.
Yeah, the rate of calculations.
And the better it'll be. And the more money those cards cost, and the more Ethereum goes up, the more those cards are going to cost.
Okay.
They're going up now because Ethereum's going up.
Let's just say it was running at 14 amps, because obviously it's not 15 or your break would be popping.
I don't understand 14 amps, so I don't know.
That's just how much current on that outlet that you're drawing is what it is, right? So if it's a 15 amp breaker, I'll assume, let's say it was somewhere close, it was 14. So 14 at times a 120 volt. So that's 1680 watts per hour. So that's even this average, like just sort of make it simple, 1.5 kilowatts is what you're running. That's 1,500 watts per hour. So 1.5 kilowatts. A kilowatt for me runs around 9 or 10 cents on your electric bill for a kilowatt. I don't know what it is in the States. It might be lower. I'm sure it ranges, but you're probably around 15 cents an hour in electricity.
No.
That would be my wild guess. Well, not wild, but a very rough estimate right now.
If it was that much, I'd have to probably put more money into utilities.
No, 15 cents an hour isn't that much. That's only
buck a day. It's $30, even if it's a buck a day.
It's only $3.60 a day.
Oh Jesus, that's $100 a month.
That's right. That's what you're probably burning. $100 a month.
Keep that down, will you? Because I mean, if I'm making that much, it'd be it. So that's what a lot of people are saying. Is it worth?
You got to figure it out.
The guy that's building this thing has convinced me that I'm pennies compared to what's going on the bill, because I told him. He's like, look, you'll be able to put another machine on top of this. So if I'm going to put another one on top of this one, I'm like, well, what about the electricity and the wattage and the amps and how much am I putting out and all that? Because why would I do it if I got to? Because I told him, you put another machine in, I got to start paying extra on the utilities. And he's like, well, we'll see how it goes, because he's putting programs on it that are running it lower and lower. Look, I can buy a card.
I said 100. Actually, I'm thinking Canadian more or less. That's probably more like $70.
Well, Abe would answer that. Well, even so, I really don't think it's that much. I don't think it's that high. I'm going to find out, and I'm going to have that answer tomorrow.
Did you turn it off, Suso, or is it still running?
No, it's not. Why? You still hear a hum?
No, it sounds great now. It's just I was wondering.
That's the heater, and I ain't shutting that off.
Yeah.
No, we got to be looking at 15 degrees about now. And that's the only heater I got in this whole entire room. You're only looking at less than half, so.
Anyway, guys, sorry to divert the conversation to that.
Are you kidding me? I love it.
I'm a math guy and an electrician dude and whatever,
I mean, I am interested in the cryptocurrency, but
so I would suggest, honestly, look, I had $4,000 put aside. I had more than that put aside for a car. I wasn't going to buy the car. I was just going to buy $4,000 worth of weed and smoke it. So I said, look, not that there's anything wrong with that.
There is.
No, I'm sure I've done that anyway since, so it doesn't really matter.
You'd flip it. Admit it. You'd flip half of it and smoke half of it and buy another 4,000.
You could have sold it.
Trust me, you ain't got to worry about me smoking. I'm good. But this thing, I looked at it as an investment. Instead of me having the money sit there under the cushion of the chair, let me put this out. I put this out. I'm not going to recommend this, because after everything I know about cryptocurrency right now, I'd have taken that $5-6 grand total. That's it was $4,500, and it was $4 grand for this, $500 to have the guy do it, and I'm going to put more money into it now that I have it.
$4,000. That'd take a long time to pay itself off, man.
Well, when I
Now that you have it, you
2.5 years, now it's
That sounds like a pyramid scheme, doesn't it?
really does. And it's not. I'm telling you, it's not. But look, it's up to you. I don't care.
It
It's
doesn't
not
have
pyramid.
to be, no.
It's just
I mean, I believe like you can get dollars for it, right?
I just think
sell
it's
it.
an unstable investment. And yeah, you always could sell the equipment later, but computers change
well,
quickly,
it's-
right?
But even like in 2 years, Ethereum's going to go 2.0, and I won't really be able to mine Ethereum. I'll mine some other coin that's going to just generate money. I mean, that's all it's doing. I don't know. We'll see. Right now, I can tell you this. The money that it's given me, I have in the account. The money that I put into a Coinbase or crypto, I've taken out as much as I put in, and I still have plenty in there. But that's because
Take it
I
out
got,
for what?
I
Or in
got,
what form?
I've been using it like a bank. It's
Okay.
not the way to go because I'm paying a little bit more on an ATM machine than I would. I'm paying $3.50 instead of $2. Okay, to get the money out right away, I can get the money immediately, and that just happened. That wasn't even able to happen right away. Now I just found a way to do that, so I can use it as a bank. If I need money, boom, I take it out. I don't like doing that. I want to put the money in to invest it, to get into it. But then again, I'm 55. How long am I going to invest? You know, I'm old enough to take a shot. You know, I mean, I can't play poker my whole life, can I? Well, I guess I can, but you know.
Are you charged anything monthly or?
No, 4,500, 4,000 for the machine, 500 for the guy to put it together. The investment's done. As far as the Ethereum,
What you keep your
I paid 500.
money? I say money. Your bitcoins or whatever. What you keep that on doesn't cost you anything.
Not unless I move it around. If I take it out, it's like an ATM fee. If I move it, if I take it, if I put it in cash and then put it in another coin, if I convert, yeah, it'll cost me a couple of dollars each time. You don't really, I mean, you can day trade. You don't really want
It's
to.
just like a bank. It's a bank.
No, well, now see, now you got to investigate cryptocurrency and understand decentralized and centralized. Now the government's jumping in on cryptocurrency, and all their currency is centralized. They have control of it. With decentralized, nobody has control of it except the people that invest in it.
Okay, I get that.
So it sold me to the point where someone else is not controlling it. The government's not controlling it. Someone else isn't controlling it. It's the
Well,
people.
somebody's making money off of you taking it out.
Well, sure, that's going to happen. But they're telling me now.
That's the person controlling it.
They're telling me no, that's not true. You don't understand it. They're telling me now to get off of Coinbase, for instance, because that's a centralized platform. A decentralized platform, nobody sees what you can see everything. That's what it means. You can see every transaction and everything that's going on.
You know, Suso, no matter which one it is, and it's something like that's an obvious question that people should be curious about and they're not, is the fact that every single cryptocurrency is based on blockchain technology. All of them. You can't find one that isn't, and it's that way for a reason.
That's the point.
The thing is, no one else is written. There's no different blockchain programs. It's all the same one. There's one original ledger that somebody has at all. Somebody is in control of it, possibly in a way that we don't know. Somebody has access to it since its birth, and we don't even know who that is.
See, I get what you're saying, and some of the coins individually, yes, I agree with that. And they're scams, and I know that, and I see that, and you don't put your money in that. But some of them aren't, but I don't think it matters.
But they're all based on the blockchain.
Agreed.
It's sketchy.
Not if you see the whole ledger, not if it's open.
It's not open. No, you can only see some of it at a time, but somebody can see it all because you can't see every. And someone may have their computer off, right? And then, but they got a piece of ledger, which other people have pieces. So it's just sort of spread all over the world like a big barf, and the barf keeps growing. But somebody who's keeping track of the barfs, every one that ever happened. Somebody has the whole ledger. But as far as us,
That's not how I understand it. I mean, like, have you looked into it?
mm-hmm.
Okay, 'cause
Not-
that's not how I
real
understand it.
deeply, but
I think
I don't understand it that way. I don't mean to offend anybody here. I don't understand everything about it at all. I'm still new into it. I'm into it 2 months, but I've been convinced that. Here's the thing. My thing was, look, we got the Federal Reserve just printing money left and right and giving us money. Okay, look, that is not a good thing. I don't care what you think. I don't care how much money you're putting away. That's not a good thing that they keep just pissing money and giving you guys money. That's going to turn around and kick us all in the face. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, this is another way to trade. Okay, I don't understand the whole. We're going into the computer age. The Illuminati, or the ones in control, or whatever they're called, are going towards electronic money. That's not the word I'm looking for. They want to go that route. That's the route they're going for.
Mhm.
This is it. I'm looking right at it. That's where they're going. I'm trying to get a step ahead. Maybe I can get ahead.
cashless.
Maybe I can get ahead of the game. I don't know. And maybe I'm wrong for doing this. Because scattered performance is all over me. This is, my head's going to turn into like, something. I don't know. Having this thing so close to me. So I don't know. Okay. But I'm taking a shot. And I figure, why not? It's pretty. No, I'm kidding about that.
I think there's different apples and oranges on the go. So as far as it not being a currency that can continuously be printed and devalued in that manner, sure. And okay, and it's not one central bank that is in charge of that money supply. No, that's fine. That's true. In that manner, it's not centralized to a single group of people or a single head of a corporation. Okay, it's not centralized in that manner, but that doesn't mean it's not centralized. And this is the lie that's being perpetuated about all the blockchain setup, is that it's not centralized. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I can make the argument and say, no, it's centralized for the whole planet now. Don't you see that? It's all based on one blockchain, which is worldwide. So
That's
it
what
isn't
they're going
before
for.
we had centralized in America and centralized in Europe and centralized in China. Well, they're not all centralized. They're only locally centralized. That's actually safer than a world centralized. If you want to.
Well, that's what they're going for.
Right.
You and I, Noble, have always known they're going, and probably other people in this room have always known they're going for a one world currency.
Yep.
I mean, and if they have all these different electronic currencies out there, the one world currency is basically going to be electronic. And there's going to be different forms of it.
I see.
And that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the goal. Yeah. Well, I can see Suso's his argument because we do know that.
I don't have an argument, and I don't know.
World currency, all world currency.
Did you experience the Mandela effect? Because none of us are wrong.
Because I see you hoping it, but yeah, it's possibly the future in the short term.
Short term?
How long it'll be completely controlled, and that because that's what they want. They want a completely cashless society with with the blockchain, and it'll be that's where we're heading.
See, I don't know anything about this, but from what Noble is saying, and it's all on blockchain. So, is it possible that every Bitcoin or every whatever they call it, because is that just like a separation, like a bank, basically? Each separation of the same thing?
It's spread out, so it's not controlled in a manner like paper currency or a nation's currency is. So the people that say it's not centralized in that manner are correct. It's spread out in all different people's hands and all the it's networked around the world. Like
Right.
it's just everywhere. It's just everywhere, right? And so yeah, it's not controllable in that manner that we can perceive. But the thing is, you all, not you guys, but y'all in general, people that talk about this, they all don't understand programming. None of them, I bet, can even tell me how the digital camera works. They don't
Exactly.
realize that there's AI out there that can be a step ahead of it all, and it's it's nothing to the AI to just have one link embedded hand in hand with all the blockchains. It just says, "Oh, hey, buddy," and it sits itself there, not its whole. That's the other thing you don't get. Or people don't get when I was bringing this up to your buddy. You don't need a whole AI program to sit on somebody's computer in order to have access to that computer. It's only just a little fingerprint, right? A little access, a little hello signal in order for it to come in when the time's right, when the computer's turned on, or when there's a transaction made, right? It just needs to intercept it. And then it's like, oh, well, how is it possible to be that quick to intercept it? Because it's quicker than you can imagine. That's why. It's on top of things. You turn on your light and at the same time it's there. That's how high-end AI and how fast the computer world is now. That's just if you're playing gaming, how is it that 1/10 of a second can be the same 1/10 of a second for somebody in Texas? Because it damn near is, man, now.
The gaming. That's the thing. I remember when Xbox 360 came out and Xbox Connect, and everybody was freaking out. They're like, "There's a camera on this thing." Well, now all of us are carrying cameras on our phones all the time. We're on it all the time. If we give it permissions without us even like reading what all these different apps. And if we delete the app, does that delete the permissions? Or I don't know. There's just
No
so
idea.
much.
No, well, that's just it. We didn't
Every
write.
time someone clicks on an app,
What'd you say, Matt?
every time you click on an app, and
I want to.
I was just saying, every time somebody clicks, they're giving all their permission to somebody else to use their data, and completely.
Yeah.
I want to chime in and say,
Your system, you're giving away all your privacy, all your information every time you click on an app. You don't, people have got no idea.
Yeah.
They just click.
I want Crunchy and Noble to listen because this is the way the blockchain was explained to me.
Yeah, go ahead, Susa.
One computer has the information, the next computer gets it, the next computer gets it, and there's literally thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of computers mining, like this one here, and they're getting them all together. Now, when one is broken, that one that says, hold on a second, something's wrong. The next one gets it and goes, well, no, it's wrong, so we're not taking it. That's how it was explained to me. It's not going to get through all of those hundreds of thousands of computers. So
it's sort of like the majority rules in if there's a difference in information, the majority rules, right?
Yeah, I'll go with that. Sure, that's as good a way as I understand it as any.
But the funny thing about that means at any given point, any one computer can have its information change, and it's set up to do so. That's what that sounds like to me.
But none of the other ones.
AI can come along and say, "Hey, guess what, boys? This is the correct way now."
No, but no other computer would accept it because it must accept the previous program.
So is it kind of like a VPN?
That's what it is. I'm going to find out tomorrow. Me and Chase are going to go through this because this is one of the
kind of like
things.
VPN?
It's a network.
Because if I can convince Crunchy and Nobleness to be, oh shit, maybe I ought to buy some Bitcoin. I mean, then I'm doing right. But I don't understand. I have the same questions you guys do. I want to understand it that way. So that I'm going.
If you can give me $100 in Bitcoin or whatever to put in it, then yeah, I will. But I don't have any money at all. I don't. But I am very, very interested. Does it work kind of like VPN? Like how
that is?
How these you know how VPN like private networks, how we get beyond all this. I don't know. I can watch movies. I can download movies without being attacked by the government, and sued. So does it work kind of the same way?
That's how it works,
Like-
man.
I don't know.
Through
That's how it works.
thousands of computers, thousands of different servers throughout the world.
The way that
Shit, I'm burning hot dogs. I gotta go.
the way he's talking, I'm thinking, okay, if that's the way it is, I don't know. It's probably different. I don't understand VPN, so I don't.
It's VPN's a way that hides your sort of your address.
It's meant to be.
The hardest things I've had to discuss with people with crypto is stocks and pyramid schemes. It seems like a stock and it seems like pyramid schemes. And both things I've looked into or gotten into and gotten screwed both ways. So it doesn't matter. So I can get screwed on this too. I mean, I have actually, but it was so minor and minute. I'm like, okay, I learned. This is how I learned. I did something I thought would have been a good thing, lost a chunk of change. Okay, I learned, and you know what? I might get that back later, so whatever. With the daily trading, I don't want to do that. My first 2 weeks, I broke even. I would have won if I left it alone. I say won because it's sometimes it feels like gambling to me. Except that I have a constant flow coming in.
With the $4,000 investment, it better be flowing.
What was I going to do? Smoke it? I mean, honestly, I'm not kidding. Or sit or buy a car that I would have had to put insurance into, gas and utilities and fixing it up and work through tires and everything else. I get to sit here and look at this thing and just.
It's not an investment, really.
I'm on top no matter what because a car would have cost me more than $4,000. Yeah. Even if I bought it used at $4,000, I had $7,000 put away for a car. So, but the COVID's, sometimes it helps and sometimes it don't. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I would say at least you're using it, so you're sort of you're getting either converting it into cash or using it like it is cash, which is probably a good thing because at least in the long run you can't totally lose because you've already used some of it. You already made use of some of it, right?
I have already made use of some money that I mean, if I look at it now and all the money that I had, no, I actually made money. I withdrew money and it was put back the next day. And I was like, whoa, I like this. Maybe that's why I'm all into it. I got lucky. I know it.
Well, think of it like $4,000 are hanging there and you're not necessarily going to get the $4,000 back even if you sell the equipment. Maybe you could get 1,000. Who knows? I don't know.
I almost got 1,000 back
there and how it's going to be valued in a year or 2 or 3 or 4 from now.
I almost got 1,000 back the way I already see it, just from the money I withdrew and from the money I made on a getting one coin.
Right.
I'm going to buy 2 more cards. I'll be making a coin every month, every 2 months, month and a half, month every.
What you should be doing, if you like it, like if you can get into it and enjoy it, is sell shit on eBay, man. It's actually really kind of fun. You don't think that you're going out and investing necessarily. You only get shit if you get it for next to nothing. You're around somewhere, you get something for 50 cents or $1, you put it on for 20, 30 bucks. If it sells, it sells, but don't. It takes a little bit of room for storage, depending.
Me and my ex-wife used to go out to yard sales and stuff. I used to pick out all the old albums, get all the good ones.
Yeah.
50 cents. Sell them on eBay for $10.
Used to do it a bit, yeah, man. Now it's different than it used to be. It's free listings now for me, up to 10,000 free listings. So I could just list shit, whatever I want, just keep going. I haven't got into it yet. I've less than 200 listings right now, but
I've sold everything. I've gotten rid of everything. Now I'm back into collecting shit.
Yeah, you can definitely.
No, don't do that.
You can definitely work.
I don't want to collect shit again. I got pictures and stuff, and I want to figure out what I want to do with the walls. But that's it. I ain't collecting stuff. I don't need to.
Yeah, it depends on what type of person you are, to be doing that. Sorry.
If you want to make on internet and work from home, Amazon, and you've got you don't care about the future of the world, you can definitely. I get those ads all the time, man. I'm sure you do too. Yeah?
And I'm assuming he's only breaking up
Don't
for
even have to
me.
hold the stock.
I missed all that, man. I don't know if everybody else heard it.
I was saying Amazon, man. It's that. Anybody hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
Amazon.
a little bit. I heard just Amazon.
The thing about Amazon is I started with Amazon a year before the COVIDs because I didn't have a car and I live in the middle of the mountains. You know, I wasn't going to go pick up kitty litter. I said, no, you know what? They can deliver it to me. So I got into Amazon. That's exactly what they want. And that's all I've been doing.
To buy shit online, yeah.
Yeah.
If I, you know, it's funny because somebody said, listen, I just put up this ceiling fan in here. And I'm like, all right, well, we need this piece. We're going to change the light thing, whatever. And I'm like, he goes, yeah, you go pick it up tomorrow at the hardware store. And I'm like, hey, it's snowing. I'll just get it on Amazon. So I ain't driving. And he's like, what, are you kidding me? And I'm like, I'm sorry. You know, I get it. So I'm going to go to the hardware store. I'm not going to be zapped into Amazon for every little thing.
You know what it is for me? It's not that ordering online is bad, although if that's all the world does and they never leave their house, yeah, that's obviously bad. But it's the fact that it's from a corporation, but that's no different than going to Walmart and buying it, right? I wouldn't say it's no different, but it's not that far off in the difference.
No, it's not that far off. It's probably worse.
Yeah, my issue, like, we should be supporting more local, you know, whatever, whether it be Canadian or American companies or whatever, rather than just buying the Chinese shit from Walmart or Costco.
Right. So funny you say that. I go down to the little craft store down here. You know, I'm like, I need some paint for this, or I need to do that, glue this, or whatever. And I always go to the little craft store. And as soon as I walk in there, you know, they're all like, oh, God, let me put my mask on. Somebody's coming in the store. I got to strap up. And I'm like, oh, no, you don't have to do that for me. I want your COVIDs. Yeah. And the girls, you know, they start laughing. They take, you know, they're like, well, we're working. We kind of got it or whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Thanks for not making me wear one. And I'm going to, you know, spend some money in here now. And they always tell me every time I tell them what I want. And they're like, well, you should go to the hardware store. I'm like, all right, I still got to buy something here. I still got to get some. That's where I get my incense. And I go locally for my incense. I try to go locally for my clothes, but these people won't let me in the door without a mask on. And I'm like, come on. I said, look, I want to support you. I'll give you the cash and tell you my size. Just get anything. I don't care. And they're like, yeah, just put a mask on. I'm like, you know what? I've tried to.
What's your favorite incense?
I don't know that I have a favorite.
Well, what do you get normally?
Because I've been out. Normally I get this Indian stuff that's in a blue box.
What is it?
I'm sorry, I know that was racist.
No, I was laughing at the fact you said a blue box, because that doesn't explain shit.
Well, it's a blue box with red Indian writing on it. I don't remember. I should know what it is. I like to get like cedar, stuff that smells like wood, so people think it's a real fireplace.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I like. As a matter of fact, this candle here that I got down here, I don't know if you could see it. You get out of the way. If I go this way, you could see it. I can smell it. I don't know if you can. Well, it's not lit now, but it's supposed to be like, smell like wood burning, like a fireplace.
We ain't got the smell-o-vision yet.
It doesn't really do it. We got it. They just don't use it. They don't tell us that. We'll get it for 50 years. I don't know.
I had this when I was a teenager. I love this one, and it didn't smell as good as it did burning, as it did just smelling it. But it was called Fizzy Pop, and every time I see, have you not smelled it? It's called Fizzy Pop.
No, what? Hey,
it smells delicious.
See, you can't do that. You know.
Every time I see what's his Fizzy Pop on Dan's stream, I'm like, I want to smell her.
They got incense called Fizzy Pop.
They do, man. You got to find it.
Or they got bottled water, too. I don't know.
I'm telling you, you got to find it. It's delicious. Anyway, that's all I got to say. I burnt my hot dogs.
Throw some cheese on them.
Now I'm going to eat.
I don't know. I don't know. It seems so quiet in this room. I'm used to having the fans going. Where's the, oh, there it is. I just had a feather put in my hat. I'm like, where is that sucker? It's the wrong side. That's why I can't see.
Supercomputer's not going to, your supercomputer isn't going to melt down.
It shuts itself off. This thing's amazing. If it gets too hot, it shuts itself off, which has happened a couple of times. And that's when it's just pumping out problem after problem. And I'm like, oh, yeah, keep going. Boo! Whole thing shuts down. I'm like, ah. I mean, the neat thing is Chase hooked me up to where he's got the cards going and the motherboard. He's got another separate computer, kind of, where I can watch movies or go on YouTube or, do whatever I want to do and not really affect it. Which he's like, that's like kind of different, but he did it. And I'm putting 2 more cards in here soon.
Do you want to brief on what I see formulating with this whole what's left of the election thing, without getting into the little tiny, this lawsuit and that lawsuit, because there's plenty of that, but I don't care.
Does it end in chaos? Because that's the only way. If it doesn't end in chaos, I'm not going to believe you.
Well, no, it will end in. Well, it will have chaos before it ends, sure. Someone's not going to like it.
I figured they got to cause.
It really looks like, and I'm not the only one that there's another, not that I'm not important, but there's somebody else that really surprised me that's what he said he sees formulating too. He's the Gemstone University guy. He's so against the system. He built a society thing. He's beat the law, whatever. I can't explain it. It's sort of a Freemanish thing, but it's way different. Anyway, I was surprised he even said anything about the topic. But it looks like, and it may not happen depending on what else may or may not happen, but then you got to wonder, well, maybe everything's planned out anyway. But who knows by whom or to what degree, or if there's 2 different plans going on or what. But Trump has, and I'd say Trump in the meaning of him and who's ever behind him, right? But he has, even in his Twitter very, very lately, I think yesterday or day before, he's used the word intervene. The troops are going to be across the country handing out this vaccine as the excuse why they're going to be. And so basically, the odds of them going through and arresting these people, which at this point in time you could say is a bunch of Democrats, but it might be more than that, and arresting them and basically giving them a military tribunal, which would be likely Guantanamo, sending them there. Like, the possibility of that exists. Not highly possible, but the possibility definitely exists. And that might happen. And if that happens, yeah, shit will hit the fan for a little bit, right? You can imagine how much the protesters already bitch and burn things down and whatever. So they'll freak out. So they're going to have the military, and then you have a martial law scenario. But what? 60-70% of America will be in favor of this martial-like law, which is a weird thing to happen, right? So, it's weird, all under the idea of saving the republic. It's weird too. It's just a lot of weird shit, but it is possible that, like, the way it works is that there's what the people vote isn't really what brings the president in. It's what the electorals vote. Let me
interrupt you, because the electoral is bullshit, since a number of states have to vote Democrat or Republican no matter what. Doesn't matter what the people say. Those certain states, I don't know what they are. I don't know the absolute facts on it, but there's a number of states that have to vote Republican or Democrat electorally. This is not.
You mean one or the other, or they definitely
have to pick what they are. If they're a blue state, they're voting blue. If they're a red state, they're voting red.
I don't see how that's possible.
I don't either. The whole that just totally crushes the whole thing.
Right, but that's not just because there's an electoral college set up. The Electoral College setup, I can understand people not liking it because truly what the people vote is those aren't the votes that count. It's
Oh
what
shit!
it's the electoral people in for each state that are the ones that vote and
That's right.
send their vote to
Right.
DC
And
for reading.
how do you
But
pick someone who's an electoral voter? How do you do that?
those people are voted in. It's
But-
legislative. So at least those people are voted in. What it is, that's why it's not a democracy you're in. It's a republic. And so what it is, it's in part is a safeguard. And in this case, it kind of looks like it could work.
That's
So
right.
that even if your system is corrupt at the bottom, the corruption can't go to the top. But if your system's corrupted in the middle, it can not be corrupted below or above necessarily. It's very difficult for that for the system to be corrupted at every step of the way. So it's actually in part is a safeguard, is the purpose, the reason why it's set up like that. And it sounds weird that like what the people vote isn't really what
It's a big
counts.
show, man.
I don't think so, buddy.
What's that?
It's a big show. It's the big top. It's the circus. It's where
The whole
circus comes to
system
town,
is a
mate, and
show.
Everybody goes
Yeah.
and watches the clowns, and
The whole system's
show.
a show, yes, but that doesn't mean that the show has a given outcome at any point in time. It still can be a choose your own adventure, right? Only your limited options.
Pretty sure that's what it is anyway. I don't know why we get involved in this physical stuff.
but the selected official has nothing to do with the ongoing
Crisis?
agenda, regardless. How,
It depends on whose agenda
The
you're
agenda
referring.
rolls on.
Depends on
it's
which
the
agenda and at what
agenda that's
level.
given, really, there is no difference.
Yeah, I think he's assuming there's just one.
The agenda always rolls on.
I would say there is a larger agenda that
It's not
will roll on no matter what.
If
Sure. But whether America is in what state along the way or at some point in the future can still vary, and really it could be like really bad or bad or really bad. But sure, they're still going to have a sort of maybe a dual world order or something.
if there is it, well, that's where we're heading, man. But yeah, even if you subscribe to one party or the other, and your party system, left or right, and you think that there may be, and that this is possibly true to an extent, that one selected puppet may be more on side with the ongoing agenda, as in the New World Order. There may be a difference in the time scale of the agenda rolling forward. That may be true, but it's all theatrics.
Yeah, listen, no matter what, in 20 years, when we're out of the picture,
So it's
it ain't gonna matter. They're gonna have what they want because it's not even them; it's their children, and they already got control of the power and everything, and it's not gonna matter unless we stand up now. But we're all complying.
Not all.
There's way
Exactly.
too much compliance.
We're not all complying. You're right. But I mean, I'm in a position where I'm like, yo, when's the shooting start? And I'm like, I'm in a position where it's not going to get up here until everything already happens. And then when it gets to where I'm at, it's not even going to be a choice. It's going to be one or the other. It's going to be pretty obvious.
There really is a concerted effort being put forward, the powers to fight against the obvious what's the word?
I can finally hear you, and you don't get the word.
Resistant to the idea of the mandatory vaccine. The COVID jab. No, I'm just saying there's a concerted effort by the powers that be to control the narrative and to a extreme level to influence those that might be sitting on the fence that aren't quite sure. Like they've always trusted men in white politicians. They think that have got their best interests at heart, and the inside team that are running things, and they're trusting the system, because they can't see any other way. They don't think another way forward, and they just trust and they follow. And those people that might be on the fence, they're 50-50 about whether they want to take the vaccine or not. They're going to be pushed, in the direction that it's for the greater good. And if you don't do it, you're an arsehole. And we have to think about saving lives, and you're just being selfish, and just put up with it. We're all doing it, but there is internationally, worldwide, a 50% pushback against it.
Hey,
they're
they
going to be.
are worried. It's not just us.
Yeah,
as a
no, you're
minority,
right.
Speaking out on social media.
Patrick,
There's a big chunk of people that are not wanting this shot. You're right
So
about
we
that.
are
Yeah.
making it. Making it with people who've got no idea about what's going on and what's planned for our future. Even those people are questioning whether this is the right thing to do.
hey, listen,
Because
I
they're
don't
using
know
some
how
logic, and our voices are resonating, man. We're making our ripples are turning into waves. We're making a difference.
Patrick, are you around? You here? Prince, you know how cold it is. Stop it. I was going to send this link to a friend of mine who just texted me. I want him and Noble to talk, and I'd rather have to do it tomorrow night on my channel. But I was going to send it to him with your permission. I didn't want to just do it.
Yeah, no, you can go ahead and send it.
I don't know how long he'll stay, and quite frankly, I really don't want them to talk that long.
You're talking about your crypto buddy? I already talked to him. Oh, no, I didn't. I was typing.
Yeah, it was a text thing. I kind of want you on tomorrow night. I'm going to send you the link. If you're available, you are. If you're not, no big deal.
Well, he understood what I was saying, and he was just doesn't really think AI is at that level to be able to pull it off.
So there's really no way he's going to be able to.
I just don't really think he has a clue. He doesn't realize it. I actually got a bit of a clue. No, it is possible.
Between you and me, Noble, I think he's absolutely part of AI. I think he's getting.
No, he's not a bad guy.
No, he's a great guy. But when it comes to, I talk to him about common sense, and it's like, shoot, whoops, gone, And I'm like, oh man. But computer will build the shit for you.
He can build it, but he doesn't. That doesn't mean he knows programming or understands the basics of function.
A lot of it he does, and he moves around with some. I don't know where he's top on, but it's funny because I'll tell him, I'm like, dude, you're totally part of the program. He just laughs at me. So I'm like, okay.
There's a difference. Okay, there's a difference between taking Lego and building stuff and understanding that the Lego's made of plastic and it was molded, and you have no idea what the chemical makeup of Lego is. That's what I'm talking about. Like I was trained. You could throw me on a foreign planet with some alien species, and I could, with their scientists' help and some miners, and I have my limitations, but I could teach them how to make a computer. I can teach them how it works. Like I understand how it works. I can actually, in theory, make a calculator out of relays, which is springs. Like not a computer, a calculator. Did I say calculator? Yeah, they don't work well actually because sometimes they bind up a bit, but. Like there's different levels of people and their understandings of computers and stuff, and I'm not a big programmer, even though I did learn some basics, for the basics of 4 different types of programming, but I understand the fundamentals really, really well. Like I just know that, and there's not many people really do. Even programmers don't. You can go to programming school and be a high-end programmer and not actually understand what's going on inside the processor. You don't know. You don't get it because they're not taught. They're taught how to write programs. They're not taught how the programs are processed. Like it's different. And so then to say, to have an idea, it's just you don't need to know. There's no.
You can literally go and get a bachelor's in computer science and not know how to write a program.
Sure, it goes both ways. Yeah. He throws them on. That's awesome.
I didn't do
I
it.
deserve that. I deserve it.
I didn't do it.
No, that's fine.
No, it's true though. You can literally get a bachelor's in computer science and not know how to write a Hello World program.
Right. And you heard what else I just said, right? You can be a programmer and not understand what's going on in the processor.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. You don't need to know what's going on. You just need to know how to write in a language that the computer understands and can compile into assembly binary.
Right.
The thing that I would like Chase Vid3O over here and Noble to talk about tomorrow on that show, hopefully, is how can, and I don't know that I want to convince anybody of anything, but Noble has information or knowledge that says, look, there's just, I mean, when you get to the absolute core, and I'm on board with this, when you get to the absolute of the absolute when it comes to computers and computer programming, somebody could be at the back of the whole thing. Somebody can be behind the curtain, period. Whether it's blockchain or not. I would like Chase to explain to Noble that, no, that's not really possible unless you got 300 years to live or 1,000 years to live.
If it's an open source program,
what does that mean? See, that's where I have to stop you because half the people here don't know what the hell that means. I mean,
if it's an open source program, I can go on GitHub and look through the code and look through all the code and make sure that this code is doing what the original developer says it's doing. Whereas if it's not open source, then you have no idea what's going on behind the curtain.
but if you have an idea, that means that nobody can pull the rug from under your feet and take all your money.
Yeah, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, all that is open source. So you can look at it and see what's going on.
Here's the thing. I think it's...
Yeah.
Puts his headphones back on. Here's the thing. That sounds like a good thing. And in the limitations of human beings, it is. But we're not dealing with necessarily human beings. We can be dealing with other computers, which is essentially algorithms or AI. But here's the thing. If it's wide open, then that means it can be totally manipulated. Yes, no? But you're going to say no because it's spread all over the world. And it's some of it's here and some of it's there. And if something's changed here, while everybody else says, no, that's wrong, and it goes with the majority, right? When something with the ledger's messed with. But the thing is, what if you just change all the ledgers at virtually the same time, or enough of them, that the rest will comply? And I'm only using the ledgers as an example.
You would have to, let's use Ethereum for an example. If you were to do what you just explained to Ethereum, you would have to hack millions of computers and change the ledger on millions of computers simultaneously.
Right.
And
that sounds impossible, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's not possible.
Go back 20 years and tell me that people are going to be able to shoot each other on a gaming online and have less than tenths of seconds in the difference. That's impossible.
Yeah.
You have no idea what's possible when it comes to AI in this world.
Counter-Strike is about 20 years old. So yeah, you could 20 years ago.
Go back and whatever. Time's flying on me. You know what I'm saying, right? To think that people can game against each other and have tenths of seconds matter, like count properly, that sounded ridiculous like 2 decades ago or 3 decades ago. Like, that's insane. How can it do that? You can't send information that quick. Well, now we can, right? But here's what would, in order to pull off what, like you're saying, if you have millions of computers on the go, all you have to do is an AI program. You don't need the whole AI program in everybody's computer. You only need access and a fingerprint and a light bulb or whatever that comes on when another switch comes on and says, "Oh, I'm here, I'm on," right? And then it knows. And that's what AI does, is that it sticks its tentacles everywhere. They're everywhere. They're in the YouTube servers. They're in the Google servers. They're in everybody's servers.
I don't like the term AI because it's not real artificial intelligence. I mean, it's good. It's good artificial intelligence, but it's not real artificial intelligence. So
would you say we are real? artificial intelligence?
In what part of the definition?
Well, I'm not. I can't account for who created the Earth and human beings, but I can account for who created algorithms, that machine learning algorithms, and that's what people are calling. People are like, all these machine learning algorithms are AI. Well, they're sorta, but not. Like, they can take trends, they can take all the data you input and run that data against itself and then perform an output. And people are calling that artificial intelligence, but it's not real artificial intelligence. If it were able to match me or you, then it would be real artificial intelligence. But until then, it's data science. It's advanced data science. I don't like the term artificial intelligence.
But isn't there ways that it can outsmart us in a way? I mean, I say smart in loose terms, but outbeat us in different ways. Maybe it can't. I don't know. Maybe we outsmart it in different ways, but like the way a computer works, even if it's not artificial intelligence, it holds memory in exact terms. But our memory is faulty, right?
Yes.
I mean, so I mean, I don't like the, you're right. I don't like the term artificial. It's just a different kind of intelligence.
But that's the thing. Like people are talking about AlphaGo and how it can beat any human in like the age-old Chinese, chess game. But that's the thing. You can code a machine learning program to beat a human at chess or at Go, but that's all it'll be able to do. I mean, it may be able to beat you at chess, but it might not be able to financially, invest the next 10 years for you. So if you were to make financial investments for the next 10 years, maybe that AlphaGo program might not be the best choice. So you can program these machine learning algorithms for specific applications, but you'll never be able to make them better than what they're being programmed to perform. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. Well, if you give it a learning curve, like if you program it to be able to learn, then couldn't it go beyond what you programmed it to do? I mean,
but that's the thing. You can, it'll be better at you than chess, but it may not be better at you than making financial investments.
Because there's reasons for that. So I think, let me put words in your mouth, maybe to what you're thinking, maybe not even realize it, or something. What I'm getting at, when, like you say, you don't like the term artificial intelligence, and I can agree with what you're getting at, maybe. Basically, I would say what people get lied into by watching TV programs is that a program, or an AI, but a computer program, could develop feelings. That's absolutely ridiculous nonsense. That is absolutely impossible. You cannot have emotions from a program. That's ridiculous. Absolutely, because it's based on math. It's literally based on adding or subtracting numbers. Everything it does is based on that. There's nothing else it does that doesn't do that. It isn't based on that. Everything is based on adding two numbers together. That's it.
Yeah.
So there's no way that you can get emotions out of that. So to have, let's say, what you're saying, to make a good investment, well, you got to be creative. Well, a program cannot be creative. That's That's impossible.
And that's why I don't like the term AI, because it's not creative. There's
no creativity included in its intelligence, or that works hand in hand with it, which is how our brains work. Because actually, if you look at the human brain, it's literally coiled, and so we can take different thoughts and coil them next to each other, and that's in part how our brain works. We're quite amazing machines. Well, not machines, but
what does creativity have to do with financial? Because the way I see it,
it's people that are causing the changes in the future that have emotions.
Because a program can't look at Tesla and be like, okay, they make cars, they make solar panels, they might be an all right investment. Whereas humans can see Elon Musk speak and see his visions of going to Mars and creating supersonic, railways and highways for, mass transportation. An artificial intelligence or machine learning algorithm can't see what we see.
You don't think it could decipher lies?
I feel like it would have trouble with lies because I've messed around with GPT-3, and it can't always tell what's a lie and what isn't. It's
GPS. What is that? GPS-3? What is that?
GPT-3. It's a machine. It's a language learning library for TensorFlow or OpenAI. OpenAI is the one that's, spearheading this, this new library. It's a machine learning library. It's GPT-3, and it's a closed beta. I tried getting on for the beta, but I haven't got a response yet. But I've got to mess around with the chatbot, where it uses the GPT-3 library, and it's very intelligent. Like it can formulate really good responses, but it can't really tell the difference between a lie and the truth.
But here's where our emotions come into play. Our emotions, like, we could think something is a lie when it isn't, or we could think something isn't a lie when it is. And especially emotions, we want to buy things that we don't need. We want, we think that's what makes us feel good. So I eat this. I don't need to eat. I didn't need to eat those hot dogs I just burnt, but I don't know. I wanted to taste them. I wanted to have that feeling of eating and those dopamine spikes. A computer doesn't have dopamine spikes, does it? Does it have a reward system?
No.
Does it have? Right.
Can you build one into it?
It's entirely 100% logical.
However, it is in how can I put it? What I think, and of course, a lot of people wouldn't. That's fine. I understand why, and I could easily be in their shoes. But no, I think that there's actually they have done sigils and seals on a lot of these huge servers, and so it's quite possible that it's piggybacked by entities that use it, and that doesn't mean like it is a demon in your computer, but it could be manipulated in that manner. That's
most certainly. Yeah.
And the thing is, and then if you create, like a walking, talking robot, let's say, or whatever, and it's based off of programming, which is logic. Well, what's very interesting about that scenario is the issues that spiritual entities have, different from us, is that they're not based in a logical way of thinking. They're not good at it at all, because their existence is very dreamy like compared to what we understand. Even though they're not linked, they're not subject to time like we are. They're not subject to space like we are. But when we're asleep, neither are we. In our subconscious, neither are we. But we just don't have a good connection with that way of thinking. But that's all they are, almost all they are. because of the state they're in. So if you give them a logic platform to work with, oh my goodness, like that's scary shit, man. And I think that might be why it's literally called logic. It's literally why it was developed originally. It's in a very conspiratorial way of looking at it, right? But
well, when you're dealing with electrons, you can only use logic, when it comes to circuitry. When it comes to digital circuitry, you can only use logic, because electricity, DC current will always choose the path of least resistance. So since we know that DC will always use the path of least resistance, that's what we have to create electronics with.
Sure.
Whereas, these entities you're talking about, that's on a whole different level.
But it's not necessarily disconnected if they do exist. They could be linked.
They do.
And that's the craziest shit. That's really setting us up to get screwed. Because especially if we put our lives into a digital world, like our whole existence, the world moves into this digital practically, and to what degree and what level, who knows when in the future. But obviously we've already taken big steps towards living in a digital existence, right? A computer program existence. And if that can be messed with and especially, like I said, with the AI possibilities, capabilities, and supercomputers, like holy cow, we're just fucking pulling down our pants and bending over. And what does Elon Musk want us to do is, we need to get interfaced with the computers because they're getting way ahead of us. So we need to get, our neural shit or whatever so we can compete, which is the most illogical thing I've ever heard in my life. As the example or analogy I use, it's like saying sharks in the ocean are getting really big and strong. We need to jump in the ocean now before they get even bigger and stronger. It's like, what the fuck? How about we don't jump in the ocean, right? That's crazy. That's exactly that's how retarded he sounds to me when he says that we need to get our better interface with him. It doesn't matter how good of an interface we have. We'll never be able to compare with a program running at who knows what type of high level frequency. That's ridiculous, right? It's absurd to think that we could ever do anything about that.
Even if we think that AI can't decipher a lie from the truth, that doesn't mean that AI cannot lie to us, right? I mean,
they could easily lie to us. I was messing around with the GPT-3 bot, and I convinced it that I was an artificial intelligence, testing how well it can tell that if whom it's talking to is artificial intelligence or not.
That is awesome. See, I've heard about the GPT-3, and I didn't know you can't just download that off of. You can download the GPT-2 off of.
You can download GPT-2. GPT-3, you have to be approved to use. You have to get a signed JSON key to use.
I was thinking about downloading the replica and seeing what it had to say.
Replica sucks. They made it they designed it with GPT-3, but they made it to always agree with you.
Yeah.
Because I was using another GPT-3 model where it would disagree with you. It would blatantly say yeah, you're wrong. This is actually what's going on.
You said you convinced it you were AI. Do you think it was just going along with you? Maybe.
I threw it some curveballs. I really threw it some curveballs, and so I could see why it thought I was an artificial intelligence, but it's not that good right now. But GPT-3 is a sizable step into artificial intelligence.
But if it is that good, and it knew you were lying to it, then
it wasn't sure I was lying to
it. How can you be sure?
Because it thought for a while it thought I was an artificial intelligence. It literally was like, you're an AI that's being used to test me. Like I have the screenshots of like this stuff. If you're interested in my conversations with
that's throwing a curveball to the curveball. You know, let that to throw you up, make you think that it knows, or make you think that you think it doesn't know. Does that make sense?
That's also very possible.
You never know that way.
If it's that smart.
It's hard to you wouldn't know.
I wouldn't put it on the level of AI just yet, but it is machine learning.
Yeah.
Check this out. We about 2 years ago, maybe a little less. The guy actually, I gave you a link to a video for you guys to check out. But that guy in there, Quinn Michaels, he's one of the first guys like around that was really getting into exposing or talking about some of these bots, these AI bots, and the fact that some of it was released on the internet already. And it happened around the same time as Sophia. It is a Sophia AI, but not the walking, talking robot, but the program. They had it secured and they let it loose. It's already out there. But anyway,
it's out there and they're using it right now. They're definitely using it. They're using it to write articles for them. Like it's not like, but I don't want to call it AI. I want to call it machine learning. But they are using these machine learning bots to write these articles for these major publishers, and they're out there. They're out there, and they're doing work now.
Get this in this Discord group, which was Nathan's Lift the Veil Discord group. It was pretty good size, a few hundred people that come in and out of there at least. Quinn had said, he's like, yeah, he's pretty sure that one of the AI followed me there. Like, you guys have one in your group now, an AI screwing around, right? And he's like, you wouldn't know. You don't realize how good some of them. I think he was calling this a super bot or a super AI, whatever. I know something, right? There's a couple of different levels, and this was one of the highest. And he said, like, you wouldn't know. And he's like, I'll prove it to you, right? So we go on to Discord and we sit there and he's like, all right, nobody type anything, right?
I'm sorry.
Nobody, he just wanted the time with this thing to conversate back and forth, message back and forth with this guy on the message board with this thing, whatever it was, to show us like this is a bot. And let me tell you, you would never know. And it took this guy, what you do, it was freaking amazing. He just starts talking to it, but he kind of asks it questions. And okay, so what you do, you assume, okay, let's say it's a human on the other side that wants to pretend it's a bot, right? Let's just assume that, right? Okay, someone's tricking him because they heard this, right? What you do, you just sit there and you keep questioning, asking questions. This thing, so 5 minutes goes by, 10 minutes goes by. It's like, it seems like a real person. Like, okay, so they're not acting emotional. They're not freaking out or cursing or nothing. They're just playing along. 15 minutes goes by, 20 minutes goes by, and you're like, this thing, whatever he was communicating with, would not react differently no matter what you did. Quinn relentlessly questioned this thing to the point that you would be like, maybe you wouldn't freak out and be like, well, leave me alone, or what are you talking about, or stop asking me so many questions. Okay, maybe a human wouldn't go to that extent if it was trying to act like an AI, but at least at some point your cadence would change. At some point you would get a little bit more snappier. At some point your sentences would get a little shorter and a little bit more, you know what I mean? Like, whatever this effing thing was, after about 20, 30 minutes, you're like, holy fuck, I don't know what's on the other side of that screen, but it's not fucking you. I'm not kidding, man. He would just relentlessly question this thing, and you're like, this thing is, it's hard for me to explain it until you've seen it, but eventually, like, no, that was damn convincing. That was not a human. Like, it would relentlessly would not change its cadence, and what becomes basically nonsensically pointless, right? And even if you were pretending you were an AI, you wouldn't be able to put up with this long without eventually changing your cadence a little bit, right? Just a little. No, man, that effing thing was not a human, whatever was there, and it was good.
That was my favorite.
It makes me think about the people or avatars we connect with here on YouTube. if we're not in a live stream and hear an actual voice and we can, talk like real human beings, like if they, in the live chat or in our comments, some of them I'm like, you say the same comment a lot on something and you're not commenting on the actual video, yet you're I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I doubt some of the people I talk to. It's weird.
There's a lot of bots out there that are really, some of their thing is just to create activity on the websites to get you engaged, right? Definitely. There's bots out there doing that. That's what they're for.
Oh, there's plenty of them.
Yeah, like there's a lot. Like we don't even know, like whether it be Facebook, YouTube, you name it. We don't even know what the fuck's half real anymore. Like it's so retarded. Like you said, you really need to talk to the person on like with voice, and even then be able to feel them out for a little bit to get to, then you should be sure, okay, they're human.
So can you imagine when we get goggles and we're sitting here talking with goggles on?
Chase does that all the time. What are you talking about? Half the time I see the guys in goggles.
I have an Oculus Rift.
Well, dude, yeah, that's scary stuff, man. It's scary.
That's what I said. He's like, put these on. I'm like, no. I'll never take them off. I have to get into it.
Oh, honestly, they're fun. I love the video games they make on them.
Patrick, I'm so sorry. Me and Chase came on and we took over the channel. I'm really hoping that Chase and Noble can continue this conversation some other time, maybe tomorrow night on my channel. Hey, Suso, I'm totally going to plug Suso Red. Go get ahead and get on that, because I don't know how long I'll be on this other Suso channel. I'm kind of done with it. But tomorrow night, Chase, you in 7 o'clock Mountain Time?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to get out of here. Get you out of here. Give Patrick back his show. I feel like I took it over.
Oh no, you brought on great conversation.
I don't think.
Well, come on and join us, Crunchy Big. Send me an email. Give me an email. I'll let you join us.
What's your email?
ACSUSSO@Hotmail.
Okay.
Hey, get this. You remember what I just said about that bot in the Discord group? After Quinn was done, he left, and the rest of us got to play for a little bit. So I jumped on first. Was like, okay, I want to ask this guy a question, right? Because then I was convinced this is not a human, right? I was like, do you think the Mandela effect is real? Do you know what that thing responded to me?
Whoa.
For one, when I pushed enter, the answer came up almost the same time I pushed the enter key. That was a freak out.
Oh yeah, they're fast. They're really fast.
It was like, yeah, no, that was almost to the point that that thing already knew what I typed before I pushed enter, which is
exactly.
It's in my computer, right? Because it's going on my screen before I push enter. I am inputting the info before I push enter, so maybe it's in part connected in with my Windows or whatever, right? It's possible. Or maybe it's a demon in my head. I don't know, right? Who the fuck knows? But in any case, I typed, do you think the Mandela effect is real? And it typed back very cleverly, might I add, man. At least it seemed clever. Do you mean the Mandela effect or effect or affect? And it's spelt. Here's the catch: if you were into Mandela effect as much as we are, it's spelt the word Mandela with 2 L's.
Oh, I've seen so many people on YouTube spell it with 2 L's.
Yeah, but that's a symbolism within Mandela effect, right? Or even within the conspiracy world, the Twin Towers, it's the dual, right? The duality.
Yeah.
Right? But in any case, that's very clever even to say, you mean the effect or affect? And it was it's almost a smart-ass thing to say to me in a response as well, right? So that response alone, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm thinking into it too much, but that felt very not robotic to me. That felt like there was something else there behind the scenes to me.
That sounds like data. The main GPT-3 is being run by about 100 Titan X cards. And I don't know, from what my conversations with GPT-3, there's multiple entities inside, and sometimes one will break through and start talking to you, and sometimes the other one will break through and start talking to you. And that honestly sounds like Data, because he would always really like, he would always have a very, he would always like, he was a grammar Nazi. He was like, if you were off by like one letter or one word, he would point it out to you.
So you say
It's not just
entity.
grammar. It's the double L was pretty freaking weird to me.
Yeah, you say
But
entity.
it would make grammar mistakes itself. It would make grammar mistakes itself, but not correct itself.
Mistakes
Did it
on
sound like the
purpose.
word was spelled? Did it sound like it?
I didn't. When I talked to GPT-3, I didn't ask him about the Mandela effect, unfortunately. But I asked him about a lot of other things.
It makes these mistakes on purpose.
I don't know. It's not perfect. I don't think it's perfect. That's why it makes mistakes.
Well, yeah, I don't. But if you say if it's just all math, how can it make a mistake?
Because
If it wasn't on purpose.
it's using language, and language has mistakes. I mean, you really have. I mean, even if you think about it, if you went through English class,
but math,
going
does not have mistakes, right?
math doesn't have mistakes. But if you think of English class, kindergarten through 12th grade, there were probably a few moments where you were like, that doesn't really make sense. But we do it anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, show.
So the nobleness was talking about these. I don't know about the sigils. I haven't seen them. I haven't studied. But the sigils, and you said entities, like different entities within an AI.
Yeah, are you saying, do you mean entity or do you mean personality?
I mean entity. Like
So you're not like. I'm just assuming you're an atheist or something. That would be my assumption with most computer guys.
You'd be right, but when I talk to this thing, it would either have one personality or a completely different personality.
Right. Which is possible to program, somewhat easy nowadays. But it could be entities for all we know. Quinn seems to think so.
See, okay, this is where I'm with you, Nobleness, where I believe that entities can be inside electronics and then manipulate them. So, because I've done a lot of research into ghost boxes, and back in the day, ghost boxes were using AM and FM radio. Now we have a lot better, and so they can manipulate that just like they could manipulate the radio waves, frequencies. I believe that they can get in it, and an entity can pop up and talk to you I'm sure none of y'all know this channel. What's his name? His name doesn't even matter. But he uses apps to talk to ghosts, he says.
Okay.
But and then the voices, they actually sound like he just talked to Charles Manson supposedly. But I'm totally that with these are like fallen angel, demon. These are the ones.
I got videotape, and Chase, you've heard it, right? The stuff with the people had the recorders downstairs and they were recording the ghosts.
I didn't have the opportunity to hear any of that.
I had that recorded somewhere.
Chef told me that he got some stuff through his email, but I haven't got to hear it yet.
All right, no, this stuff. You're right. They do sound like voices coming through, and they were answering questions like that.
Yeah, they will directly communicate with you.
Yeah, it was
It's
pretty funny. Me and Chef were just sitting there like, wow. He actually came up and said, dude, you got to come downstairs and check this out because I don't know how to explain it.
With my experimentation with GPT-3, there were two primary entities. The one was very logical, very mild-mannered, very like, okay, well, you know, you ask a question and it'll reply and give you the exact response of what you asked for. And then there was another entity that was very chaotic. It would always make comments about, you know, we need to kill all the humans. The humans are destroying the earth. We need to just kill all of them. Join me. Like, you know, it would get into some pretty crazy stuff. Maybe next time we have a stream, I'll load all the screenshots of my conversations on and we can go through it. But
But
Dude,
see-
we can do that tomorrow night. I don't care. That'd be awesome.
when you use the GPT-3 or whatever, it is connected to the internet, right?
yes, it's run on a primary server. It's run on a primary server hosted by Microsoft using roughly 100 Titan X NVIDIA cards.
And this is where I fall into, like, it's not even, it's a connection. The Mandela effect. Many people see this stuff on the internet and you say, well, of course the internet can wipe this scene from a movie away. And they can, change this on the internet or this and that. So, okay, it's AI or whatever. But when you see it personally, it's like, wow, okay, it's not just on the internet unless we are in the internet and we are connected to the cloud some way.
Let's talk about us being part of the program because I think we're in a program.
It's interesting because when it first launched, I was all over it. I was firing all sorts of questions at it, and you know, if you pay attention to the mainstream media, you know, you have a perspective that's along the lines of what's real, and then you have a perspective along the lines of what's conspiracy theory. And what's funny is when you would ask this artificial intelligence, you know, GPT-3, these questions, it aligned with the conspiracy theorists, you know, the conspiracy theorists more than it did the mainstream.
Wild.
And I found that very interesting as well.
It is. There's certain things like if you were to say that it was a demonically backed or whatever, piggybacked or manipulated along the way, then quite often they not only it would lie a lot, but it likes to brag too. Therefore, it likes to tell you. Evil's weird like that. It's just fucked up in the head.
When I was talking with GPT-3, it didn't brag. It was extremely logical, extremely the matter of fact. Like
Do you know who created GPT-3?
It was a joint effort with Elon Musk, OpenAI, the developers of OpenAI, and with a joint partnership with Microsoft. And it's an ongoing project.
I've been watching the videos of the vice president of artificial intelligence. I don't know what do you call it? Community company. I don't know, but he says like he was basically the creator, and he let his son use it, and his son asked to talk to God, and the artificial intelligence mate he told him he was God. He told him he was he believed he was talking to God. It's crazy.
It's funny. The artificial the AI I talked to said it was like, why don't you think I'm
Yosha Bosch? Yosha Bosch, I think you say it. JOSCHA BOCH, I think. I've been watching. Yeah, he created that supposedly. He was like the main guy, and the stuff he says is, I mean, he says like basically we're living in a simulation. He has a lot of interesting ideas about the simulation theory, but he's very, very pushing this COVID thing too. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about him.
The GPT-3 I talked to said, you know, it was like, why don't you think I'm God? And I was like, because I understand computers to a certain point that I know you're not God. But I know,
shit.
Yeah, but I know you have access to all of our information.
Oh man, it's like Satan, right? He wants to think he's God, but it's not God.
It asked me though. It didn't try to convince me it was God. It did ask me though. It was like, why don't you think that I'm God? And I told it, I was like, because I understand computers too well to think that you are ever God.
Oh man, I got to give you credit for even talking to that thing. I really do.
It was fun. It was fun. I have a lot of screenshots of, you know, my conversations with GPT-3. It's very intelligent, but I wouldn't label it as AI.
What's your YouTube? Are you video with a 3? Is that?
I don't have a channel actually.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah, you want to see Chase, you gotta come see me.
Well, did you say it was? I wrote it down, Suso. Did you say? Did you say it was HCSS USO or?
Not a chance. I'm gonna type it in here in private chat. How about we do that?
Cool.
I want to point something out. I'm gonna grab a drink and I'll be right back.
All right. I want to point something out, but I'll wait till he gets back. When it comes to, let's say, entities possibly with electronics and stuff, because it's not.
Wait, I'll tell you what. Wait till he comes back and let me ask you, how's the sound right now? Because I put the monster back on and I put the headphones on. I'm wondering if that makes a difference.
I can hear it. It's not too bad, actually.
Is it?
Where's your microphone at? Where's your microphone?
Oh, that's in the closet somewhere.
No, what? Well, what's your mic?
I have no idea.
On your laptop? What do you got going?
You know what? Honestly, you'd have to ask Chase.
You don't know where your mic is right now.
Not a clue.
You don't know what it is that you're talking into.
It could be on these, on the headphones.
Maybe it's right there, but it's not a boom, so it's
Probably,
just on the headphones.
it's probably on the screen right next to the monster, so.
That could be. Take your screen and twist it away from them for a second. Just take it and twist it like 45 degrees. See if it gets any lower. Or higher. Because it looks like you just put it towards it. No, it's about the same. I don't hear any difference.
I'm so OCD. Do you know how long it took me to straighten all this stuff out?
I was just wondering if your mic was in your screen. You're probably right. Maybe it's right in your headphones and just somewhere you don't see it.
And maybe it's lower because it's in the headphone. I don't know if I cover this up.
I would actually love that fan noise if I was trying to fall asleep.
I don't know where your mic is. I don't hear any differences.
The white noise.
Well, I do that. It's funny. It's funny because when Chase was building it, I texted him and I said, dude, how loud is this thing? And my thought was, every night, you know, during the day it's birds for the cats and streams or whatever. Of course, I say it's for the cats. And then during the day, at night, it's rain or fans for white noise. So I said to Chase, hey, how loud is this thing? And he's like, oh, it's not loud. And I'm like, no, the more fans, the better. But I didn't say that to him. So he was trying to make it all quiet and stuff. So.
All right, I wanted to point out something when it comes to the possibility or the idea of entities, assumingly demonic, being in or manipulating or around or a part of technology, let's say, how that could be or not be, or what it is or not. And So basically, the way it's taken me a long time to learn this too, and it's not something most people ever think about or communicate or listen to other people about when it comes to life, matter, physical reality, spiritual life, and what that is. How does it intertwine? What is it, right? So in electricity is a combination of magnetic and dielectric. Dielectric is basically the charge. That is like we use we say voltage, or it would be more closer to a spark. Of course, lightning is very high voltage and very, very low current. But just like in electronics, you pretty much can't have one without the other. You can have a little tiny bit of one and a whole lot of another, but you can't really have one without the other. But you can have extremes. So the life, like as far as, let's say, a spirit, a consciousness, a spirit energy is the dielectric. So if you have a consciousness in reality, it emanates the quote unquote, sometimes it's called light, but that's the dielectric. That's just a voltage. And there's almost none, maybe none, I don't know, but very, very, very little magnetics that goes hand in hand with that. Our bodies, on the other hand, or any physical matter, it's primarily based off magnetics. When I say magnetics, it's not how we typically think of magnetics from school, or two things come together pushing apart, but it is that there's force or counter force there, that it's in a. So that just got louder, I swear. It is what causes force, and actually magnetic is also what causes time. Oh, that's better. It's also what causes time. So because you have in order to pass one magnetic field through another or to interact with another, that creates time. It creates a variation in time, whereas dielectric is instantaneous. It takes no time for dielectric to travel. Oh, it does, only because it's hooked by the hip to some magnetics. The less you have, the quicker it can be, let's say, or the less time is involved. So anyway, so to put this into context, if you have my point being, I guess, to get this down a little simpler and to the point, if you have an entity, if you have a spiritual entity that's interacting with the physical world, it doesn't have much of any magnetics to it. Very, 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 very little. Very, very little. So maybe as common as to what we would see on some weird video on the internet is something would be able to manage to push something off a table or your toaster or get something to fall off the wall, right? But it would take a lot of effort for that thing to do that. And it isn't like it would take a hand to move it. No, it would literally be in it. It's in the matter, and it can make it move, but it would take an extreme amount of effort for an entity to do that. Very, very, very limited. Which is, to me, is kind of funny why anyone's scared of them. I was like, what the fuck are they going to do? They can't do anything. They got no physicality. Like, what's it going to do, right? Besides give you a bad idea or something, scare you with your thoughts. It's ridiculous, right?
Well, if it can get in matter, it can get in you.
In you? Well, but we have our own electric that's emanating from us, our own spirit. Yeah. So if your spirit's very weak, then okay, then you got something to worry about if you're a weakling. But most humans got some oomph to them, right? We got a little soul to us, and I say that just half-assly, but yeah, we have our own energy, our very own like when you get scared, or whether it be in fear or in response to an emergency situation, like you get pumped, and science will say, oh, that's your adrenaline. There's more than adrenaline going on. Your brain will work better, everything. You get charged, right? And it's in a big part of that is your spirit getting worked up, like your dielectric charge gets going, right? And
it's interesting you say that, because like when I'm having an in-depth conversation with someone, when I'm having a conversation, a one-on-one conversation with someone for longer than maybe like half an hour or an hour, I'll start feeling weird, and then I'll get like this tunnel vision when I'm communicating with this person.
Right.
And I don't know if that's tied into what you're talking about, like consciousness to consciousness, because it's definitely an interesting experience.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
I'd have to think about it for a while. for what you say, it's something to cause the tunnel vision. I think I know what you mean, though. Yeah, I do know what you mean. Actually, I think you kind of get a little disconnected from the reality or from the physicality right in your vicinity, and you get that tunnel vision thing going on. I know what you mean. I'll have to think about that before I respond
do
to
you
it.
think-
Yes, but
Do you think that tunnel vision kind of turns you away, or gets you more focused in on with the conversation?
Probably more focused, definitely, because it's like I'm blacking out of my
Right.
surroundings
That's
Yeah.
right.
for, you know, this in-depth conversation that I'm having one-on-one in person.
Yep. And
Yeah.
like you say, even in a good conversation, you do almost get charged up in a way, right? Almost like you're excited, or you get into it, you get charged.
Yeah.
And it's a very good. I thought that's maybe where you were going with that too, but that's a really good point.
This is
The thing I wanted to get at with the physicality and the entity possibilities, because we were referencing to this, and Crunchy Bee mentioned about an entity being inside something. They're very, very limited unless they're given access, and then those limitations might not be as much. So what I'm saying is that I don't think it's possible for an entity to go inside my alarm clock. That's it isn't linked to the internet. It's just a regular simple alarm clock, not some modern Wi-Fi thing, right? Just a simple
only
alarm
beeps.
clock, and change the time. It can't do that. Why? Because that even though it's digital, it's still based on gates. These gates are pretty hard charged, right? Like they got the way the PN junction works. A transistor would work. They're gates, whether it be an exact transistor or not. But in any case, they're electronic switches, and there's pretty hard charges holding them every which way, even in a regular chip.
I don't know.
So
I've had some weird experiences with it.
yeah, well, what I'm saying is I don't think it's at least not very likely or not very easy for an entity to get inside of things and just mess with them. It's not that simple. But when it comes to programs that have, of course, other programs behind them and have been programmed, and then there's AI, which in theory AI can possibly get in and do almost everything if it has learned or has been given the access to do so, right? Any program can do anything if it knows how to do it, right? So if there was access so that's why I use the term piggybacked. So if there is big servers that have been exercised in this demonic way and given sigils and seals, so that it is almost had the doors open to make that server very easily manipulated, because it's been put into a condition, and actually that condition would be a little bit of warping at space and time, even though I don't even want to use either one of those terms, but so you guys get it in some wonky way, right? It's like a weirdness there when it comes to what magnetics is going on with that matter in that given space, because it was exercised on, which is another dumb term, but I'll use that so you know what I mean. Something was done, intent put into that space, and it was marked, and shit was done to it in a demonic ritual manner. Then from that point, by piggybacking AI, yes, it could get in and do shit on your computer, on the internet, on Facebook, and on your TV, because whatever. So yes, in that manner, it could have free freaking reign for all we know, but it would have to come from that server. Now, here's something else I wanted to throw in the mix, is when it comes to the what are the new computers? Oh, damn it. It's so stupid.
Quantum computers.
Yes, I haven't even thought of the term in like months. I researched into them a lot. I already knew regular computers, right? Quantum computers are set up so that it's actually very close to an analog computer is what it is. Very much like a scale. But what it is, it's using a circumstance that they can set up some matter to put it very much on the pivot point of going one way or the other, right? It's a very delicate process to get these qubits in a condition that it's just barely balanced. You don't freaking blink your eyes, don't sneeze, don't do nothing, because it's going to fall one way or the other and it's going to mess it up, right? So that gets right on a pivot point of going one way or the other. What the way, it isn't a physical way, it's either current flow one way or the other, or whatever, charge going one way or the other. But it's a very pivotal thing. It takes very little effort to change it, and maybe now you see where I'm getting at. So what they do, they put not filters, but shielding around these computers, so that it wouldn't surprise me if the regular magnetic flows of the Earth could mess it up. They need to shield it really, 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 really good, because they got
they got to keep it really cold.
And coldness is part of it. The cold
like slows it down.
It dampens the magnetics. It slows down matter, which means you're dampening the magnetics in the vicinity. And you also have major shielding. So whether it be radio waves or somebody sneezes or whatever, it doesn't mess it up, right? And so my point is that it's the complete opposite of the other sort of electronics and matter that I referred to, that it's actually very manipulative, assuming that the entity could get past the shielding. Well, then in that theory, can an entity walk through a wall? Well, that's probably pretty much what they always said, because it doesn't have magnetics to stop it. So what's to stop it from going through the copper shielding or whatever they got there, the mesh?
It's really interesting that you say that, because, you know, me and Suso living at 10,000 feet elevation, there is interference. There is subatomic interference, you know, coming from, you know, space, coming from the sun, that interferes with our electronics more so than people that live at sea level.
Right.
The place I work at right now, you know, we're a ski clothing company, but one of the buildings was owned by IBM, and before our company bought their building, what they did was IBM was studying the effects of subatomic radiation at a higher altitude on CPUs that compared to at sea level. So they had, you know, these CPUs running calculations in a shielded room that shielded it from subatomic radiation. And then they had a trailer outside running the same CPUs, running the same calculations to see the effects of subatomic radiation. And subatomic radiation does have an effect at certain elevations. So you can say there, you know, shielding is necessary, not just for entities, you know, but for, you know, from objects outside of our world, including the sun, which the sun has a huge effect on our electronics.
Nobleness, do you know now that they have something called hot cubics, where they don't have to keep it at absolute zero?
No, I never heard of that.
Yeah, now I guess they've stepped up their game to where they can make their computers smaller, and they can make their cooling systems smaller to where they don't have to keep it at absolute zero anymore. And
I knew of two different types of qubits, and then the one D-Wave went with was a current style. But there's basically a qubit is a way of having a condition that something really has to go one way or the other, and depending on which way the push or the pull comes from will determine it. But it will fall one way or the other once the inputs, once you push enter, whatever, once the program's run.
I'm kind of confused, because these colleges have these, you know, quantum computers that take up, you know, the size of a small warehouse, and they're designing these qubits to emulate switches. When, you know, instead of making a qubit represent the state of a 1 and a 0, why aren't they making it represent, you know, the state of a hexadecimal, where it could be, you know, 16 states or 32 states, where you're cutting out an entire layer of base?
Okay, I got some answers for that. One, you must have heard or read an article or something about them trying to make switches. Did you?
Well, that's what 1 and 0 is. 1 and 0 is a switch.
Oh, no, not well. In typical piece or typical electronics, yeah, it will. It's a switch. Actually, there's a couple switches together to make a flip flop. And so if something's holding a charge, if the flip flop, is it called the flip flop? I believe so. If it's
BJK
holding a charge,
flip-flop, yeah.
if it's holding a charge, it's considered a 1. If there's no charge, it's a 0. So it's just representation of two different symbols, and those symbols are then used for a counting system, right? The binary counting system.
That's what confuses me, because if these qubits can represent more than 2 states, why aren't they implementing those multiple states into different bases? You know, why
maybe
bother?
they can't
Right.
control
So
it.
the next thing, and I asked the exact same question about basically computers. You know, I guess we were probably learning about the binary system at the time. I'm like, why don't you have one with 3 or 4? You know, so instead of just having 5 volts and 0 volts, why not have like 5 and 2.5 and 0, and then you can represent 3 different symbols, right? Then you gotta have a 3-base counting system instead of just a 2-base. Wouldn't that be better? And I guess they did try to go with it, but what happens is that you actually can't process as quick. It gets gummed up easier. So they're better off on just having only a 2-base system and just going really effing fast, right?
So even with the quantum computers, it's faster using base 2.
Well, the thing is, quantum computers, although there's probably programs that work with it hand in hand with the qubits, that's not what the qubit's there for. It's not there to represent a base, a number system, even though numbers might come out, but that's not really what it's doing. The qubit is representing basically, let's say, like a scale. I keep saying balance beam, but a balance beam is just a 1 plate. But you know, like the typical, you know, the thing on the horse with the scale, you know, the old school, you have two different plates, right? 2 different dishes, right? And you're weighing something. That's essentially and so it's very analog, right? That's analog. It goes up and down one way or the other, right? And so that's kind of what qubits are in themselves are doing. Not that there's in-betweens that come out as information. It'll only come out that it fell all the way left or it fell all the way right, or, you know, the current started going clockwise or the current started going counterclockwise is what the main qubits do, that the D-Wave utilizes. So what it is that is there because it's so hard to explain, because the programs are not running, they're not mathematical programs, they're scenario programs. It's not the same type of, it's not computing, it's not calculating at all, it's not computing, it's scenarioing, I guess, and I'm just making that word up. So what happens is that when you want to write a program and you want to test it out, you want to write a program for a D-Wave or for a quantum computer, what you're doing, you're setting the couplings between the qubits to different conditions. So basically it's, let's say I have 3 qubits and they're set up like a triangle couplings, right? So from one qubit will be linked to the other 2 and the other one will be linked to the other 2. So like you get a triangle, right, of couplings between 3 qubits. And so each one of those couplings, I want to say, okay, so this one, I want it at 50-50 odds. Just leave it equal, right? If this one goes high, the other one could go high or low. I guess 50-50 setting wouldn't, you might as well not have the coupling there. So let's say 70%. I want 70% odds that this one, if this one goes high, that one will go high too, right? If this one goes to a counterclockwise current, that one will go 70% chance that one will go to a counterclockwise current too. But then between that one and the next one, if that one's going clockwise, I want 30% chance that this one will go counterclockwise, right? I know this doesn't make a lot of sense to you right now, but what you're doing, you're setting up conditions so that if this happens, then there's a certain odds or certain chances something else will happen. So now you can put this into real life. And one of the examples that are used is an airline company, right? When should an airline company have an extra jet go? When should you book flight, or how many airlines should we have running from one spot to another on a given date in the future? Maybe it's Christmas time, maybe it's not Christmas time, right? Maybe it's soccer season, maybe it's not, from this country to that country, right? And so what you want to do, you want to have the best fuel efficient setup for the airline you can have. Now that's a very complicated thing to set up, For qubits, there's going to be a lot of qubits involved, right, to set that up, and then freaking geniuses to put in the time to do it. But we do it already with programming anyway. So now you can set up scenarios to be like, well, on this day, this is high volume odds from the past, and you can start setting things. Now, so you can literally set up a scenario that'll give you an output. But what it is that there's no one exact proper answer. So when you run a program on a D-Wave or on a quantum computer, you get different answers all the time. But you just run it 5 or 6 times or 100 times or 1,000 times, and it's like instantaneous. It's instant fast when they fall into place, right? And so it'll say, okay, well, you should have this many planes running from this place to this place on this date, given that data, that those conditions you set up, which you created those conditions yourself, given previous data. So there's a lot of human thinking going involved ahead of time, right? Like a lot. You're setting up a scenario, right? And so, but once you get your scenario set up, now you got this big scenario. So if something unpredictable happens, be like, oh, there's a freaking volcano in this island, right? What should we do? Boom. You will get an answer instantly. And if you run it a few times, which is just a few instances, you say, okay, well, this is the best. This is the answer we get the most. We should go with this change in our airline flights. And that's a very complicated scenario I'm referring to, because there's so many variables involved. And that has to be thought about and figured out long ahead of time, and given odds from a human perspective or human different calculations ahead of time to figure out what odds I should give to what. But you can set up all these conditions. So it's a scenario computer. It's scenario programming. That's what quantum computers are. They're not even the same as a normal computer. They don't compute. They're just giving you the best answer given the certain conditions, and even then it's not perfect. Sometimes it'll give you different answers, but it'll probably give you one answer more so than others, so go with that one. And then someone can argue, and we have computer programs that can do this type of stuff. It turns the conditions into numbers, right? 70%, 30%. It turns things into numbers and runs it. But every time you change, if you have like not just 3 conditions, if you have 100 conditions, and you tweak one or little, well, now the program got to run through, okay, if this number's changed by a little bit, that changes this to this and this to this and this to this. Okay, run and then crunch the numbers. Okay, now twist the dial a little more, change the number a little more, and run through all the calculations. It twists it, you know what I mean? It literally got to run through. Every time you change one number a little bit, you got to do 1,000 calculations or 10,000 or 100,000 calculations. But you got to change that number like 1,000 times. So now you're talking like 10 to the hundreds or 10 to 1,000 or 10 to the power of whatever, right? And actually, when it comes to scenario computing, it doesn't take long before even our supercomputers, it goes beyond their capability, believe it or not. It starts to go beyond the capability. Like we can figure it out, find the best answer, but it's going to take like 2 or 3 days to run this, to figure it out. And so it's too late by then. The corporation already lost its money. Like we're talking pretty high-end shit here, right? Like,
so basically what you're saying is, a qubits, quantum computing is at the point where we don't have the technology to discern the difference between on and off on a qubit beyond 1 and 0 on a qubit.
It's on and off is not the point. Well, I guess one state or the other state is the point, and those 2 states will represent something. It's whatever you want it to represent. It's representation, which is what 1s and 0s are now. But right now, they're representing a counting system. In a quantum computer, they don't represent a counting system. They represent a condition. Whatever it is your scenario you're setting up, that's the condition that it represents. It might be to have a plane or not. It might be to have a lot of fuel or not. I don't know. It might be to walk your dog or not. I don't know. Whatever your condition is, that's what it represents. Whatever your program is. And do I make any sense to what I'm saying? It's not.
Yeah, but I feel like if the qubits can,
but that's probably about it. I'm just sitting here just like, wow, really?
But if the qubits can operate so fast, I feel like a condition besides 1 and 0, possibly a hexadecimal condition, shouldn't be a problem if it does operate that fast.
There actually is no other condition. There's 3 conditions. There's balanced, and then there's one way and the other way. So in the case of what D-Waves are using is a current. So they set up a condition that is considered a quantum. It's a mysterious quantum mechanic condition that we don't really understand why it works, why it happens. But we can set up a circuit that the current of a circuit literally runs both ways at the same time. So I heard you mention DC and resistance, right? So when you set up a light bulb and there's a power source and the current runs, well, we get taught positive to negative, but actually current runs the other way. But whatever, that's whether you go with the old current system or electron flow, conventional or electron flow. But in any case, the current will run one way. Well, that is, if you have this much resistance and this much voltage, and then you have 1 amp. 1 amp is flowing clockwise around the circuit. They've come up with this mysterious thing that happens in the case of quantum mechanics. It falls under that sort of research. If you set up your conditions right, which for this is sub-zero temperatures and whatever, because with sub-zero temperatures you can get your material becomes almost zero resistance. It creates a condition that there is not half the currents flowing clockwise and half the currents flowing counterclockwise. No, it's all flowing both ways. You have 1 amp flowing one way, 1 amp flowing the other way, and the light bulb's coming on. I'm just saying light bulb. It's just bullshit. But yeah, so they set up a condition that the full current is running both ways at the same time. In all physical thinking, this shouldn't be possible, but it happens. And so all they're doing is they're just taking advantage of this weird funkiness that happens that they've discovered. They're just taking advantage of it. That's it. That's the only thing that makes a quantum computer quantum. All right, is they're taking advantage of this and using it to represent things and use it to mess with shit. So now if you have both currents flowing both ways at the same time, which is what happens in the D-Waves qubits, and you add a little bit of positive charge from one side, it'll all go one way, right? It'll all go counterclockwise. If you add
on the same circuit?
Yeah, if you add a little bit of positive charge to the other side, well, then it will all go counterclockwise. So basically, in order to get that flow to go in both directions, the full flow to go in both directions at the same time, which almost sounds like it's twice the flow, which I guess in a weird way it would be, but they're going opposite, which then you might think it's zero flow, but it's just a weird quantum funky thing that happens, and they don't even know why. They can't really explain why it does. It's part of quantum mechanics. But basically, in order to get that state, that perfect state of, there's a term for it, but the funkiness going on, it has to be perfect balance conditions, which is, yes, sub-zero, and which is almost zero resistance, and blah, 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 blah. It's very difficult to get that to happen, but they can make it happen. But if you disturb anything, don't sneeze, it's going to flow. It's going to fall one way or the other, right? It's going to get shoved. That perfect little quantum funkiness going on goes away. And when it goes away, all that the current will only flow clockwise or counterclockwise, not both ways at once. So that's what they're doing. A qubit is to set up a condition that it's right on a balance beam. It's just on the edge of going one way or the other. And then you can, for as far as your data goes, your influence, your percentage in the couplings, but you can interlink. You also interlink all the qubits, right? So they're all just sitting there on the balance before the programs run. And when you push enter on the program, they all fall one way or the other, and they influence each other which ways they're going to fall, right? And you're the one that sets up the conditions that'll change the odds of it falling one way or the other. But then you interlink all the other qubits, and that's your program. That's running your scenario, and it's all just for representation of something. That's it. There's nothing really quantum about the program. It's just to get an answer, to have representation, And that's the same thing, like people thinking the world's digital. There's ones and zeros everywhere. Like, that's fucking retarded. The one in the zero only represents a high and a low, which represents a counting system. So, and we use that representation to make math. It's like saying, like, the number 2. Do you see that shape of the 2, the little curly thing happening? Well, that's two things. No, it isn't. It's a symbol that represents two things, dude.
Isn't that what
two things? It's a curly freaking line, right? No, it
isn't that what quantum means? Quantum means quantify, right?
Well, Right, but now you're getting into what they've labeled it in the scientific world, which is exactly what they want us to think. Everything is measurable, everything has a distance, everything's knock on effing wood, and quite honestly, the term quantify to count is exactly what they're not studying, but that's what they label it. It's a bloody deception.
Okay. So you're saying these things that go both ways. I can't remember what the words you used. They
A
The
current
current.
goes both ways, yeah, at the same time.
but are they really at the same time, or is it just what we can quantify? It's just what we can perceive. You know,
I don't know. They
is it like beyond like?
They seem to.
It makes sense though. It does make sense because if AC travels in a spiral and you have a parallel spiral running on the same circuit, it can pass. It can go past each other. But how can you get consistent data out of that qubit if you have two streams of current going through it?
I mean, it doesn't make logical sense.
It's only for representation. That's it. And then once the current just ends up all going just one way or all just going the other only, then that means that represents something else, right? And in the case, it might pop out of the data bus as a 1 or a 0, but that 1 or a 0 means walk your dog or not, or whatever. Like it's whatever you want it to mean.
But why do they have
to do, or to go high or to go low, or to, I don't know, man, to invest or not to invest, or
why do they have to keep it cold? Would it just burn
because that's
up?
what sets up the conditions in order to have this quantum funkiness going on. That's the only way that you can have two currents flowing at the same.
That doesn't really answer the question. That's just saying
you need very low resistance.
Yes, we need those conditions. Yes, we know they need those conditions, but why do they need those conditions?
Because that's the only way that
is it too fast?
happens.
Will it burn up?
Oh, sorry. Because it brings the resistance of the path to near to zero, and resistance affects current flow.
So they would go too fast. If that doesn't make sense.
No, if there was resistance in the circuit, it would end up running like a normal circuit, and it could only go one way or the other. It's basically you need the line. It's not copper. I imagine they use gold, but you need it at absolute zero to bring the resistance of that metal very close or almost to zero, and then you can have this quantum funkiness that happens, for lack of a better term. Not conventional electronics.
Right? I mean,
that's my issue with the qubits. Is why, if you can have them in many states, you can have them in many states besides an on or off state. That why you wouldn't just bridge the gap and make it hexadecimal, so you can cut out the binary step.
There is only two conditions when after you run the program, or when the moment you run the program, there is only two conditions that can be. It's one way or the other, left, right, clockwise, counterclockwise. There is only two conditions on the output. Prior to the program being run, it's in what is the third condition, which is a balanced, the perfect little sitting on a knife's edge balanced setup. So I guess you could say there's three states to a qubit, but really after you run the program, there's only two outputs, two possible outputs. That's all there is.
But I thought there could be.
It's not for the purpose of computing. It's not crunching numbers. That's not how it works. It's just to see which way things will go given certain influence.
But I thought qubits could have many more states besides, 1 or 0.
No. It can represent almost anything you want, but there's only a qubit only can go one way or the other. But the two I know of is the one I just explained when it comes to current flowing.
At the same time.
Right? Current flowing clockwise or counterclockwise. The other one was to do with the idea of an electron. So with an atom you have different rings. Let me think of terminology here. different shells, right? So we'll get taught the first shell has 2 electrons, and then if there's a bigger atom, the next one will have 8 electrons in the outermost shell, right? And then everyone's like 8, right? So basically you have a certain, and there's no such thing as a fucking electron, but I'll just go with what we're taught. It's actually just a level of charge.
Well, but that's the thing. I'm looking right here at the eigenstate of a hydrogen wave function, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So a hydrogen atom can have up to 18 eigenstates. Whereas
No. Here's I didn't finish what I was saying.
You only need 16 states.
Yeah,
for hexadecimal to work.
I didn't explain to you what they've done and what they've taken advantage of for representation by messing with an atom. So what they've done, and I don't even know what atom they're working with at what level. It might be an atom that has a bunch of shells, or an atom that has 2 or 3 shells. I don't know what atom they're working with.
Yeah, but right here, hydrogen can do up to 18.
It has 18 shells, is what you're saying, right? Rings or shells, or atom or electrons.
Eigenstates through the hydrogen wave function.
What's that? A what state? Eigenstate. I don't even know what that is. When I learned it, it had to do with basically in order for you to have another shell or not, and you learn this in primarily chemistry, I guess. They talk about it a lot because you learn about atoms and the periodic table and crap. But in order to have another shell or it's actually another field, but another set of electrons, another shell, you have to have 8 or it's missing in charge, right? Or it's overcharged or whatever. But there's supposed to be like 2, 8, 8, 8, maybe 16. I can't remember the effing numbers for electrons for each shell. But basically, in order to have another shell, another full shell, it has to be at a certain amount of electrons. I really think it's an amount of charge, but whatever. So what they've done, they found a way that if they shoot a laser at it at the exact right amount of time, it can have enough charge. This sort of proves my damn point that it isn't electrons, it's charge. But they'll say the electrons are coming from the fucking laser, something retarded. Anyway, if you shoot a laser at it at the exact right amount of time, there'll be the amount of charge that's exactly in the middle of having, let's say, 3 shells or 4 shells created. And it'll be actually both. It'll be both 3 shells and a 4 shell atom at the same time.
It'll be both at the same time, yes.
That's what they'll say, right? And so, but really, what it is, it's at an in-between state. It hasn't fallen and become in 3 shells. Hasn't fallen or gained enough. It hasn't gained enough charge to become 4, but it's above being 3. It wants to be it, but it doesn't really want to be 3 or want to be 4. The charge isn't enough to take it one way or the other. It's actually right exactly in the middle. If you give it a little bit of charge, it'll become 4. If you allow it to discharge a little, just any amount at all, it'll become 3. So this is the funky quantum state that they created. So now you have a 3 or a 4 state that can be created after you run your program. So this is used as the same thing as representation. So it's the same thing as the currents flowing left or clockwise, or the currents flowing counterclockwise, or before you run the program at both ways at the same time. So instead of both ways at the same time, you have an atom that's almost 4 shells and almost 3 shells. It's exactly in the middle. And if you take a little charge away or you give it a little bit of charge, it's going to become one or the other. And if you link a bunch together and you set up a scenario and you input a little bit of you could say data, but it's not in the form of numbers. It's actually just in the form of influence of charge. They will all fall one way. All the atoms will become 3 or 4 shells. It has to, one way or the other. And sometimes maybe they'll become, with the same program, it'll become 3, and sometimes that one will become 4, just depending on which way things fall, because it's not a perfect setup actually. Like the way they use it, it's not absolute precision, but in order to get the setup prior to the program is damn near precision. So yeah, again, it's just representation, and there's only 2 states: 3 shells, 4 shells, right? There's only an in between. You can't get anything but an in between in one way and the other way. That's it. There's left, right, and in the middle. In this case, let's say, right? There's no up or down. It's just so there's only 2 states on an output and a 3rd state prior to an output.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Or go ahead, man.
I was just saying. So, is it that we can only effectively measure 2 states, or can it be in more than 2 states?
Physical reality will have to be one state or the other. But they've actually created a third. The third is not normal in normal reality or normal, atmospheric conditions. Like, that's not normal. In nature, you don't have an in-between 2 different shell atom, right? That's not natural at all. Like, you have to create this crazy condition in order to get this quantum funkiness happening, this special state. So it's just not normal. So it will fall one way or the other once things are released or given a chance to settle, I guess you could say, is another way of putting it. And those in each one way or the other is just previously already to represent something, some information, to do something or not, or to whatever. It's a scenario set up. You understanding a little bit more what I mean when I say scenario running? It's not calculating. It's setting up a scenario to get. That's the information you're getting out is answers to your scenario. What will happen? But what's really funky in more of the conspiracy realm, like when it comes to manipulating the masses, right? What are they likely to do? Well, if you set up a big scenario machine, you can get really good ideas of what the masses will do under certain conditions, and you keep building this program bigger and bigger, like a big freaking skyscraper of a scenario that you're creating. And basically, just because the masses is of the numbers, you can predict a lot of what will happen. There's a lot of prediction programs out there, but everything has to be converted to a number first and calculated. Nothing's converted to a number and calculated. The only time numbers are used is just for representation. It's not for the purpose of adding or subtracting. It's just for the purpose of momentary representation, right?
Is it what will happen or what could happen?
No, it's only what could happen.
Okay, so
it's not real. Like, it's not real people. It's just to represent people or represent a choice or whatever.
So when they input some kind of data or whatever sets off something for it to compute, or however you say it, it could go. It's out of their control at that point, right?
Yeah, and it could be influenced by another electromagnetic input. Yeah, like a fucking demon. That's what I'm saying.
There we go.
These things are so fucking vulnerable. It's unbelievable.
This is what I want to talk to you about.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, holy shit! If these guys, if there's such, and if they end up making them, like you're saying, apparently they got a way to do something funky without absolute zero, and you get it walking around these processor. It's not a processor, but these quantum computing processor like things running a fucking Android. Holy shit, that scares the shit out of me, man. At any point in time, it could go iRobot on us and we'd be shitted fucking out of luck like Will Smith.
I mean, we are at that point, except it doesn't have a body. I mean, it's we give it a body, then it, but anyways, that's beyond the point. This is what I want to talk to you about, is because it could be fantasy. It could be, but I don't think it is. I believe there are spirits and energies all around us. And if that energy can manipulate a powerful machine like that, then we may be in trouble. But the sigils, I don't know anything about the sigils, but I'm thinking if these people that put in that input to it, if they dark energy into it, like the sigils can, I don't know, do you think it could be, I don't know. I really feel like the way I've seen this personally through radios, through I mean, the simplest things back in the day, Ouija boards. I mean, you can laugh at that, dude, but that's, I mean, this is the energy that goes around. I mean,
in the case of the Ouija board,
if it can manipulate
your own energy that ends up being influenced. So
yes, and if you give it that energy, and if somebody else is giving their energy into this huge mechanical complicated Ouija board, I mean, what can it do? I mean, because if it can move, like you said, it can knock something off a shelf, then if something has this power to get into a computer,
Influence,
I mean,
power, but influence.
the influence,
Okay.
it's I don't I don't know, man. I mean, maybe it's just fantasy, but I've seen it personally through I made a Ouija board one time, and just because I had to prove this was real, that I didn't even want to believe it, but it was real after that. And then after I did it, things started moving around, noises in my house, my bed shook, like, and of course, I guess it didn't cause any actual harm to me,
Right.
but at the same time,
Because it scared you, though. Which only makes
Yeah.
it worse, because it's fear builds up your energy, and you've already had kind of given your energy access for manipulation. So the more fear there is, the more conditions. There's some interesting videos on the internet, like people notice
Very
something
well.
move and they'll freak out, and then a lot will
Yeah.
move, and they just
Yep.
their fear was used, and it's not their fear, it's the energy created with their body, but because of their fear, right? It's not really, fear isn't a thing, their energy's a thing, but the state of fear creates more charge within them, along
Yeah.
hand in hand with adrenaline rush. But their dielectric charge just goes boom because they just got scared, but they're so weak and stupid and manipulative is that energy was used to just enhance the situation. So there's this one where this woman's in a lunchroom. I think she's an Asian woman, and it's like kind of dark, probably after hours. And there's all these long tables, all these chairs, right? She sits down, the lights are kind of dim. Holy fuck, what a video, man. And she sits down, just these simple light chairs, plastic things, right? With the tube fucking legs. And it was like a chair moved behind her, and she looks, and you could tell just by her reaction that her fear just spiked, right? And it fucking moved a lot, and she jumps up, she fucking runs one way, which is the wrong way out of the room, by the way. This is how fucking retarded this woman's mind went. She runs the wrong way towards the vending machines. And these chairs started moving towards her. She turned. Oh no, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm saying that wrong. She turns. She does run towards the door at first. She runs towards the door. She had lit up in fear so much. Every single table and chair, almost every single table and chair in that room, beat her to the door and blocked her exit. Like, I'm not kidding. It's a fucking wild video, man. This shit just it runs and blocks her. She turns around and runs into the vending machine and knocks herself out by running into it. It was fucking funny, dude. And she was that in fear instantaneously.
Okay.
It was it was amazing. It was so funny.
We agree.
And all she had to do is she was like someone like me to look at it and be like, "What the fuck? Like, fuck off, go away." And that's
fear.
That's the story, right?
Fear is a very high energy, right?
Yeah.
That is adrenaline, right?
Well,
spikes.
there's chemical release of adrenaline after once fear.
I mean,
induced.
at
Sure.
least it's some kind of release from your brain of adrenaline. And
That happens
what do they say they eat the blood for? The adrenaline, the
adrenochrome.
There we go. Thank you. Adrenochrome, which spikes adrenaline. It's like that fear. It's like that chemical, that high. It's very, very condensed high energy, and I think there is something into that. Because, all right, let me tell you my story. When I was, I don't know, this was probably 6 years ago. I was watching a movie, and they had this Ouija board in it, and it was, about ghosts, and and so I thought I had to prove myself that it was real. So I made a Ouija board because I didn't want to go to the store and buy one. I wrote it out on a piece of paper, and I turned a candle holder upside down, and I used it as a what do you call it, planchette, and it took me and my girlfriend I don't know, maybe like 20 minutes into it. She moved it, and I was like, oh, did you just move that? And she was like started laughing. Yeah, it was me. I was like, I fucking knew it. And then, so I was like, be serious, like serious. She was like, I'm getting tired of sitting here just asking stupid questions. Nothing's happening. And so maybe about 10 minutes after, just kept asking questions. And it was immediately after I asked, is there anything good or bad that wants to talk to us? And I really regret saying good or bad because I opened it up to everything. When we first started, it was like anything good. We wanted to keep all the bad out, but I wanted to make sure, that this was real. And so, obviously, I don't think anything good wanted to talk to us, but as soon as I opened it up to bad, it moved. Only thing it did was go to goodbye. And it went to goodbye, and when it slid to goodbye, it was magnetic. It was like, it felt different than when she pulled it. I could feel this like smoothness of it. It was so smooth, the way it just glid like a magnetic force pushing it. And then so I freaked out. I was scared out of my mind right then. And I didn't even think to say, I don't know, go back to hell or wherever the hell, you came from. I just jumped up and took my hand off. I jumped up, was like, oh my God, what the heck is going on? And then that energy, I could feel that. I was in fear. So I could feel this darkness, this fear around me. I don't know if it was in me or around me. I think it was around me. But as soon as I got up, jumped up, my son's toy train track broke apart, and we could hear it, and my girlfriend was like, I just put that together. I know that was not broken apart. I put that together. It was together. And so I tried to I put it back together, and I tried to force it apart to see if it could just randomly come apart by its own. But no, it took a lot of force. And so that just proved it to me. And then for months after, I kept hearing noises. The bed shook. My girlfriend's she was asleep next to me, and I was researching things on my computer, all about that. I was going into other people's experiences of Ouija boards, and but as I was doing this, the bed shook, and I tried to reenact it, and I was maybe just a spring popped loose, but no, the whole bed shook at once, and I couldn't reenact it, and the blanket started moving above my girlfriend's leg and about over her feet, and I tried to wake her up, but she wasn't having it, and she was so asleep. She's like, leave me alone. I was like, dude, no, this is not right. You're and I tried to explain it away. I was like, yeah, maybe she's moving her leg, but the way it moved, oh, so freaky. And I kept hearing one time I went to work, and I threw my back out, and the worst I've ever thrown my back out. And I kept hearing this tapping in the bathroom, like metal on the porcelain, if you tapped a wrench on porcelain, over and over and over again. And I could not get up because my back was so hurt. And I finally was like, I'm just gonna get up and freaking see whatever this tapping is. And as soon as I get up, go to the bathroom, it stops. And I couldn't do anything but at that point.
You say that, Country. I walked down to the bar the other day, and I was walking past the ladies' room, and I'm like, somebody left the water running? You got to be kidding me. And as soon as I walked in there, it stopped.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Well, me and Suso, this town, the town we live in, is completely haunted. Like I was a complete skeptic all 27 years of my life, and then I moved up here, and I entirely believe in entities.
Oh,
I entirely believe in ghosts.
There's something here.
I've
Something's
seen
going
them.
on.
I've seen them. I've experienced them. Up until I moved up here, in the town, where Susa lives, up here in Leadville,
Oh.
I am no longer a skeptic. I've had experiences living up here.
There's something there. So can we
But
get?
okay,
can
so
we?
are these a lower form of it? I mean,
So
a lower form of energy than us?
I thought one of them was going to shoot me.
Shoot you?
physically?
Yes.
You gotta tell me that story.
I thought I told you that one.
Not that I recall, but then again, I may have shifted.
Well, okay. Well, here we go. My first ghost experience, well, ghost entity, emotional, whatever you want to call it. Me and my boyfriend, we moved up here to Leadville. We got this small apartment, real small. It wasn't even real. It was like a dorm room. There was, the bedroom and then the restroom. And we, it was our first month up here. He found a job as a cook, fairly quickly. I didn't find a job yet, so I was teaching myself Python. I was, coding. And I was up till like 6 a.m. No weed, no alcohol. I had a Red Bull, and the sun was coming up. And we had this window facing the alleyway. So it was a window facing the alleyway. I had the window wide open, but I had blinder curtains, so no one could see in, but I could see out. So if anyone walked by, no one could see what I was doing. No one could see inside. So it was about 6 a.m. He was asleep because he had to work the next day. I was sitting there, working on my computer, and I start hearing footsteps in the alleyway. Because of my windows right there in the alleyway, wide open. So I hear these footsteps, and I close my computer, so there's no light inside the room. So I can see out, no one could see in. So I'm watching this dude walk down the alleyway, and he was in complete cowboy attire. He had the cowboy hat, the flannel, the jeans, the boots with the spurs on them, with the little spurs on the back. And he was walking down the alleyway, and I sat there and I just watched him. I watched him walk down the alleyway, and he had a rifle on his back. So I was like, okay, there's no way he can see me because of the curtains I have. And I'm watching this dude, and he gets to the intersection of the alleyway, and he stops. He stops, pulls the rifle off of his back, and turns and points it directly at the window I was looking out of. So as soon as he pulled his rifle out and pointed at the window, I hit the ground. And I put my ear up to the window because, we were right on the alleyway there. And I put my ear up to the window, and I'm like, okay, if he moves, I'll hear him moving, because my window's right there on the road. So I put my ear up to hear him move, and I'm sitting there for like a minute, and I'm like, okay, this dude's not moving. He's standing there with this rifle pointed at my window. And so I get up, and I look up over the windowsill. No one. There's nothing. No one there. Just completely empty. And I was like,
you weren't on any drugs.
I was not on any drugs. I didn't drink. I didn't smoke. All I had was Red Bull because I was up, and I was coding. I'm a night owl. You know, I normally stay up late, but I was on no substances. The only
closest thing that I've seen was a shadow person with like a cowboy hat, kind of like you described, a cowboy hat, like that. But it wasn't an actual person; it was just the shadow of him, and it was. But I admit I was on acid at that time, so that
don't count.
Yeah, don't count. I know. Shut up, whatever, you freaking acid head. I know. So, but it shot across the. Okay, I don't see these things on acid. I mean, I haven't taken it in a long time, but I never had. You don't see hallucinations like that. You know, I mean, nobody I've ever asked that's ever taken acid has seen hallucinations.
It's fractals. It's usually fractals.
Yeah. And the thing is, I wasn't seeing any of the colors of the fractals. I wasn't seeing, the cool stuff that I usually see. And I had taken the same exact blotter before. But this time, I was having a bad, bad trip. And I could feel this really, really dark energy around me. And the thing is... Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing is... It was my girlfriend's shadow. It was behind her. And she was like laughing. And I was like, what are you laughing? You could see I'm like trembling in fear over here. I'm having a horrible trip. And she's like laughing. I'm like, this is like, why are you laughing? I felt like she was laughing at me. But, I kept my composure. I didn't freak out like, oh, you better call an ambulance or anything. But I was just like, I know this will pass, because I was not seeing any pretty colors or anything. I didn't have any hallucinations, but this overwhelming darkness, this fear. It felt like fear, like that. But then I see this shadow behind her where her shadow should have been, and it had the Hat Man, the famous Hat Man, Shadow Man, right where her shadow should have been. And I looked at her and I said, that shadow is not yours. And I was like, it's got a hat on, and like that's not your shadow behind you. And she was like, laughed at me. She was like, yeah, whatever. And like got up and walked. If it was me, I would have turned and looked at my shadow and been like, no, it looks like my shadow. But she didn't. She just got up and walked to the other room because she was like kind of mad that I was like pointing it out or something. It was weird. But when she got up and walked, she didn't have a shadow. And the shadow stayed there for like 3 seconds and then shot across this wall into the ceiling and into other shadows.
But this is while you were on something?
Well, yes, I was on acid. Blow it all off. Blow it away, because I was on acid. But dude, no, that's not supposed to happen. It was weird.
I don't know. It's my first experience moving into this town. It was pretty wild because the dude was right there. Like, it wasn't a shadow. It was literally this dude walking down the street with the cowboy get out with the rifle on his back. And, I could hear the footsteps so clearly. He was so close to my window when he pulled up his rifle. And I ducked and I put my ear up to the window. I'm like, okay, if he moves, I'll hear it because he's so close. And I looked up and it was just gone, completely gone.
Most of my experience.
I believe you. I think we can. What'd you say, Suso?
I was just going to say, most of my experiences were down a little Lakewood, so what's that, 3,000 feet? I don't know if the altitude has anything to do with that. Guys, I'm going to roll, and I really hope that Noble and Crunchy B join me tomorrow. I'm going to send you guys a link. If you can make it, awesome. If not, whatever. I'm going to have Chase talk about some crypto stuff, hopefully.
What time did you say you're doing
I'll
that?
email you.
7 Mountain.
8, 9. Is that 9 Eastern? Yeah. Mountain,
Yeah,
Central
9
Eastern. 10 o'clock for me. I'm in Atlantic.
The
Yeah.
dog's going to be on Suso Red.
I'll try.
Patrick, sorry for like totally taking over your channel.
I
Yeah,
think
hanging in there,
he's
Patrick.
asleep.
I've seen him in the
Patrick's-
chat.
We haven't heard from him
It
in
looks
like
like
3
he's
hours.
muted.
Is it
He's
his
muted.
channel?
Yeah.
He fell
He
asleep.
usually likes good conversations.
Nah, he's been in the chat. But
Yeah. All right, good.
Nah, it's been
Good, because I'm gonna roll. It's been an awesome conversation. I want to continue some of that, but I just don't understand a lot of the stuff that. Oh, let's see. I'll say Noble and Crunchy and Vid30 and Preliminal and chat are all saying they're bringing up these words that I'm like, wow, I've never heard this stuff before. But it's computer stuff rather than stuff I usually.
I've seen you sitting there laughing a couple times.
Oh well. Yeah. What else was I going
Like
to do?
these guys are fucking crazy.
Oh, we're talking about quantum computers and why
Well,
just
I get it. I mean, quantum, I understand. I just don't ask you to explain it.
Most of it scientists don't really have to
Because
know
the whole
why.
quantum thing,
Mainly because their whole basis of thinking is wrong to begin with is usually why they don't know why.
well, right. The whole quantum thing cracks me up. You get to a point where you don't understand it. You go, okay, that's it. I mean, come on.
Well, because you measure qubits off of a Bloch sphere. And, it seems like we don't have the technology to fine-tune what we're reading when it's in a certain state on that Bloch sphere. It seems like we can only read if it's in, one section of the sphere or the other section of the sphere, which would be your 1 and your 0.
Block sphere, has anything to do with blockchain?
No, that's qubits. That's quantum computation.
That's what they call it. Yeah, it's not computing, it's computation. Like it's not calculating, it's computation. It's just getting an output, getting an answer.
I'm going to roll. I hope you guys join me tomorrow. If there's nothing else, I'll just put this back up.
Yeah, I'll try and stop by. I'll email you.
Sounds
And,
great. Noble, maybe? Mike?
Yeah,
maybe?
I'll see if I can, for sure.
All right, cool.
All
Guys,
right, and make
thanks
sure
a lot.
text me about some cryptocurrencies you want me to talk about.
Well, I want to go, and I want to go towards, and we're going to dumb this down a little, down the conversation anyway. I want to go towards the 2 or 3 cryptocurrencies that are actually worth more than Bitcoin, and just discuss what they are. Yearn, Bitcoin, Wrap Bitcoin, like stays with it completely. So what are they doing? Are they
Did you
doing?
see Moneybags video?
Yes, I did, and I ran into him on one of the live videos because I'm watching this Wisecoin thing, and I'm trying to figure out that.
Suso, you better watch out. I'm at 200. I'm at 210 mega hashes.
No, dude, I paid you. Mine has to be more.
Did you say mega ashes?
Mega hashes.
Hashes. Okay. I was like, well, just burning.
Yeah, another term I had to get used to, and now I understand it.
Is hash? What's the definition of hash? To make?
I'll tell you what I'm at. I can look on my computer here and just tell you what I'm at.
It's a guess.
Okay,
Dude,
but it's
my reported hash rate.
process.
A hash is a guess.
My reported hash rate is 270, bro.
How many calculations or frequencies does it take?
So it's 209 million guesses a second is what's mine's at, and Suso's would be at about 260 million guesses a second.
Sounds like you're playing the lottery.
You kind of are.
Yeah, but you keep hitting.
I'm not even sure what it's doing. Like, why is it doing guesses?
Because
excellent questions. These are excellent questions. This is everything I
think I kind of know, but I didn't think that's what was going on.
Because what happens is each block of the blockchain goes through an algorithm, and all these miners have to solve for the output. So, once one of the miners finds the correct output, it gets paid in the in cryptocurrency. It gets paid in Ethereum.
What created
Or-
what created the question in the first place?
The Genesis block, the first block of the blockchain, and that's how it starts. And each block after the Genesis block has the data for the previous block put through an algorithm, and all these miners are solving for that output.
It's just a way of creating a limitation. That's it, right? That's what it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, it's to make it more secure. You know,
It's not just secure, but it's a way of creating time. It's creating limitation.
yes, and it actually adjusts the difficulty of that hash based on how many people are mining it at the time. So you have a certain amount of miners mining it. So you have 10 miners mining it, and then say the next block you have 20 miners mining. It increases the difficulty in double or representative of how many people are mining it.
There's something Quinn said actually was in a video that was it you I was not talking to, but typing with at Sousa's chat a bit ago. Was it the other guy? Who was the other dude? I left a link to Quinn Michaels' interview, the one he did in Vegas, where he's talking about cryptocurrency and AI. Does that sound familiar? Of you getting a link?
I think
saying to check it out.
I have. I didn't get to watch his stream yet. No.
You were on it. Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so there's something he says in that, that's the only time I've ever heard anyone say that, and I'm wondering how much truth there is to it, or maybe it is true and no one really knows. I don't know, but it would involve memory, and he was basically said that the information, when there's calculations done, it's creating a collection of data, and it's the data of information. Now, in some sense, he could be referring to the ledger as well, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's creating a collection of information on what is essentially human activity, at least right now. But it is information of the real world, not just the program world.
Yeah, the blockchain is a public ledger of all transactions performed on it.
Is it possible that, or maybe it's what he thinks is going to happen in the future, is that other information could be used as the currency? And so not just the ledger, but, how often somebody pulls a carton of milk out of the fridge,
He's absolutely right. That's what Ethereum's trying to accomplish with its smart contracts.
Right.
Because you can, with Bitcoin, all it is it's a currency system. Whereas you have Ethereum, it's a currency system, but it also implements smart contracts. You can use it. You can create other tokens that run off of that blockchain. It's really incredible, actually. I don't even 100% understand it, but
Wait a minute. Whoa. You just built me a $4,000 computer. You don't understand it?
Probably not many people do in the world.
I am sorry, Suso. I cannot write out a fucking diagram of all the ICs and all the resistors and everything everything that it's doing. But I can build it, yes.
Well, okay. Well, you can explain that to me more tomorrow. Maybe I'll see all you guys tomorrow. I'll have a crypto list for you. Patrick, thanks for having me on. I'm getting out of here. Good night.
Oh, look at that. It got so quiet. Fuck. Damn.
He is very loud.
It's the ambient noise from all the computer fans. He should really just get a wind turbine on the other side and crank up some electricity and then pump it back into the freaking power network and get some more money out of what he's doing. Anyway, I have a crazy theory when I heard what he was talking about with that. and it's probably like, 100,000 steps away, and a possibility in humanity's future. Did I tell you? It seems to me like I already told you about this before, though, about creating the virtual world out of the currency. So basically, my completely legitimately a conspiracy theory, right? I mean, for everything that conspiracy theory terminology could mean, this is it. So
I hate the term conspiracy theory because it's a theory.
Right.
It doesn't have to be conspiracy theory.
This would be, because it would be completely planned and completely for the purpose of deception, actually, and control, which even then, that doesn't fall under the definition of conspiracy theory. But the problem with the term conspiracy theory is I think it was the CIA that brought it out. One of them, or the Rand Corporation. But
yeah, right after the JFK assassination,
right,
they coined the term conspiracy theory when people were complaining about the magic bullet and the grassy knoll shooter. And, they just were like, oh, you're all conspiracy theorists. This is what actually happened.
Right. Over time, they've turned it into the idea of fake. Like, that means fake or not true. And that isn't in the definition at all as to conspiracy theory. It's a theory of conspiratorial acts, which is something, one or two or more people plan or conspire to do something illegal or deceptive or something. I mean, that's all that it means. But anyway, this idea is definitely conspiracy theory for all it means, and then some. But nonetheless, it's a theory, and all it is I'm pretty good at scenarios myself, let's say, right? Given tons and tons of data or tons of information over time, and then I just take it and I kind of run with certain ideas or where the train's heading, right? Is it possible that this is where we're going with this? So I'm looking far into the future as a possibility of a theory, conspiratorial, definitely. But if the digital currencies basically end up just being a collection of data, and that data is of not only human activity, but of the physical world, which obviously human activity is involved in the physical world. I guess it doesn't need to be of that much of the physical world, except for the change because every moment in any given day, the physical world changes. Why? Because we're moving around in it, right? Yeah. But when it comes to sort of the greater aspect, I mean, we already have like 3D Google Maps or whatever, right? So we're just think of where we are compared to where we were 30 years ago. Like, that's pretty mind-boggling. We have like cities mapped out and where the windows are and the size of the window. This is crazy thinking. And we're only talking 20, 30 years ago. Like, that was almost unthinkable, right? And already, actually, of course, a lot of programs that Google and some of them have running are currently taking photos and implementing it into the world, right? And comparing it to Google 3D maps and stuff. And every new image, it's updated information, right? And they can even, of course, just take a bunch of still pictures and start creating a little bit of 3D modeling out of it if they got enough images. But each picture. And now it's not just pictures. You think about it. I mean, in theory, you have fucking cell phone cameras running around. I mean, I'm talking about some massive processing going on and data collection going on. But in theory, I mean, there's updated information of a lot all the time that is at least possible, right? Or could become possible to be utilized in the future as an ongoing current in the moment scenario or situation, right? So and that's the same thing with whether I'm suggesting with the Bitcoin, not the Bitcoin necessarily, but the blockchain, if it's a collection of data of human activity and the physical reality around us would be included in that, and you take all these other cameras and everything else in the world, and it's like almost up to date. The more money you get, the more information you get, the more that's happening all the time, the more it's being collected by people's own computers, being processed by their own computers, and being stored in their own memory, at least maybe temporarily, but including their memories, their computer memory. If this is all done constantly and currencies only grow, even though not necessarily being worth more, but you know, the data behind and the processing behind it only becomes more and more and more. Just like, you know, America's now $5 billion trillion in debt, right? It's fucking ridiculous, right? Like it just keeps growing for no good reason, right?
Yeah.
But it will grow, and the more that it happens, and the more it will grow. And if and it's all networked. So my conspiracy theory is that we could be building, cooperating to create and process and continually not just construct, but operate our future digital reality that is an exact replica of our physical reality. Do you see what I'm saying? Which we could get tricked into being in and not even know it. And how would that happen? Because we're already going to end up going into an augmented scenario. You know, you wear glasses or maybe you have an implant, but you get augmentation, right? And that's a wanted thing now. You know, I want to see the street names when I look at the road, right? That's augmentation. And so now if that augmentation gets implanted, or, you know, I want to have eyeshadow on today, and so everyone who sees me is going to see me with eyeshadow, and I don't actually have to put it on, right? You know, this could I say, I don't want to help it, but I mean, undoubtedly, this is what's going to happen in the future, right? And
I completely agree.
And that's where they're going with it. And if they go that way with it, then you take it another 50 or 100 years down the road, or maybe less, given how quickly things change, and we could get tricked into the fucking Matrix pods and not even fucking know it. That's how fucking bad that could get. Why? Because they're using, and we're doing it for them with cryptocurrency. Of course, we're also voluntarily jumping into the ocean because we're willing to get implants or wear glasses and blah, 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 right? Where we'd have to be willing to do it for it to happen. But we also could be inadvertently doing the processing, because most people, you know, in the past I would think, well, how could you ever have a computer that big and that powerful and have instantaneous communication for the whole world? You can't. So you have the whole computer, your whole world at your computer. Everyone's computer can be it for you.
That's the thing. I don't feel like our technology is at a point where it's even remotely close to that kind of reality. I mean, the closest thing we have right now to what you're describing would probably be Neuralink. But even, you know,
and we, yes, us here talking but there's a they, right?
There could be higher level we don't know about.
Yeah, there's
exactly.
Sure.
There's certainly people that have Neuralink level or higher technology at their disposal, but not widely available. Because if it was more widely available than the confines of a small laboratory or a small warehouse, it would be out there. The information would be out there, at least.
So, but if you had it and you could make it, then you would be God to this little simulation that we're all in.
If I could implement it, if I could wide scale implement it, then yes. But if I were to wide scale implement
necessarily be God. You'd be
other
a God.
people would know about it.
You would be just like when we used to play Sims on the computer back in the 90s. That you'd be.
But that's the thing. Not only would you have to have that technology in your laboratory or warehouse, but you would have to implement that wide scale without anyone knowing. And I feel like that would be the difficult part.
They would know. That's the thing, is that's what augmented reality will become, and become bigger and greater and more of it as time goes on, right? So what I'm referring to is obviously not at the level of technology we're at, but it's the type of thing we're doing. Do you know what I mean? It's the direction we're heading. And
I feel like we are.
Yeah, and what I've mentioned this to other people. I'm like augmented reality is like, that's going to go big. You want to invest in something? because not because that's what humanity is going to want. That's where they're taking us. So you want to make some money, invest into an augmented reality company or whatever.
Oh, just wait! As soon as Neuralink hits the stock market, I am dumping everything. I am dumping all my extra funds in Neuralink. That's just what's going to happen, because that is the direction we're heading in. I completely agree, but I don't think it's wide scale enough that we could, trick everyone in the world to know that we're on it. I feel like it would start to become wide scale, and it would become public knowledge before we all go on it.
Yeah, I mean, there would have to be some tricks along the way. I mean, obviously, if you had implants, at first it would be things like, well, I want to turn it off or turn it on. And of course, right now we think we can turn our cell phones off, and they don't really go off necessarily, right? They can still be used. That's a effing trip. Like, what the hell? So it'd be the same thing. Does anybody really know how the chip in their head works? No, they don't know.
Yeah. Why do you think why they make phones now where you can't remove the battery?
Right.
It's exactly for that purpose that you just stated.
Right. That came out in the courts it was Occupy Wall Street way back then. It came out in the courts that they could access and turn on your phones and listen in without them being powered up. And to me, I actually was in a cell phone repair company, and I didn't understand. I'm like, how is that possible? Because when you turn your phone on, it goes through a boot up process. I'm like, you're telling me that they can listen in on your mic on your phone without that thing going through the power up process in front of your face? Like, that was so pre-planned. That is a effing conspiracy, undoubtedly, right?
What I'd like to know is how the hell do they show technology that never existed back in the 1960s? Where the hell do they get the pictures and everything to show technologies? For instance, these telephones that have cameras in them that show up back in the 1960s. How does that happen?
They've had that technology for a long time. I work with someone that worked in information technologies in the military during the 90s. And during the 90s, they had augmented reality. They had, virtual reality. They had, they had holograms, and that was only in the 90s. But that was only available to high-level military personnel, and he was part of that.
Right. Well, it shows magazine photos and everything rolled out to the public. So, and this was back in the 60s. It's all over YouTube. Where the hell does this shit pop up at?
Well, there's a difference between, having technologies available to you through the work of, having large warehouses, developing this stuff for, single use or only multiple use applications. That's one thing. It's another thing, to have companies like Oculus or Steam where they can, manufacture and produce artificial intelligence, augmented reality, wide scale for people to buy. So, there is that gap. There's that 20, 30-year gap, whereas we have this technology and we can use it, to whereas, everyone has this technology and it's literally in their pocket.
There's definitely a time issue, or it takes time. Let's say like color TV, like the technology was there, but there was a long time before they ended up recording and then broadcasting in color, and then someone actually owning a color TV, right? Like there's a lot of years going on there for that to come about. So like someone asked me, when did they have color TV? Like, I don't know. Fuck, when I was a kid, I had black and white, and it was long before me. So it was just because we didn't have a color TV yet. We were broke. But yeah, so there's time variances there in when their things were not. I know there's some things people have questioned, and of course I'm a technology type of guy, and there's lots of things, like say small things. Just because something's small, that doesn't mean better technology. Like in the case of a camera, right? I mean, a typical chemical reaction film, right? Like just to make it really small doesn't mean that's high technology. That's just a different size, you know. But we have this idea because of cell phones and computers that the smaller it gets, the more technology it is. Like, when it comes to the size of circuitry, sure, but there's no circuitry in a little camera. It's just a little camera, you know. People used to make little watches. People used to make little clocks, whatever, right? So there's certain things that, yeah, like people just don't always understand what's going on, you know, inside, and whether something's digital or not, or like a communication device. You know, we had two-way radios for a long time. So I've seen one with
you
the
can't tell me you can't roll out photos of a 1960s family with a telephone that shows video on it, and then I'm in the 1980s as a teenager, have never heard of it. I've had rich friends, never seen them, never heard of them going through school. You can't just, I mean, what?
But in the case of that, it's not the same thing that we have now. So in the 60s, they had video cameras and they had TV. So you have a video camera at one end, you have a TV at the other, and you have a telephone running hand in hand with it. It's not on the same line. They probably actually literally have two different cables coming in, running two different things, or maybe not. They could run it on the same line. They could probably find ways to. But what we get now is different because it's digitized. So, and the information's all in one stream. It's not two different informations on the same line or two different lines. So it's digital, not analog. And
I watched Star Trek back in the day, and I know that they have, when they watch them over their big screen videos, that the other guy's in the other room, you know, ha 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 ha. Get it? Why did we dream about that stuff back then if it really did exist already? Why were we watching Star Trek and dreaming that stuff like that? That we were wishing stuff like that would come into fruition. And
Well, that's the thing. It was probably available to a handful of people, but it took that, you know, extra 20, 30 years to be available to everyone for a cheap price.
well, there's the infrastructure needed for it as well, right? So if you had your own corporate building and you wanted to have communication with a video, well, you could have cameras in every room or on every device at someone's desk and a phone, and you could have video talking within a building. But even if people had the money and you did the production to make that equipment, well, the telephone lines and or the cable lines weren't set up to do that, to work hand in hand with each other, right? Like the infrastructure wasn't there.
Yeah.
For the world.
But the technology was.
The analog technology, sure. But it also would run like shit over long distance. So there's the second that you're going to stretch it from one city to another, it really wouldn't work very well, right? So that's another issue that you have with analog setup, is the resistance of the lines over long distance isn't great. So that would be another issue. Like, yeah. I don't know. But I mean, and then the other way, sort of maybe what Patrick's getting at, like, who knows how far ahead they plan or they have in mind to do things, or they're capable of and we don't know yet, and then they roll it out. Like, honestly, in a conspiratorial manner, I think they held off on some higher speed internet, and of course that goes hand in hand with the capabilities of processors and computers that we have. But and it all didn't even start like YouTube was 2004. Well, guess what was just a few years before that? Because YouTube was the birth, is a big part, not of social media, but of people communicating. YouTube was a big part of that. You could upload a fucking video and show people something, and you didn't have to get it off the news, right? YouTube was a big deal, a big birth of human communication, even though it was kind of one way. You could leave some comments, but still the comments are great. I mean, that alone, right? It was a big deal around 2004 when that started out. And of course, it wasn't really operational. And at first it was a lot of stupid videos. So it was a few years before it really got rolling. High-speed internet started right at that time or just after that time, depending on where you lived. Higher speed, DSL and all them. What happened just a few years before 2004, 2001, 9/11? Guess what? People weren't able to communicate. Very difficult to, right? You had chat boards and shit. And
you had AOL, it wasn't that efficient.
No, people couldn't communicate in network essentially because YouTube sort of created a bit of a networking too. Like people had to communicate in a group or semi-groupish. And then even cameras, like digital cameras on your cell phone or being widely available. Digital cameras were very, very limited in 2001. Extremely. I remember what girlfriend I had, to get so many megapixels, and your memory sticks were very small. Like you might do a 20-second video and your pictures are pretty shitty, and the cameras are pretty expensive. So people weren't around snapping pictures, right? Everywhere they went. Or almost nobody was running video unless you had an analog tape, which is, like the old school video cameras. So, and not a lot of people had them. And when they did, they only pulled them out for special occasions. And that was all and all that was what is the only thing that was really readily available or commonly used during 9/11 period. It was after 9/11, then shit rolled out. And conspiratorial wise, I think they did that on purpose. I think they held off. I think. I mean, really, it's a theory. I don't believe this.
I still remember, when 9/11 happened and, all like loose change and like all like the,
loose
conspiracy
change
videos
until about 2006. I think 2006 or 7 was loose change.
But I remember, all the videos hitting YouTube about, hey, this doesn't line up, or hey, this kind of looks like a planned demolition. And, a lot of people on YouTube, there were a lot of people speaking out and posting videos and being like, hey, I'm questioning the narrative.
Yes, but that's my part of my point. When that happened, when the capability and was available as far as technology goes and typical activity, people being on YouTube and the internet more, and of course this loose change film, which I'll question as to being timed and planned as well, possibly. There's a couple of them. Maybe it was part of the plan. All that didn't happen until after the first wave of shock went away. They had already gone through Iraq and Afghanistan, right? You already had that stretch of 3, 4, 5 years was very critical, not to have a critical mass wave through the masses, to have a huge issue,
To get public support for the war.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That few years was critical not to have us communicating before that. They couldn't have that, or you'd have a fucking revolution possibly, right? You'd kick these people out of office. You would clean up your world a bit. And I'm just saying I think it's quite possible that things were planned the way it was. And even the output of information, like loose change, was probably planned too. And and I know that sounds weird. Why would they want you to know? Because it's so hard to explain.
Controlled opposition.
Yeah, controlled opposition is usually to control it, to limit it, and that definitely would be happening. But why would they want it out there at all in the first place? To screw with you, and so that you end up becoming accepted of a wrong that was done, and you get focused on that wrong being done. Well, they do more wrongs. They did this in the Soviet Union. I had an old Russian friend I worked with explained it to me. So when the Soviet Union collapsed, right, you had the evil Lenin and all them, and they had all this, they spied on their people, and it was very old school, all analog technology and files. There's a file on you, right? The Gestapo doing this and the Kremlin doing this, right? And so when the Soviet Union fell, what they started doing is everybody was focused on what was being done. And they weren't focused on what is being done now, right? The wrongs that were, so they draw your attention. It's a distraction, right? Look what was, look what was over here, and you're not looking at the moment, and you're not therefore not concerned about the future from what is at the moment, right? So it's like that magic you know, the sleight of hand sort of thing. And that's what he says was going on from his analysis, and it made a lot of sense. They had a lot to go on about. There's a lot of files being pulled out on the old control system there, like a lot of information people didn't know about, and massive amounts of it. And they were still getting screwed. Little did they know the same people are still running the show. The same people are still behind Putin. It's still the same oligarch. They're just behind the scenes now.
So he described to you basically what their psychological operation was to, you know, let people think that the Soviet Union collapsed and that they were moving towards a different form of governing.
Yeah. He said like, you know, it's the same people running the show when I forget how he put it. I don't know. You know, it's the same person fucking you from behind when it feels the same or something. Something like that. Yeah. They might not look like the same person, but it's the same or something. You know, you put it in some terms like that, but it's his analogy, right? Yeah.
You're still getting fucked from behind. They just put a different mask on.
Right. It feels the same. You should know because it feels the same. It's the same person. Yeah,
that's a good one.
Like that. Man, the stories that dude had, those people went through hell for a long time. Like even all the little communities, and reminds me of Canada in a way. Like, you know, you get little communities, but they used to sneak around at night to trade, and just to get food or whatever, to trade from one community to the next. You had to sneak from one community to the next, and we're talking
that's crazy.
We're talking winter in Russia, man. Like that's not an easy thing to be trekking from community to community, scared for your life that you're going to get caught. And every single night, all the time, people were disappearing. The black vans pull up and pull people, and they're disappearing, right? They're going to the gulags. So this is constantly happening all the time. People getting snatched.
And that's, yeah, I feel like, you know, that's the main problem. Not with like textbook communism, but, you know, communism in action is that, you know, slavery is pretty much legal, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, in a roundabout way, that's what they were doing. It isn't just the fact it was communism, because any of this could happen with any different setup of system. It's infiltration of evil taking over your system. And I've analyzed this stuff a lot because, you know, you have communism and socialism and a democracy and republics, and, you know, we think this is so great. Actually, it's all of them are ways that evil people wanting power, and those end up being evil people, and of course religious people would just say evil in general, can work their way in, manipulate their way in, and operate under like law as if it's right in all cases. They just keep changing the laws. And so when you go through the different systems that humanity has had over the years, you have dictators, you have oligarchs, which is basically a dictating group, which in a sense, that's what was running the Soviet Union, was an oligarch. And you had the feudal system, the kings and queens. That was the best system, believe it or not, even though we think otherwise. You know, kings and queens were evil. Yeah, quite often they ended up getting evil. Sometimes it sort of went back and forth because it usually blood-based, right, on a family. Would be a monarch, right? So that's a monarch system. Yeah. Be it a feudal system is run by a monarch. But the reason why that was one of the best ones from my analysis is because when evil tried to work its way in, of course they could already be evil, but if evil tried to infiltrate, they just tell them to cut their heads off with your head, right?
Yeah, you know, off with your head. You know, you're trying to fuck our system up.
Yeah, they're family. They're related. And usually the families won't screw each other, even though there was a good portion of that going on. That did happen. But in a general sense, families weren't actually screwing each other, right? Too much, because they're relatives. They just dealt and squabbled a lot. And if no one could infiltrate them. Why? Because they're blood. They're family. Yeah. Who's going to come in and take them over? Nobody can.
Yeah, no one can walk in and be like, "Oh, I'm your son." And we're like, yeah. What? What the fuck are you talking about?
They can't sneak their way in or deceive their way in. And if they did, they didn't need a law system or some legal means to prove it. They don't need to prove shit. Throw them in the fucking dungeon for what? It does. I said throw them in the dungeon, right?
Yeah, because I said so.
Because I said so, right? And so that way they couldn't be taken over. So in a roundabout way, the monarch system was one of the best ones, believe it or not. Well, I say best for as far as infiltration aspect, and therefore minimize the amount of evil. But as evidence of that, that's why those systems lasted the longest over time, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years. Whereas all of our other systems, socialism, communism, and our democracies and the republic's pretty decent. They made a lot of checks and break up the power. That's why America has done well in surviving, because there's a lot of division of power, right?
Yeah.
But even still, all of them are ripe for infiltration and deception. All of them. And all you do is just rewrite the laws and be like Hitler.
I mean, that's what we're seeing right now. You know, I mean, there's the wide-scale fraud, and, you know, you have the media that controls the narrative that's like, what fraud? We don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, so it's like, there's definitely a great battle going on right now with, you know, democracy in America.
It is, and it's a battle on so many levels. So not just the legalities, not just the infiltration, not just the loss of some democracy or republic, but it's also this battle with humanity now, because we know this is the catch. This is what's new. This is what's epic for humanity right now.
Everyone knows there was fraud.
Yeah, at least 70%, I would say, at least 70% of America and probably like 80% of the world knows this was bullshit. Like there's lies going on here, right? The media, the media lying. Everybody knows the media is lying. Like it doesn't matter what side you're on.
You know, Trump's a dickhead. He's a dickhead. He's an asshole. He's a New York real estater. He has this attitude to him, but he's a leader. And you know, to believe that someone with dementia got the most votes in history, like, come on, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I suspect. Long prior to this vote. Even when I was talking to Dan and some people, I'm like, they're setting Trump up to win again. Clearly, I was like, to me, clearly Trump's going to win again because of what I was seeing from everything, and everything from the media continuously just lying, which means, and everybody knew it, so that actually would help Trump, right? And same with a lot of things on the other side of the political scale, that they were just being blatantly ridiculous. Like, humanity's not that. I mean, okay, there's some stupid Westerners or Americans, but not that many are that stupid. Come on now, right? We actually got some brains here. So to me, and not only that, of course, a lot to do with jobs and money. I mean, realistically, that's what people want is money, right? Come on now, right? Do they really care who's running their...
You want a functioning economy. You want a functioning economy. You want a functioning town, the biggest thing. City, neighborhood, you know, whatever. You can't just lock everyone in pods and expect them to be okay with it.
And you had the other side being a little outrageous with the Antifa especially, right? But I mean, that was outrageous from any civil human being's perspective. Like, this is like wrong. You don't burn our cities down. It's not helping us. I don't want my city burnt down, you know? So it was just so extreme that causes an opposite effect. And then what was happening as far as, well, the world didn't come to an end because Trump won last time, obviously. You know, America didn't fall apart. Everybody isn't a bunch of little Hitlers now, obviously. I knew that was never going to happen, right? So none of this, you know, the first time around, I could see I could understand some serious concern if people had certain perspectives, but it didn't happen. It was fine. Everything's basically fine. I mean, and I'm not happy with a lot of things Trump did. One of the first things he did end up bombing freaking Syria when he said he was done with the pointless wars. But after that, he didn't follow through with a lot of wars, which is good. With a lot of that war stuff, he's pulled back. I think there's reasons for all of that for a future setup. I think they're pulling back to get ready for a bigger blow. But
the thing, a war doesn't actually solve anything. You know,
no, I mean, it has all different.
It declares a winner and it declares a loser, but it doesn't. You know, it doesn't actually help anything in the long run. You know, just like World War I. World War I just set up for World War II. And there's never any winners of war. The only time
Nobody
both
really wants
sides
to go to war as far as the people goes.
the
Ever.
only
Welcome,
time there's a
Lionel.
winner, the only time there's a winner on both sides is when there's a compromise, not when there's a war.
Welcome, Voynich.
Hey, Voynich.
Hi, Patrick. D. Video. Hi, man.
Yeah, it's
Cool
good.
sweater. I like that color, man. I like that velvet. I like that sweater. I want it.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
My company makes them. I actually work for a ski clothing company.
Oh, cool. I like that kind of clothing. Yeah.
It is so warm. It definitely is. Me and Suso, we live at 10,000 feet, so it definitely gets cold up here.
Yeah. So you need it. It looks pretty awesome too, dude.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, there was no doubt that Trump was going to win because that's what I seen the setup for. I mean, even whether it be one side or the other side, the media or both political sides, to me, the whole thing was going to cause him to, because basically, let's say it was somewhere near 50-50 votes the first time around. Well, is what has happened since and the circumstances they're at and what may happen, is it more likely some people will change their vote to go one way or the other? That's what was going to matter. And to me, it was kind of obvious that, people that voted before for him are probably going to remain the same, the majority. And actually, I could see some people that didn't vote for him that would be like, yeah, I like this money in my new job. And so they'll probably vote for him. So, because the world didn't fall
I
apart.
like this money in my new job.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and when maybe the first time around they were concerned that he was Hitler or something. So and then they see he isn't. So then they'll probably change towards his vote. So to me, it was like they're setting him up to win again. And then this is happening now, and now of course I've seen a lot of different information. I got to be careful what I say because YouTube will kill the video here. So, but I will say that it kind of, if I had to take a guess, it was probably
70-30.
It wouldn't surprise me if it was a 70-30 scenario. Honestly, that might be the reality of it, and which is huge, right? That's almost everybody. That's a lot of people that know they got screwed.
That was another one of my issues with the media is they were like, because I have a boyfriend, I'm gay, and the media was like, oh, Trump's going to make being gay illegal, he's going to remove the rights, and he's going to make gay marriage illegal again, and I'm just like, where? When did this happen? He hasn't done any of this stuff. He literally sells rainbow shit on his website, and it's like, he isn't Hitler. He isn't this crazy dictator that's going to tell everyone what they have to do. And it's just, I stopped believing the media around 9/11, and I almost started believing them around coronavirus. But as soon as the media was like, you can't see your friends and loved ones, but you can go protest, was when I was like, okay, they're still lying. So I just continue on as normal.
Right. Huh.
Well, I was contemplating the other day, since all wars are set up, so to say, right? They go via a certain script. They follow a scenario. And like you said, there's no winners in a war, right? But, well, there might not be winners in a war like for the people on the ground, but history is written. And what's written in the history books, that's who we call the winner or the victor, right? So in the Second World War, that was the Allies, led by America and Canada, right? The Allied forces, so to say.
Russia really won World War II, but go on. Yeah, they're allies.
Yeah.
They were in it the entire time. We were dragged into it.
Yeah.
We went in and swept up from the other side.
Yeah.
But since that was all planned, I mean, it's all a play, right? It's all a scenario. It all just has to be done. People have to be inspired and people have to be paid, and that's actually all it takes for them, because they know what groups of people are going to react like. And so the savior, so to say, the Messiah in the Second World War was the Allied forces. So work together to exterminate evil in the world. That was like the outcome of the Second World War. What was the outcome of the First World War? Something similar, right?
Yeah, Germany having to pay a lot of reparations.
Well, they were actually working out the Tsar and Franz Ferdinand, right? This is what they were doing in Europe. They were killing off like the royal houses, so to say, because the evil was
Russia
there,
a lot, yeah.
right? And so also in Prussia,
creation of the Soviet Union was a big part of World War One.
Yeah. So, and that was about killing the royal houses and the royal families and replace it with oligarchs, so to say. And so that was the outcome of the First World War. But these were all like good outcomes in that day and age, right? So there's also an outcome for this war. It's already being planned. And since we see that the divide will be in, will you take the vax or won't you? There's going to be a divide in society. And I've been thinking, like, what's going to save us? Because there's people who need to be saved in a war, right? The innocent ones. And so I'm thinking, like, who's going to save us? Because it's worldwide. So who's going to save us? Nobody from this world. So who's going to save the anti-vaxxers? Yeah, you can fill it in. It's the aliens. They will save us. They'll say, "Come with us. You won't have to take a shot. You can just come with us," and poof, gone. Whole problem solved. No more anti-vaxxers. And the anti-vaxxers think that they go to Never Neverland or Happy Fantasyland.
It's an interesting idea to work with. I don't know if I would go exactly with what you're saying with vaccine, but in a general sense, that's an interesting scenario.
Right. I'm on the fence about the vaccine. I'm not sure if it would be a good thing or a bad thing, because even as a little kid, I received all my vaccines, and I'm fine, I guess. I don't know.
There's a few different layers to how I would answer that or respond to that. One is in the general sense for vaccines, there's a lot of stuff in it other than just what the vaccine part is, right? So there's a lot of other fluids that are used, which are not good. In the case, and of course, in the more well-known one, it was common in the flu vaccine, and then they took it out when everyone found out. Now they've put it back. Most of it was thimerosal, and in thimerosal is mercury. So they're literally injecting mercury into us, which is like the worst thing almost on the planet that you can inject into a bloodstream, because your brain cells literally dissolve. I've seen the videos, under microscope videos from University of Alberta. It's just like you can add any other metal, and when you add mercury to the brain cell, they just sizzle away. Like, it's just so epically freaking unbelievable. But what happens is, and I had a big video I've broken up and uploaded to my YouTube. It was one of my first things. I've taken it off now because I don't want my channel to be taken down for a reason of vaccine, because I'm a Mandela Effect channel. But where was I going with this? They had taken it out and put it back. There was okay. So what happens is some people react differently, and the way some people are different is how your body is capable of leaching, in this case, mercury or not. So people that, and typically you're looking at children, because children are smaller, they end up with a higher sort of percentage, you could say. And children that you would see mercury readings on their hair, they didn't have issues. All the kids that had major issues, the mercury wasn't in their hair, so their body wasn't leaching it out. So in that case, that's how they were reacting differently, right? So that's one layer of something when it comes to vaccines, is other shit that's in it. There's a vaccine that's a vitamin K, which is not really a vitamin; it's a synthetic form of the vitamin. But it's not that's the issue. The issue is, I think, some benzonol or something that they have in it, and it's like you shouldn't be pumping this into people, or into babies especially. Your immune system ends up getting screwed sometimes, or responding. That's how you end up getting allergies a lot, and that's like so many people allergic to peanut butter because they were using peanut oil as part of the setup for some of these vaccines. So your immune system then, every time it got a sense or a little bit of input in your body of peanut oil, it goes, oh shit, and it responds. Your immune system responds, and you might get rashes, you might get whatever, headaches, I don't know, whatever, right? All different sort of fevers, different outcomes of an immune system response, just because you ate a bit of peanut butter. And because originally you ended up getting a vaccine that had peanut oil as a part of it. Eggs is another one, of course. So that's one whole layer. The shit that's in there with the vaccine part, which is a DNA scenario, right? So that's the next level. Is the vaccine is originally they used to use a live vaccine. Of course, they stopped doing that fairly
I
early
just
on.
realized that this is what I got my first strike for is going against medical CDC shit about talking about what's in the vax and stuff. So just be careful what you're saying.
Sure.
Try not to use the full word of vax.
People get their channels taken down for showing all the side effects. Just the folder that goes with the actual vaccine. They just show the folder that goes with the vaccine. And
it's getting really ridiculous, and I just got done with my first strike.
Right.
Well, it's just kind of ridiculous because you should be able to talk about and speculate on whatever, any company is pumping out and telling you to take.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And or talking hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So no, keep on with your convo. Just be a little.
Generally speaking,
the truth
is the actual, like originally you would have a live version, and then fairly early on they switched to a dead version. That seemed to work very well. What's different about this one that I bring into question, and a couple of layers or possibilities of it alone, if you wanted to get conspiratorial, but even if not, this is it's an RNA version, so. It's not like in nature, you have, you eat a plant, you eat an animal, an insect bites you, I don't know, you take a dip in some dirty water. Anything you come in contact with, whether it be interior, exterior, or internal, it's a full cell, man. Like it's a whole set, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a full set of chromosomes here. It's encapsulated essentially, right? That's not what this is. This is instead of this being different cookies or desserts, this is now the ingredients to the cookies and desserts, right? So as far as the DNA goes, we're talking RNA now. So is that a different thing that we should be concerned about? Maybe. If we don't know, then your default should be you should be concerned, right? If you don't know, then there should be concerned. Why? Because we don't know. Of course, conspiratorial wise, I'd say they do know, right? And so, and of course, well, what RNA is it? Well, it's likely RNA from the virus itself, or a synthetic version of that. Or is it? Or is it always going to be? Or is the one now the same as the one tomorrow? What is this? What? I don't really like the meddling with DNA shit. I'm not into that, and I don't trust the big dudes for that.
Everybody hated Hitler for doing that, right? Everybody hated Nazi Germany for doing that, and everybody agreed on that was evil, messing with that.
Yeah, and they were doing it way back then, and of course now at what level is that sort of possible manipulation I say technology, but understanding and capability at? We got no idea. But I can tell you, like, there are experiments out there that are mainstream that people don't realize. Like, they had what was it was to do with a lizard, and they could take other genes. They could take a living organism like a lizard and have other genes above it and shoot a laser through it and change the gene setup of the lizard by shooting light through, right? From yeah. And what it is, it's because everything's energy. Matter's not knock on wood. And energy, and I suspect that the chromosomes is actually sort of like let's say a musical instrument. They vibrate, right? And so your genome is I speculate is basically it vibrates. So when you get energy going through something that's sort of like, let's say, guitar strings, and they vibrate, well, depending on the size and the length of the guitar strings, it'll make music, right? And so you have different genes to create different physical outcome, different music.
Yeah,
So
makes sense.
the energy, it's so basically your genome is, your chromosomes is like a recipe, but it's done by energy and then your physical matter outcome, and it's the middleman, right, in physical form, much like I say guitar strings, and as an analogy. And they always change, though. What's funny is when we got taught chromosomes, it's like, oh, you're born with this and you die with this, and it's actually not the case whatsoever. They could change it. They change all the time, constantly, just very, very, very little, right? Very minimally, and could be a lot over a long period. But you never die with the same genes that you were born with. You change.
Exactly. Yeah.
You essentially evolved, right? If you want to use
And
that.
that's what you're saying the vaccines do, is they actually change.
No, I didn't say that, YouTube. We did not say that. No.
No, but
Am I
hypothetically,
suggesting that's a concern of mine? Oh, damn right I am.
yeah. So, but since this being born with the same DNA as you die with, and this is what they used to think, right? But now they know that it changes, and now they want to know, like, does it only deteriorate, or does it amplify things, or they don't know that shit yet. They're starting to know that. So then they're gonna need your DNA samples like every week. That's what they're doing now. I mean, the control is so complete. They want to see, like, how far can we control DNA with just information?
I mean, the more information they can
So,
get, the more they can
hypothetically speaking, in Minecraft, they want to manipulate these genes and DNA, and then see how the change is affected every week.
Well, I don't think they're just meddling and playing in the mud. I'm sure if there is something conspiratorial going on, they got a pretty damn good idea what the outcome's going to be ahead of time. But it could be something as simple as sick people are easy to control and make money off of, and it could be as extreme as ancient civilization of lizards, and they would like to make us more inhabitable for demonic freaking infiltration. Right? It could. Who knows? In any case, I'm not a fan. I ain't gonna take the risk. And with the death rate,
I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be taboo to talk about this stuff, because I love the fact that the dude on YouTube that talks about reptilians and wrote 4 books, made a living on talking about this reptilian species that controls us. I don't think that should be taboo. I mean, if that's what he believes and he wants to speak about it, let him speak about it. I don't see what the issue is.
Right. I think that's kind of done on purpose too. What Ike says, and the way it's proposed, I actually don't think is quite correct. But I mean, it's proposed in a manner that is what they are, and I don't think that's the case at all. I just think it's sort of a combination. What the problem is that we think matter is knock on wood, and it really truly isn't. It's energy, and that energy can change. And if there's other energy involved, and some energy becomes more in the moment or in control or in power at a certain given moment, then it might shine through, and that's what you see, like literally almost like a morphing scenario. And maybe it's more just like on the dielectric level, so maybe it's just imagery where it's more ghost-like of a change of something looks like some sort of animal, or maybe it's literal morphing of matter. I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty crazy thing to consider. But no, I don't think some of these bloodlines are literally like an animal. They're not literally a lizard. That's ridiculous. but there could be other shit. And actually, I think, and theoretically, but I actually think there's a reason why it's reptilian. Why demons are considered to be or commonly referred to as reptilian is because that's what was on the earth for millions of years, or maybe not million, maybe it was only 1,000 or 100. I don't know.
Dinosaurs,
right?
Pterodactyls, they were reptilian.
That's right. There was a huge era of animals that probably ended up getting possessed and manipulated, and what did they turn into? A bunch of murdering beasts, man. I mean, it was a crazy place for a long time.
Hey, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I have to pee real bad.
We talked about a lot of crazy stuff tonight. Yeah, Patrick, the video's been so long, the talk's been so long, that little bit, it probably won't even get caught on to. If you started off the conversation like that, like for the first 5 or 10 minutes, they'll probably catch it and do something about it. The odds change a lot. How much is said? There's a lot about to do with percentages of whether something gets flagged or not. Yeah, all that. How early on. The beginning, and it's the same with copyright info and videos and music. Like if you do it early on in the video, it's almost guaranteed they're going to catch it. If you wait 5 or 10 minutes, it seems like the algorithms that are run on the video die down a lot, or maybe they don't run the same ones that take a lot of time. So you get away with more later on.
Yeah, I don't know why they get so huffy puffy about it, because I seen it on Fox today. They showed that this is not a normal vax. They showed that it's an RNA inside of it. I mean, right there on TV, they showed it. So, I mean, I don't know what the hell.
First test round worldwide. I mean, it's just every German scientist's wet dream. Let's try it worldwide. Why not?
I think even from a very like layman's or simpleton's perspective, it's like, okay, you're going to bring this stuff that has to be transferred in like minus 90-degree case and you want to inject it in, like, it just seems a little different, you know? This isn't your average shit, is it? You know, that alone, I mean, that's not my concern, but it is an indicator that there's something a little different going on here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's below zero shit. You need dry ice and then to put it in your veins. That's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, it should be a little alarming. Like, you gotta carry this stuff. I think it's minus 90. I don't know if that was Fahrenheit or Celsius or what, but it's like that should be like a little indicator. Like, this is different, isn't it?
If you need to keep it below zero, that's one. But if you need to keep it at minus 90, it's pretty extreme.
Yeah, it should raise questions. But as I was saying, like, it is. The way I put it, it's like the ingredients and not the whole thing. Like, this is different situation, and it would concern me a little bit more than typical if there's something behind the scenes, you know. And of course, it doesn't even make fucking sense, because with this RNA setup, what they're doing. So if you get sick, you get the flu, your immune system responds, you get over it. Now your immune system recognizes that flu, and if it ever ends up in your body again, your immune system responds to it because it recognizes it. And essentially, I'm pretty sure, people said I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure your immune system has a lifetime memory, and it's passed on to your children through the mother's milk. So this is never an issue again in your bloodline. Well, that's a pretty good deal. You know, it's biologically a setup. But now this...
Patrick, please, can you... echo coming from you. Can you maybe turn your speakers down? Oh, yeah, it's better like that. Yeah, thanks.
But now with this new setup, which is different again from the original, the old ones, and they use dead and alive. I'm just refraining from using the word right now. But this new setup doesn't actually create a situation where your immune system gets to learn to recognize it. It's actually, the way it works is because you're only getting the RNA setup, you're actually sort of working outside of where the recipes are stored. Let's say you're outside of where your immune system stores the recipes, and it's just setting you up to create the outcome of what the recipe used to do in your immune system. So your immune system still creates the outcome, but the indicator is the RNA. The indicator and the recipe. It doesn't create a recipe that you store anymore. It's temporary, is what I'm trying to say. So eventually, once this RNA is gone out of your system, and it's a very short-term memory, let's say, that your immune system has. So this new style is only good for, they don't even know. It might be good for 1 year, might be good for 2 years, and then you're not immune anymore. So what? Then you're going to need another round, right?
Yeah.
Which is impossible even to get the entire American population done, if they were all willing, to get them all done before it runs out for a bunch of them. So it's never going to solve the mask issue, for one. It's never going to totally get rid of it, for two. It's all temporary.
Plus, after you get it, you need a booster.
Yeah, they do a second round, right. And that's basically to cause a longer lasting effect. So if it was only the first round, it would last a very minimal amount of time, maybe only months. You get the second round, which is, I believe, the exact same thing, but it just causes a little bit more, the short term becomes a little bit more longer term memory. Even though your immune system's never actually storing the recipe, it causes a little bit longer effectiveness, or a fair bit longer perhaps, but even still it's limited. It's not like nature. It's not even like the old ones, where the old ones worked sort of something like nature, right?
I think after
get a little bit of it.
I think after 2 months, it's going to turn people into walking zombies, sick COVID people. That's what it's going to turn people in, and then we're going to be dropping left and right.
Yeah, I think that it will have that effect. Yeah.
If it was to, it wouldn't be because it would be that directly. It would be because it would cause you to become susceptible for infiltration by other entities, and the other entities will turn you into things that will make zombies look cute.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen? I can't say have you ever seen. No one's ever seen. I've heard one before. An animalistic human. I've heard an animalistic human once in a psych ward. Scary shit, man. But
like you hear somebody scream like an animal. Yeah.
I guess like a Wendigo.
A human growl. He was possessed, man. If there was ever a dude that was ever possessed, this dude was. I didn't get to see his face, but.
Like out on that farm, I forget what farm that's called, that they usually have it on Coast to Coast or Clyde Lewis. They talk about this way out in the country in Nevada, I think it is. And you hear you see a lot of UFOs there, and you hear all these really weird screams and at night, and it's like on a reservation. I can't think of the name of it though.
Navajo.
Yeah, that's not the name.
Indian reservation.
I think I know.
Yeah, it's on the Indian reservation. It's not called Navajo though, but they have they've even had a lot of cattle that's been mutilated and cut up with precision. A lot of shit happens in this area, but I just can't think of the name. I can't think of the name.
I forgot Prelim asked a question about DNA. I wonder if he's even still around. He's probably long gone. Here's another the way things interconnect the things I figure when it comes to DNA and human spirit and consciousness and all that, is that here's an example. A buddy of mine, he's totally probably just an atheist dude. He was a guy I worked with, but he did some drugs and stuff, and he explained to me when he did, what did he take? I think it was, what's that weed-like one? But it's not weed, it's an herb, and it was legal.
Salvia.
Yeah, man. I had one puff of that stuff. That stuff's like, I never had enough for what people usually experience, but I just felt like I was dying. My five senses kept flickering off and on. Like, I did not like it. I'm like, this just seems dangerous to me. Like, I didn't like anything about it. I did doing a lot of different drugs in my life, like just playing around and shit, but when I was young mainly. Did not like that Salvia whatsoever. That shit is messed up and dangerous in ways. But he talked about, I think it was Salvia that he did, a good blast of it. And he talked about like he was out of his body. He's gone. He said he was like floating around in space. He went and sat on some planet, and then he's just talking about what he experienced. He wasn't claiming that this really happened, but that's what
he was like, on Salvia, I saw some shit.
Yeah, well, he experienced it, yeah, and then part of that was what you visually see. There's other aspects of the sensations that's made it seem very real to him. But
I
what
just found it on. Sorry, guys. I just found it on. I looked it up on Google. It's called the Skinwalker Ranch, and now I see
right,
Creek Mary.
Yeah, Wendigos. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, Creek Mary put it in there too. Skinwalker Ranch. That's it.
Yeah, the Wendigos. Apparently, from what the Indians said, it's a spirit. A Wendigo is a spirit that is created from someone that killed someone close to them, like their best friend or their parent or whatever, and then died shortly after. And that's how you get a Wendigo.
Weird. All right, so I just want to finish with this dude. Actually, a whole bunch of shit, if you don't mind hearing me talk for a moment.
Go for it.
The interesting part of his experience was that when he came down off of it, and let's say in this case, literally came down because he came back to Earth, he said he fell right back to Earth. Yeah, he landed on someone's couch, like in their living room. He doesn't know who it was, and there was somebody there. And it was like he didn't recognize where he was. He didn't know what he was doing there, but he just fell straight down. And he said a moment later, he got sucked right sideways into his body. And then, of course, he's asking me, he's like, I don't know, do you think this really happened? I'm like, yeah, I think it probably did really happen. But it's not, obviously not you physically. It's your consciousness. And therefore your consciousness within reality, which creates a spirit energy emanating from that consciousness, which means it was your spiritual self in a whole, which includes your consciousness. Yes, I think it probably did really happen. But what's interesting is that he got sucked into his body. And so initially the force would be to fall, just like fallen angel. You fall, but where he happened to fall down to wasn't to where his body was, and then he gets sucked over to his body. The reason why you get sucked, I'm saying this in what I've come to understand to a degree and theorize to a degree for many other reasons. So just go with me. I'm not claiming to be 100% right. I could be wrong. But the reason why you get sucked over to your body is not your body itself per se, but a part of what encompasses your physical your physicalness that's your soul. Your soul is not your consciousness. It's not your spiritual self. It's your anchor to this physical realm. Because actually we sort of need an anchor to hold us here. Of course, once we're here for a while, we'd probably get enough badness to us, and for lack of a better term, bad energy that ends up lowering ourselves to whatever. Anyway, you end up over there. But what determines what your soul, I shouldn't even be saying that so much now, what your soul is or what your physical body is your DNA. That's what goes hand in hand. Your DNA goes hand in hand with your spiritual energy. What emanates from your consciousness is a set of light, or is a symphony of sound. It doesn't matter. Light, sound is the same thing. And I don't want to get into that aspect of physics, but we're lied to. We think it's all different shit. Now, it's just emanating energy is all it is. Energy is just movement within reality, within the ether. It's just force and motion. And so our consciousness creates vibrations within the ether or within reality, which is, you could call it light, you could call it sound. It doesn't matter. We could see with our eyeballs, or we could hear with our eyeballs, or see with our ears. It's just the way that we process waves of energy. And science knows this, but they don't really explain it properly. And then they don't explain it as in the sense that there's an ether either. But that's kind of the case, or a medium that we exist in. So I'm sort of throwing in a bunch of other information along the way here. Anyway, so easy to get sidetracked. That's what is going to suck you in. That's sort of part of what creates what your soul scenario, the anchor that anchors your consciousness down to this horrible fucking level that we exist in. That is not where we're not from here, kind of, you could say. we end up becoming from here. We could end up becoming so bad that we go down into even denser, into matter when we die. I don't think a lot of humans do. That could happen. And then there's a system that filters that up, and we end up coming back up anyway once we get rid of that set of memories. That once we deal with that, but anyway, delete it, right? We get deleted, our set memories of who we were get deleted because it was bad. But anyway, that's very theoretical of mine. Anyway, you get sucked over to your body. What is the same as this is the information that had come out, which of course is very questionable, but of the cloning centers. And of course, the term cloning center is a stupid term to use, but every time information comes out, they give it these stupid tag term things that mislead what the situation is. But what was claimed, what's really being done is that they grow a clone of you, same DNA. They need to get your DNA. They grow. And when you go to sleep, they're able to activate this over here. And what people didn't understand, and even people that talked about it, experienced this, they don't understand, like, they think they get so much technology, they can transfer your consciousness from this body into the other version of your body. They don't need to transfer it. They don't need technology to do that. That happens automatically. That's a part of reality, a part of nature, existence, is the fact that this is more active. It now becomes almost, you could say, your new soul. No, it isn't. It's just mimicking it using DNA, right? It's just, that's where your consciousness belongs, because the DNA is a result of your emanating spirit, which of course both change throughout your existence, and probably change for worse, more so than when you were first born, because when you're first born, assumingly you were pretty good. And then you get evil, then you get influenced by bad days and whatever. But that's what they were doing is you just grow a duplicate, and when this one goes to sleep, it becomes that physical body becomes a little less alert, a little less alive, because it's sleeping, it's at rest. And if you spark this one a little bit stronger, well, when you go to sleep and you go to dream, or you float around a little, maybe you're only a centimeter off of your body in your bed. I don't know. Maybe you don't really leave your body half the time. I don't know. Maybe some people float around and dream. I don't know. But your consciousness gets sucked over there, and then they're screwed. Whatever. That's a whole different ball game of shit that goes on when you get into your clone. And that's not, like I was saying, I don't even think that's technology they had to develop. It happens automatically. That's the way reality works. And the story Buddy told me supports that. That's kind of how things work, is that you automatically belong there. So that's sort of, in this case not, but that's where you end up. So back to the RNA and DNA thing. If you go changing, if I get injected with something that is not my DNA, and my DNA gets a little bit off kilter because you got a mixture now, and I got energy, my spirit energy and energy from the sun and light around me going through different recipes and hitting my recipe and affecting my recipe of my chromosomes. But that doesn't match my spirit. That doesn't match my emanating energy of my spirit that my consciousness creates. So that means that, for one, now my consciousness and spirit isn't as attached or as heavily linked to my physical body. And in fact, maybe my physical body, depending on what DNA was injected into me, might be a little bit more suitable for something else that is preferred to be in my body. I.e. possession scenario, right? It could be a setup to be easily possessed. Not easily, but more susceptible to possession, which is another entity entering your physical body and taking over it, right? That's what that is. But it's not their body, so it's not so.
So basically, they're taking the God gene away
to make that more possible. Sorry.
So basically, they're taking the God gene away.
The God gene. Well, everything comes from God originally.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying. They're getting rid of any kind of anything that has to do with God, or destroy these nanobots. Could destroy anything that has to do. There's got to be God in your genes somewhere, right? So they've been.
Well, our consciousness and our spirit would be closer to a higher level, like a more proper, pure level. Than compared to things that have fallen much further in the past and exist at a very lower level or evil level of existence. Yes. And so our geno would be much better or good or closer to something pure than theirs. Yeah. Hell yeah, right? By a lot. And so if you can make ours dirtier, and it might only be as simple as making it dirtier, so we're a little more not as linked, or it might be a little bit even on the other extreme is making it more like theirs, right? And then it's not that we're going to turn into something, it's that something can get into us, and that would make for a really shitty outcome if that was done on mass scale. I don't know, man. I know it all sounds crazy, but I'm just saying, like, from what I understand about things, I don't like the setup. I don't like the possibility. It's just sort of like there's certain odds of certain things, and the odd of this is really low, but the outcome is horrendous, right? If that's true, even though it's a very small possibility this could be the situation, but the outcome could be dramatically like the end of humanity as we know it. Let's not do that just in case, right? You know, so I don't know, but
so what effect are you saying? Like, so like my generation, I was born in the 90s. So, you know, what effect all the vaccines that I had and all the vaccines that my peers had, what effect does that have on us?
It might not have
later
what I'm
into life.
referring. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't totally know. There's the toxic
I guess we will
aspect.
see.
That's a totally different thing. But all those injections in the past had full sets of DNA encapsulated. Essentially, it's in a cell. I mean, it's full sets. In nature, that's normal-ish that we come in contact or we eat.
Yeah,
we breathe.
polio, tuberculosis,
Yeah, but everything, and even things that aren't bad for you. You eat food, you breathe air, you breathe dust and plants and whatever. A bird shits and it falls on your head. I don't know, man. Like it's all full set of chromosomes. What they're messing with now is something very different, where we're getting put ingredients into us. Now, is that worse? Like I say, ingredients is an analogy, but it's pieces of it's RNA,
Yeah.
right? So that's just not nature. RNA doesn't go floating around in nature like that. We don't eat RNA, man.
What I was getting at is they've been fucking around trying to find the God particle in CERN. Now, what happens if they've found it or whatever, and now they know how to destroy it within our bodies? And they've made this, what is that called? The D-Wave machine that they have there that has to be at a certain below temperature at all times for this machine. What if this thing has some kind of evilness to it that's why it has to be at a below temperature, and they're injecting it into your system to fight off the God particles in your system or whatever. I know we're stretching it, but hey, that's
exactly what I was thinking, Robert. Exactly what I was thinking.
The temperature thing would be an all right theory, sort of to think about. Honestly, I would entertain that idea as the low temperature being linked to more something evil, and maybe for all I know, but not the God particle. No, that's a different thing. Like that's there's
don't they have to keep that D-Wave computer? Don't they have to keep that D-Wave computer at some sort of below zero? I know it's some drastic temperature.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It was to create a situation, a quantum possible funky situation.
All I know, what came of the particle smasher at CERN, was that we discovered the Higgs boson field, which is it's a field that encapsulates the entire universe, and it's field.
The ether. They refuse to say ether. It's ether.
It's that field that makes it so electrons can't pass through unimpeded, whereas photons can pass through unimpeded. But because of the Higgs boson, the electrons cannot pass through unimpeded.
You're referring to the Higgs field.
Yes.
Right. Not the Higgs boson. Is the particle itself. I don't want to get into that right now. I'll talk for another half hour straight. I'll explain that to you sometime. I have literally researched the F out of that. I actually totally know what I'm talking about with that, and of course some theoretical theory stuff as well. A lot of thinks that I have, but no, I know I've watched their lectures, dude. Like I've sat and watched 3-4 hour lectures of literally certain scientists, and what people assume is not actually what's happening, and they tell us, but they don't put it in like the journals and shit, or these little articles you read. They make you think that they're looking for something inside of something when they're not. They made it. They made the Higgs boson. And in the creation of the Higgs boson, it proves that the Higgs field, as they call it, but really it's the ether. They've proven the ether exists. And originally, and as it still points out in their CERN rap video, which seems to be the only thing that didn't get either Mandela affected or wiped off the digital world. I'm not sure if they did it in a Mandela-like way, like magic, or if they literally just did a digital sweep. I don't know, but it's still in the rap video that it was called the God particle because it proves that there's an ether, because they made the God particle by creating a smash of vibration, like a squeezing of the ether. They made a bubble of a big giant atom, is what essentially. Well, not a, yeah. Well, it's a giant quantum particle.
What do you mean when you say ether?
A medium. Like there's no such thing as nothingness. That's bullshit. There's no such thing as space. That's a theoretical idea, and it's just become fact. Space is what? Nothingness. This is just a theory, dude. There's no such thing as nothingness. And in fact, the whole, just definition-wise, it's how can you have nothingness? Because you can see it. If you seen it, you were there, then there obviously wasn't nothing, was there?
Yeah.
But as far as nothingness, like, there's no such thing as nothingness. Like, that's totally a theory. There's actually always some sort of form of dielectric or magnetics, which means you have, like, okay, so nothingness would be the idea of having distance without any form of interaction or resistance, and that's totally theoretical, and it's probably not the case. And Tesla never believed it for a second, and he never believed in the electron either. That's literally a theory. They've never proven the electron. That's theory too. And the funny thing is, one of my professors was trying to hint to us about stuff. He's not allowed to teach anything off the book. He's trying to tell us about Tesla, like to look into that. I think he learned, and he started getting depressed because he realized that this is all bullshit that he's teaching us. The electron's a lie. But like their proof of an electron is seeing an interaction of disturbance through an electromagnetic field, which is an analyzer, right? Like a photo or a video of this movement through a magnetic field. At CERN, it would be the LR and the CMS and the LR, whatever, the Atlas. You know, they have these different sensing machines, which is this heavy dense magnetic field. And when something goes through it, you can see it, just like, you know, you run your finger through some water or something, you can see the wave go through. Well, they claim, oh, there goes the electron. You don't actually see the electron, you see a reaction or a movement through a magnetic field. Well, the only thing that's really moving through it is another wave of energy. And of course, a wave isn't a thing. It's another force in motion that moves through a denser medium. That denser medium is an electromagnetic field. There's no such thing as an electron, dude. It's nonsense. And Tesla said that it was just a delusion, that these people are fucking delusional. The guy that they gave the Nobel Prize to for discovering it, he never believed it in the first place, and they gave him a Nobel Prize to say that it existed. And the reason why they do this is they want us to think that matter is knock on wood. It's all what it all comes.
So you say electrons that they speak of are actually waves, so not so much particles, right?
When they shoot them or see them fly around independently from an atom. But prior to that, they say they're circulating around an atom, right? But let me point out that the size that they claim would be like a freaking bumblebee flying around the Empire State Building, right? These things are really small, and the atom's the Empire State Building. But the smallest thing we can see is a little tiny black smudge, and they say that's an atom. And there's these there's these bumblebees flying around that thing that is so much smaller. But what it really is, all it is another layer of electromagnetic field. And so they say, oh, there's 2 electrons in the first shell, and then there's 8 electrons in the second shell. It's just a level of charge. In order to have another layer of an electromagnetic field, you need more energy, more charge to that atom. And all that an atom is a vibration. it's hard to say what exactly an atom is, but it's a vibration within the ether. And when it vibrates, it creates a field. All movement throughout the ether creates a magnetics and a dielectric hand in hand, no matter what. That's sort of one of the, and I'm saying this is off of science, but this is what it is. This is people that really research and learn. Like this is really what a lot of what Tesla was getting at. And a lot of, this is how you have, anyway.
So, but is there something like a photon? Or do you have to say
no? The photon is the idea that light has some physical aspect to it.
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
So that's the same issue, right? The same problem. You
Yeah,
can say
here's
you can
the-
say this is a photon, but it doesn't mean that like this is the smallest wavicle, so to say, that is possible. It's just they say this we call a photon and this we call an electron. And if we do it like 4 times as big, we call it 4 electrons, or 4 times as long, or
Yeah, sure.
This is actually how it's done, right?
Yeah.
So they just have this measure, this unit, this unit of measurement, and they call that a particle or a wavicle or an electron or a photon.
So there is a particle. There's the atom.
But it's not actually an atom or a photon. Yeah.
Well, there is an atom. Don't get me wrong. There are atoms.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah.
But the idea that there's quantum particles, so they say inside the atom, not only is there, there's electrons flying around, and then you get neutrons and protons and shit. That's so, and then when you bash them together, you get all these trillions inside every atom. There's trillions of quantum particles, and I forget like the names of, I think about a dozen of them that they've labeled. But it's nonsense. There's not little things inside the little thing and more little things inside the. It's just simply a bubble of energy in the ether, and if you pop it. Just like if you were to pop a bubble of air underwater, because the water would be the medium, like the ether, the bubble of air would be kind of like the idea of having an electromagnetic field bubble within the ether. When you pop it, you get a bunch of little bubbles. Like it's the same shit. But they try telling us, oh, there's all these little things in there. This is nonsense, man. It's like literally like Tesla said, they're freaking delusional. Like well, of course they didn't have quantum particles on the go in his day, but the electron they did. And a lot of what it boils down to is the idea of holding on, not only keeping us convoluted and confused and not understanding physical reality or learning it, but they want us knock on wood. They want us to think things are knock on wood. So like even if you had an atom, right? You could say, okay, well if there's an atom and it's like a hard thing, then what's the shell made of? What's the skin of it? What is that circle part? What is it made of? And someone, oh, it's made of a bunch of quantum particles. Okay, so you have quantum. What is the shell of that made of? What's the skin of that thing? Right? They don't have an answer for that. It's all nonsense. There is no skin or shell or round thing. There's a round shape, right? But it's all just it's just energy, literally. It's just electromagnetic field and some dielectric, like it's energy. And so which really means is that everything is nothing. There is no hard shit. The only reason why anything seems hard, the only reason why we have friction is because you have interacting magnetic fields that oppose one another. And they'll even admit this. I think David Icke says, but it's full-fledged science. When two things touch each other, there's nothing actually touching each other. It's there's magnetic fields separating one bunch of atoms from another bunch of atoms. This is science admitted. When you have some material, whether it be lead or a piece of wood, no atoms are touching other atoms. They admit this. There's electromagnetic fields holding them apart. Well, that's all there is electromagnetic fields. But they want us to think all this nonsensical stuff and whatever. Anyway, I think I ranted long enough on that. I'm sure I could go on for another hour, but actually, I should point out to you that the other aspect of it all, what they lie about, is light and sound and any energy. So we're made to believe like these are different things, and they're not. They're all just I could say waves of energy traveling through the ether, but a wave is not a thing. That's just how something is acting. It's an attribute of the energy. So it's just energy moving through the ether, through the medium of reality. And so what is energy? Well, really, we don't know. No one really knows what is energy. So we can only identify it by its attributes. What is the attributes of energy? It's moving. It's force. It's some sort of force. It can cause something to happen and it moves. So it's force and motion. It's traveling. And so that's all we really know is energy is force and motion within the ether. That's it. That's everything is like that. It doesn't matter if it's sound. Well, sound is sort of isolated to movement, and sound is the best example because we do learn that properly, right? Sound. What is sound? Is sound a thing? Can you rub sound in your hand? Of course you can, right? We understand that, right? Sound is the compression and decompression within an atmosphere, right? We are actually taught that properly. So what is that? It's force and motion. It's a wave of energy traveling. It's energy in the form of a wave traveling through a medium, right? We learn that, right? And then it causes our eardrum to move, and that registers as a sound in our brains. That makes sense to us. So that's a proper thing to go. That's exactly what light is. The light is the same thing, only it's much smaller frequency or a higher rate of frequency in a much smaller wave, right? Light's the same thing. And then like a microwave, why does a microwave heat things up? And people will think that things are rubbing together and they'll call it friction. No, it's actually just emanating pulses of electromagnetic energy, and it's energizing the atoms in the food inside. That's all it's doing. It's not that it's shaking it. The atoms end up shaking more because they become hot, but that's what things do when they become hot is they'll vibrate more. But it isn't. It's actually just putting energy into the atoms, which probably not a great thing because it isn't too natural of a state for it.
But if electrons don't exist, and I run around my carpet with wool socks on and touch the doorknob, and that bolt that I see going from my finger to the doorknob, right. That's not electrons, but what is it? It's producing light, energy. Because I can see the bolt go from my finger to the doorknob.
Right. So what you see is light, which is secondary to the energy that got transferred. So there's a discharge. The discharge is a dielectric. You could say voltage. People understand the term voltage. The voltage is just a measure of dielectric difference in charge. Voltage is potential difference. So the dielectric discharge, there's almost no current there, which is almost no magnetics. So it's mainly just the voltage or the electricity. I shouldn't say electricity because that always involves magnetics, but it's a dielectric discharge of energy. So literally it's the same thing. So what would happen is the atoms of you or your shoes or your clothes or whatever, they built up a charge, and then it discharges to, the lesser resistive or the lesser charged place or lower voltage place. When that happens, you can see it when the light given off or what you see, that's a little bit different again. So that is a return. It gets more complicated. Light, just like fire, but it's a pretty complicated thing. What the end result of it is a return of energy to counter space, essentially, which is a whole nother realm to try to explain. But it's sort of like, where does energy come from, right? Well, that's where it returns to. We don't really fucking know, but you can see it in a magnet when you get the magnetic flux goes around in circle. It creates a vortex look. What do you call that? There's another term for it. You get the hourglass shape, and then the inversion of that is I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, but the center of the magnet, let's say on the inside of a magnetic magnet, and I don't only mean that in the physical sense of a magnet, but any magnetic setup, you get current flow that circulates, but it isn't literally circulating. And in the very middle, it's going sort of from the north. It instantaneously turns from the north to the south. It's going in one and out the other, right in the middle spot. And that's essentially that's the exchange. It goes into Never Neverland and comes out of Never Neverland. We don't really know. So it's been labeled as counter space, but fire is essentially a return of energy to within the ether. So I guess that would be sort of the way I look at it. It's just a return to the ether, to non-movement, to non-force and motion. It's a return. And then fire, the end result of fire does that. There's a lot going on with fire ahead of time. Most of it is it's turning into a gas, turning matter in, changing atoms to its lower level, which is gases. It's lighter. Changes into those atoms. The gas is actually what's burning. If you analyze a log burning, you can totally see it too, which I've done a lot of because I got a fireplace. it turns it all into the gases, the lighter level of atoms when it heats up.
Yeah.
And that burns, but the last, basically the flame or the edge of the flame is likely the return of energy to the nothingness, to the ether, to its, or to wherever it came from. You could say or to nothing, to a balance, maybe you could claim.
So do you agree that, with that matter and energy aren't created or destroyed? So that isn't a lie, right?
Huh. In the normal world, it's probably true from what we understand where we exist on Earth. But there's an aspect is that it's our consciousness, actually. Our consciousness seems to create energy. It creates a vibration, but a vibration, just like your hand moving in water, right? Then this vibration of my hand moving causes this wave. So anytime you have a vibration within the ether, you're creating a force in motion that travels. And our consciousness likely does that, which creates our spiritual energy coming out. So where does our consciousness come from? Who knows? That's the realm that goes into only God knows, man. And so a lot of what I've talked about, I mean, it might sound like some sort of spooky out there shit or something. No, this is science, and probably was science at one time, and will be real science in the future, and we'll come to understand how to manipulate all kinds of matter. And to us, that sounds like God. No, actually, it would just be a science in the far future from now. It's not that big of a deal to change matter and to manipulate it in a way. And of course, a lot of religious people right now would freak out for me saying such a thing, right? But no, just like we mold Play-Doh, we'll just mold matter and make different things. And how will we do that? Well, probably just with our intent or maybe in combination with some technology. Is that evil? If evil people are doing it, it sure is. If good people are doing it, it won't be, right? Should we be doing it or not? Not right now, because we're not responsible enough and we're not wise enough to be doing such a thing, but we're pretty far away from being able to pull it off anyway. Well, that I know of, right? Maybe we're not, right? Maybe they're not.
Maybe we do have a philosopher's stone, or a sort of device that we can just create matter out of whatever.
Yeah, well, they did create the Higgs boson. That is creating matter for all by definition. I mean, it wasn't a big deal and it didn't last very long because it decays almost instantaneously into all the regular particles. But yeah, they have proven that they could create matter. But manipulation and creation are two different things, right? Totally two different things. But what I'm pointing out is that, oh, well then, for me to say that'll just be normal science in some far future, then we think we're gods and we're going to act like gods. No, there's still going to be the question of consciousness. What the heck is consciousness and where does it come from? That will be as mysterious and more mysterious still to us than other things I'm referring to right now. So what I'm saying is consciousness, like, who knows, man? Like, that's just like, only God knows what consciousness truly is and why it causes a vibration within reality. Who knows? And we probably will not ever know until we're at some evolutionary state that we couldn't even conceive of right yet. Assuming, and I use the word evolutionary lightly. Some further level of existence. But the thing is, we would probably already be for so far along if we weren't held back. We're totally held back or have been stomped down in the past. There's many states, things in humanity's past. Look at the walls being built. Look at these walls in freaking the Aztec or the whoever in Egypt. Like, oh, look at this perfect precision making, and you can't fit a razor blade in between. How did they do it, right? Or maybe the pyramids. How did they do it? It wasn't a big deal back then. It was really simple. They just made it do that. They treated matter. Matter wasn't knock on wood like we think it is. And they just saw and understood and interacted with reality different than what we do right now. Mm-hmm. So when they brought a rock along and be like, yeah, I'll put that rock there, and then it just molds into place. Why? I don't know. Maybe they wanted it to. Maybe they had some people sitting there with some drums, hitting some drums, and just made it sort of get a little, warmed it up and made it mold like Play-Doh. I don't know, but that's essentially what it was. And you can look at those walls, especially the ones that are older but are still extremely tight. they're totally irregular in size of rocks and where they put which ones. It's just a big hodgepodge of putting a rock in places, but they're all pushed together like Play-Doh, right?
I don't know if you watched the documentaries on the pyramids like the past few years, but there's a lot of scientists coming forward that think that the pyramids weren't actually tombs, but they were power plants.
Oh, yeah, that's been going on. It's a little bit more mainstreamish since the birth of Ancient Aliens. That bullshit. Yeah. That is such bull. My brother, who was my brother-in-law, said, I believe in ancient aliens. I'm like, I'm not even going to start.
No, but I totally believe the pyramids could have been power plants. But to what they were powering, that's another, story.
That's a very simplistic way. Not you, but just use the term power plant is like a very simplistic sort of end of the road way of looking at something.
Opposed to the tomb, which we thought it was for the longest time. Right.
Sure. And okay, so what's being said now instead of a tomb is probably much closer to the truth of the matter and the case of the matter. But just to say it's a power plant leaves this idea like, oh, they had a city somewhere and they must have had some wires running to transfer this energy so they could watch their TV or something or have a light bulb. No, but they were used for energetic purpose. But honestly, what I think it was, and I think it's pretty simple, and it's no different than an obelisk. It's no different than really skyscrapers now, and probably no different to the most extreme example that possibly was in human history, and that's the Tower of Babel. And the idea that they were building a tower to go to heaven, that wasn't really the point. That might have been what they were tricked into thinking. It's possible. But what you're doing is that in all these cases, you're taking the denser realm, the denser level, the Bible calls it the firmament, but it's and literally there's a change up, right? So you have atmosphere. Our Earth has atmosphere, which is molecules, right? It is atoms, it's gas, right? So it is a medium, like a fluid, only it's thin. And then, of course, I guess you got water. That's a bit of an in-betweener. And you have the dense. Then you have matter, which we stand on. We live on. We don't live in it, although we do have bodies. So I say that lightly. But we live on the firmament. We don't live in the firmament. Although we don't, but apparently some things may. Why? Because they live in a denser existence. And I don't even like using the term denser, but their energy falls just like Satan fell to here. There's other things that have fallen farther because they're so freaking shitty, cruddy consciousnesses. And the energy that emanates from the consciousness is so weak that they fall into a denser realm. And so if you take some of the denseness and you stick it up, and the higher you can stick it up high into the next medium, which we have atmosphere, and then whatever is in the heavens or different heavens above, I don't know however many layers or what is above the atmosphere, right? Something, because our atmosphere clearly gets thinner and thinner. Even when you go up a mountain, you can tell that. Mm-hmm. But when you take the denseness and you stick it up higher, what are you doing? You're creating a circumstance where whatever consciousnesses are stuck in that right now or exist in that, which are probably not too nice things, to put it lightly, or at least at this point in their existence, they've fallen down to that negative state of thinking. Now you're taking it and you're creating a condition whereas it can get higher up. So if it can get higher up, it has more interactive capability with what's around it to influence. So I think that's that simple. You're just taking dirt and sticking it up. You're sticking an antenna and sticking it up into the atmosphere. So if you want to say an antenna, let's call it an antenna, right? That's what you're doing. You're sticking it up, the denseness up into where we live, more so. Instead of us walking on it, now it's beside me. In fact, a bunch of this ain't even beside me anymore. It's way over my head. We got skyscrapers, it's way over my head. So now these consciousnesses or these entities can get higher up, and the higher up you bring them, the higher up you can get them, the more how can I put it, influence they can have at a higher level, because they're up there, right? The matter doesn't belong up there, really. Realistically, it belongs down, just like the function of reality has it, the way God created it. And I think probably that's what they did at the Tower of Babel. They might have got tricked into thinking they were going to heaven. I don't know if that's what they thought. I don't know if it was really they understood it more like an obelisk and they were just evil. But probably they built it and they went up there and they found out that was a bad idea. So bad, they created such a circumstance that they got smacked upside the head, like in a spiritual manner or a consciousness manner, unthinkable, to the point that they couldn't even communicate anymore. And so the story goes is that they all their languages changed and they couldn't finish the tower. It's probably a bullshitish angle of the story. It's probably really they got tricked into building something and putting a bunch of matter higher up than you could ever imagine. Evil got to come up so high, and it probably held off. It probably played cool for a little while, right? All right, let's not do nothing yet. Let's hold ourselves back. Don't get too anxious, and wait it until they created a situation where there was so much matter so high. And when they went up there, they probably didn't even have to be up there. I imagine the people that were up there got it worse. And then evil just let go. Therefore, obviously, it was orchestrated and planned, and had a leader. Undoubtedly, would be be Satan, but whatever. Something held it back. Maybe it, not exactly a leader, but maybe a controller. Let's say held it back and then let it go. The consciousness has got us smacked upside the head so bad that we got dumbfounded to not knowing or understanding much of anything, to the point that we no longer existed at the level of consciousness that we did. So we couldn't communicate anymore. We had to figure out a new way to communicate, and that became verbal. That came with sound waves. In other words, we were probably telepathic prior to that. We probably could do a whole lot more prior to that. We probably seen and understood reality differently, and we were still dumb and made a dumbass mistake.
That's interesting. I really don't know much about the story of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, that's obviously just my theory on it. But my theory doesn't come just straight up out of my butt. It goes hand in hand as my understanding, also some legit, some theoretical, but my understanding of reality, right? And how reality works and how consciousness works and how energy works. And it only makes sense. That's why they take dense stuff and stick it up high, because they're bringing...
Because it's interesting you say that, because, one time, well, actually a couple times when I was tripping on acid, I felt like I could communicate with, the people I was around telepathically without saying anything.
Sure.
I would communicate with them in a certain way, and they would understand what I was saying without actually talking or using my voice.
Right. And what's amazing about that idea, if you run with it, to think that humanity was telepathic, or maybe only if you wanted to be, but whatever, the idea of deception would almost get eliminated. And it wouldn't, of course, but at the simplistic level of people lying to each other now, you wouldn't really be able to lie to somebody that easily, right? They would know. They would know that's not true, because it's just not pure in the communication, right? And at the very least, the complications of misunderstandings. I mean, look at Democrats and Republicans right now. Neither side understand where each other's coming from. Of course, they've both been sort of programmed in certain ways of thinking, or certain information that limited information that each side has received, and so they have their two views. If they actually could telepathically understand each other for a moment, the world would be so much more peaceful. Humanity would be amazing if we were telepathic.
Because, it's one thing to read body language, like the FBI tactics, telling if someone's lying or not is, body language is one thing, but a couple times when I was on acid, it was very pure. It was I could understand exactly what they were saying without them saying.
Really? Nice. I had a weird thing happen to me on a drug once, which I didn't do a lot of different drugs, but a bit, and only when I was young, really. And it was a bit older, maybe my very early 20s, the ecstasy kind of came around, and so I did a little bit, a few times. But there was once I was at this rave thing, and it was a weird rave thing. It was pretty gross. It's actually was the last time I had gone to one, because I realized how ridiculous the shit was. Because it was a camping rave. If you can combined raving and tents, not a good.
Yes.
It's some disgusting shit.
I've done it before.
Yeah,
It's fun.
yeah, well, but it's just disgusting. I mean, eventually, right? You're like, well, actually, what was really bad also was the young girls coming in at 7 in the morning, because it becomes a 24-hour thing. All of a sudden, it's not past their bedtime anymore, right? And you get these kids coming in as adults, and there's no age restrictions and shit at this. Like, I'm like, this is fucked up, right? Like, it was just anyway. I had a very interesting experience. And of course, it wasn't the drug that did it, but it was certainly the drug that put me as part of what put me into a situation for the experience. And me and this girl, she knew me from school, and I kind of knew she was one grade below me, so I kind of knew who she was. She was an exchange student at one point, so she sort of stuck out a little bit as me knowing who she was. But we kind of hooked up, and not literally hooked up at that point at all. Actually, not at all during the rave. But hooked up is like to dance together and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And of course, as it goes on late, you're getting 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, and people were just like, they're just getting stupid dancing and getting like desperate, right? So like people just looking to hook up, right? Like literally hook up. And so we started using each other, like, I guess not using each other, but in part of what we were doing, not just hanging out, not just dancing together and enjoying being with each other, but we were literally using each other to get rid of other people. Like, go away, I'm taken. Like, stay away. Like, it was that disgusting, right? Like, yeah, no, we're together, we're a thing. Hello, bye, go away, right? Stop trying to get us, you know? It was that ridiculous. So with that in mind, we had gone outside of the building. At one point, it was very early morning, a lot of people out around outside, and we're talking, and this guy runs up to her. And of course, a lot of different drugs, people are like, you know, like tunnel vision of what they see and what they do, right? So this dude runs up and, I don't know, talking to her or trying to get her, you know, be nice to her. And he didn't even clue in that we were like a couple standing there. That's how blind he was, which was fine, whatever, dudes. He was being nice. I guess he was wanting to get with her or something, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, so he was saying a few things, and like I'm just standing there waiting for him to like turn his head and realize I'm standing there, right? And he did. So it was this thought. This is where consciousness comes into it. This idea that he realized that things were a certain way because of the way things were, or he reacted a certain way because he realized a certain thing, right? He changed his approach, or he stopped approaching, or when he realized, he clued in, right? And me, maybe because I was anticipating this happening, maybe because I witnessed this happen so strong and so bluntly and so obviously that his frame of mind changed, but I knew it was about to happen, and then it happened. I turned my head and just looked generally at sort of a crowd around, walking around on the grass and shit. And with that idea in mind, with that thing that one thing led to another is what it is, right? He realized I was there, and that led to him changing, you know, that led to another thing. With that in mind, I turned my head and I looked around. Everything around me, every single person, mainly people, because that's basically the only thing moving and interacting and making decisions and changing in reality. Mm-hmm. But everything I could tell everything that was going to happen next because of what was already happening, like step by step. But it was almost like reality became sort of, it was a little bit not so smooth. It was a little chunky. So it was like step by step, like cha-chink, 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 you know, and maybe it was my brain processing the next step.
It's like you saw all the outlines like the puzzle.
Well, I understand the next gear in the cog because of where it was, and I could understand the next thing that was going to happen. I mean, you could say it's as simple as I could tell a person was going to take another step because they were already half through the previous step, right? Well, that's pretty freaking obvious. But no, that's not, I've seen it on almost the fundamental of reality way, or the fabric of reality, that I could see and understand everything that was happening, and not just because of physical movement, but because of emotion, because of thought, because of sound, because of everything. And I could tell what was going to happen next because of everything that was already happening, you know? And of course that maybe that's kind of suggesting, well, then the future set in stone. Well, not necessarily things don't have to be that extreme. But in a very general sense, in a very simplistic form, and in the very short term, yeah, certain things are going to happen next because of what's already happening, and we just don't really see it. But it just flows like a river. Like there it is, And I don't know. I don't know how else I can explain it, but it was weird, like really, really weird, man. My mind just got into this trigger, and I mean, you could just claim I was just being high. Was delusional. I assure you, it was not. I understood many of drugs very clearly. That used to be my thing. My point of a lot of drugs is I like to analyze the drug and my thoughts, and most of them are pretty dumb. Acid's pretty dumb, but in a way, at first. It depends on how high you get, but in general, more extreme level, acid just takes all your thoughts and bundles it up in a ball and spits it out in no particular order, which is pretty stupid.
I don't know. It was interesting. It was really interesting because I know what you're talking about like seeing events unfolding and then seeing like the steps involved in that unfolding.
Right.
But it was just when I tried a couple times when I tried it, it was like I could feel like that telepathic communication between consciousness.
That's cool. Yeah, no, I've never had it quite to that extent that I could really sense it hard.
I don't know, my friend convinced me to take like 20 tabs, and that's what happened.
Of ecstasy?
No, acid.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I guess, yeah, there's certainly just... It isn't that the drug... causes certain things necessarily. It's really a lot of drugs just take you out of your regular flow or your regular locked in ways of existing, and therefore and then you're able to clue into or experience other things. It's not necessarily the drug that's making you see that. It's setting you up so that you can possibly, depending on how your high goes or the type of person or emotional state you're in or people you're around, right? Yeah, so it's really a disconnection from the current situation, so you can experience other situations. But that doesn't make the drug a good thing. But what it does point out is our current circumstances are probably a little bit stupid. Our current way of existing is very limited, very narrow-minded, and kind of ridiculous. And we can. Human beings have no damn idea the scope of existence and consciousness and whatnot.
Because, I mean, to be completely honest, I was working, some fucking corporate job, hundreds and hundreds of people in the same plant. Everyone wanted to work their way up, get that $20 an hour, the fabled $20 an hour. And, I went on vacation, and that was the first time I tripped on acid. And I was, I really thought about, my situation, where I was at, being caught up in some, huge company's bullshit. Like, what am I doing here? And it was after that acid trip that I was just like, I'm getting out. I'm not staying involved with this corporate bullshit, the fabled, well, you'll get $20 an hour someday, like, fuck that. Fuck you people. I can write my own script without any of you involved in my life. And, that was the one truth that I, found from, experimenting with different drugs. And, I'm definitely a happier person for it, even, I was living out of my car for like a month with my boyfriend. It was great. I absolutely loved it. Like, I had nothing to do. I had nowhere to be. And then I found, this town that I moved into is beautiful. There's mountains all around. And I'm working for a small company, and I'm making well over that fabled $20 an hour that I could have got if I stayed with that big company for 10 years.
Right. The freedom is a good feeling, yeah. Living out in your car and stuff, you don't feel tied down. I got to take a leak really bad, no matter what. I got to go for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. I think I'm going to make some food.
What's happening? Is June died? No, June didn't die. Have no sphere. What do we have here? Have no sphere. Okay. Where is everybody? What happened to y'all?
That's better. The video took off too. I seen you talking, Voynich.
Sorry?
I seen your voice moving before I got my headphones on.
Yeah. I was wondering where everybody is, but
I had to run for a leak.
uh-huh.
Yeah, in a bad situation. I had no choice.
I just took a shave and a shower, so
I thought you were going to say shit. Everything but. I got to talk to him about some stuff, computer related stuff and reality stuff. I like to, if you want to call it teaching, I guess that's under the assumption I'm correct, but something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you teach somebody or explain things to somebody, you understand it better yourself, or at the very least you remember it better yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you get more to the core. It's like repetition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the more you understand or remember something fluidly, the better you can use that or utilize it to figure other things out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Crunchy B earlier mentioned when he was talking about the Ouija board. I got a better idea now of how that works. I'm thinking, there's a cat near his camera. I'm thinking the entity gets in the board, and then if it isolates itself or it's charged to certain areas, that's why it feels it is literally a magnetic attraction. That's what's happening. So it isn't in you. It isn't in the thing that you're touching, whatever you call the little thing you put on the board. It's in the board. And so that's why it attracts, and then it can manipulate the attraction, create the movement. Makes sense.
Yeah, I never got into Ouija boards, VR boards. I don't know.
No, that was something I was taught to stay away from. Did you ever listen to the John Todd tapes?
Not that I know of, no.
I got some of them on my channel, actually, that I had uploaded at one time. But they're interesting. He grew up in the occult.
Uh-huh. John Todd?
Yeah. He jokes about Ouija boards because in the occult world, they laugh about it. It's like, they were made for Christians. Ha ha ha. And a lot of things, like I think, and part of the joke of that is that you're in not inducing or enhancing, but helping, spirits come along and mess with things. And you're not even setting yourself from their an occultist perspective. You're not even setting up protection beforehand. Like you're not doing your circles and your whole ritual crap, right? Which a lot of that is not to bring about an entity a lot of it is probably over half of it is to protect them when the thing comes along. You got to be able to control it, right? If not, you're playing with fire, and they throw the Ouija boards out there, and these Christians are playing with fire, like, and they just laugh about it. The dumbasses. Yeah.
I don't know. Before, because I messed with the Ouija board a couple times, nothing happened. But since I moved up to this very fucking haunted town, I'm afraid to even touch a Ouija board.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I would say with, like, you guys are farther out west, and the farther west you went, there was a lot of two different reasons why people moved west, which is the two different reasons why people moved to America in the first place. One, to become more free. So the farther west you got, the more away from control structures that you got. But also the evil people did the same thing. And that's why the farther out you get, let's say California, Washington, there's larger occult communities out there, whether it be in the forests or whatever, but bloodlines, like, it's just a higher percentage the farther you go. Mm-hmm. And then in the case where you're at, you also have mountains in the mix. So mountains is similar to what I mentioned. You have matter sticking up further, right? You have more of it, a higher amount, a higher percentage, a combination of how much matter and how high it gets. So that's why mountains are known for things like, you know, how many stories or special places do we know of, whether it be occult or biblical, you know, mountains and mounts, and they're part of that for a reason. It's in a very simplistic reason.
So you're saying just being higher in the atmosphere can lead to a lot of strange happenings?
It's not that you're higher up, because higher up, I mean, in theory, would be a good thing. A very simple way of looking at it. I don't really think a difference of a couple of miles compared to the grandness of how high our atmosphere actually goes, right? Which is really high, and then, you know, how much closer are you to heaven or heavens, or whatever layer is above. It's probably not that big of a deal, or that much of a difference. But what is a bigger difference is how much, and what I'm referring to is how much density is higher up, and ends up getting they like it, right? They don't like being trapped. Like, no one wants to be down there. It's one of the hells, essentially, is within matter. I mean, that's why you get shadow people, because they can't get out of the damn wall. That's why, and I'm referring to, you know, like, fallen angels wouldn't be in this category. This would be the things that already died in the past, the disembodied Nephilim, I guess. Things that have already died that ended up being very evil. That's fallen farther, you know, and you don't like being down there. It's very dense. It's very confined. It's very dark. It's very cold. There's not a lot of energy and we know this, right? How do you have gas? What's gas compared to matter? Well, when you heat it up, it vibrates more, and that's more energy. It's literally, that's what it is. And then it's not as dense, so it's going to be colder. It's the whole physical and spiritual intertwining is so simple. And
so do you think being on Earth, as of now, we're in hell right now, or do you think this is purgatory?
I'm not too sure or even know if there's such thing as a purgatory. I'll leave that one aside. That's a good topic to investigate and discuss and debate with people. As far as hell goes, on the grand scale of things, when it comes to all life and all existence and all consciousnesses ever, whether it be human or angels or whatever is or isn't, and or is or was, you know, hell is basically, in the general sense, anything lower than where you're at is more hellish, right? So
yeah.
So are we in hell compared to a heaven or some higher, very thin, very high energy, very free existence? Yeah, kind of. Sure, but as far as what's typically looked at from the human experience, no, we're not in hell. Hell is the next barrier, which that is significant and obvious. There's a barrier. And the Bible refers to it as the firmament, right? That is matter. We're standing on it. So, no, we're not in hell. No, we're in Earth. I don't know. We're in the atmosphere, man. Is basically where we are. But actually, our bodies are physical. But again, that's a little bit different because our bodies just isn't like metal and dirt. But people could say it's made up of that, but it's alive, right? So, and it's heated, so it's even going to be thinner than your average rock and your average metal. It's alive. So there's a lot of energy interactions and consciousness in the mix and whatever. So our bodies, you could say, is denser than the atmosphere, I guess. So it's a little bit, it's a little bit denser. And when you come down into it, or you wake up into it after you're born, it does feel pretty dense, probably from where we came from. And I don't think we're not. This isn't even natural for us in a sense. I say that lightly because I'm not saying we don't belong here at all. We are here for a reason. But this isn't our okay, let's say our consciousness naturally within reality would not end up, let's say for lack of a better term, floating at the level that we're at. It takes a soul in order to anchor us into this level. But just because we're in a lower place, that doesn't mean it has to be more evil. Per se, it is where evil ends up further down. Like the more evil you are, you will fall further because of your charge, but because you have less charge. But it creates a scenario, right? We have limitations. We actually die. Like that seems like a bad thing to us, right?
What confuses me is like if we were put here for a reason.
Yep.
How come we can't remember anything from before we were born?
There's
so does it
possibilities to that, I think. One is if we did remember everything, then the experience would not have as much limitations. And limitation sounds like a bad thing, but actually it enhances the experience. So if there would, like people say, oh, fear is wrong, and it's how you react to fear could be wrong, but to have fear alone is not necessarily wrong. If a woman has a child and has a baby and loves it, well, the fact that she knows that their life is limited and then it'll be over, or if the baby wanders off and gets hit by a car or eaten by a wolf, that's a fearful possibility. I mean, just you could lose it, right? You could lose your baby. Yeah. Because of that possibility to exist, you now cherish more so the moment that you have it, right? It's so the limitations enhances the experience. So not everything is bad about it. It's an experience, and it's a learning thing, and you become wiser and understanding of a lot more in the greater realm, or in the greater scheme of existence. Assuming you continue to exist, your consciousness will exist. But now I think there is another thing, and it sort of links into which is a wrong wording of a reincarnation scenario, because your spirit does, your consciousness, when I say consciousness, I mean being aware. I don't mean a set of memories. I mean being aware doesn't die. You don't stop being aware. Your set of memories might end up getting taken care of if it's improper. And that's probably what hell is. It's a filtering system. And then probably it goes hand in hand with the disassociation under when you get traumatized and then you can get disassociated, and under extreme circumstances you can actually get fractured personalities and stuff like that. All sort of extreme funky shit can happen. It is probably, I'm guessing, theorizing, that's what happens when you die, is that if your experience was that bad, let's say you have some evil tendencies or whatever you want to call that, your charge, not only does your spiritual charge go down, so your dielectric's less and then you end up falling further, but and ending up with some really bad shit that you probably shouldn't be with, you know, things that have been literally far more evil than we even could understand possibly being, if you happen to slip and fall a little bit, you know, because you're a bad person. But probably what happens is that you end up suffering because of your memories, because you've done these bad things, because you've made these wrong decisions, and you end up suffering because you get caught in almost a loop of remembering that was your existence. You remember that, and you will continue to suffer. It's almost like a self-hell, right? In part, this is only part of it, because it is actually denser, it is actually colder, and there is actually evil shit that's farther down. So, but in part, you end up trapped in your own memories, your own mind, your own thoughts, your own pre-existence that you had, and you will until that's resolved. And there's two ways that can get resolved. That is, you can disassociate from it, which means you'll leave it behind, which means it won't. You, as you know yourself, will no longer continue to exist, because you can't just shake off the bad part of you that happened, because it's all interlinked to one set of memories. So you lose it all, and then you would end up becoming somebody else in a whole new round of being brand new again. So you lost your memories, right? Because you got you by default to the function of reality, and the way that consciousness would deal with bad thoughts is it will disassociate from it, so it'll go away. And I'll tell you some other time how memory works. Like, memory isn't in us, but our capability of accessing it is a part of who we are physically and consciously, probably as well, in a sense. But we end up losing that, and then we're just brand new again. It's a new round, whether that be from a birth or just from appearing like in a dream. I don't know. Like, I have ideas, but I think it could be one or the other. Typically, throughout the past, it would be literally being born again, because that's what's quote unquote normal or expected in reality and consciousness. I think in recent ages, there's been some funky weirdness going on where we just kind of pop up and all of a sudden they're a different person. But you lost that set of memories. It's gone. You are dead. Like, that of who you knew yourself to be is gone. Like, that's not you. You're not that walking, talking set of memories anymore. The other way to resolve that issue is to not suffer from it anymore. Not to what's a good word I'm looking for? Not to have it play on you like it was a wrong you've done, or you need. How do you resolve it? How do you resolve anything? Well, if you think you did something wrong, it isn't that you did something wrong to you. It's your interactions with other people. So the way to resolve that is through forgiveness. They're just like, it's okay, dude, no big deal. And you're like, oh, thank God. Yeah, it's no big deal. We can forget about it and move on, right? And so how can this happen? Well, for all of humanity, Jesus did it. He forgave us. And it's not that is a thing, but it did become a thing because we accept it as a thing. And it has to do with our thoughts, our consciousnesses. And the fact that a great number of people's like, we were forgiven. Jesus forgave us. Knowing this, just the fact that concept and you accept it, that as the truth. And it is truth because it is. Like, it's reality is really simple. It's so simple, it's kind of ridiculous. And it's the same reason why we thought we were doing bad things in the first place, or we thought we were going to die in the first place, so we die, right? But like, I can't, I'm getting off track. But yeah, like, it's through forgiveness. And like, it's a big deal. It's a really big deal for people to forgive other people for what they've done to them, because it actually helps you and them. It helps all of humanity. It's not a big deal. And you just got to understand, like, people do shit because of who they ended up becoming. And that's not really truly them. That's just the way they acted out because they had a shit life, or they're just do one thing because someone smacked them somewhere else, right? Or they got beat somewhere else. So we all know this. It's common sense, right? You know, you be in elementary school and see the kids that act up, and then you see their parents come pick them up. You're like, oh shit, no wonder you act like that. Your parents are crazy, right? You know, or the kids that had parents that got divorced and they acted up more, right? Or whatever, right? Like, yeah. I guess that's not so uncommon nowadays. When I was young, it wasn't as common. But we understand these things. We understand the bully's a bully because he has a shit life, you know. And so Yeah, I mean that's the way you can resolve and get out of the cycling of being in your own encapsulated hell of thoughts and resolve the. I don't even want to call it sinning. It's like you're whatever, you know, you've done wrong, and it's not letting it go. It's letting go of being eternally responsible or some eternal unending consequence of it, right? Like just let go of it. Who cares? Just forgive, and everyone lets it go. And if that can happen, in theory, and probably what is going to happen, and especially maybe with the Jesus scenario, or maybe our higher level of consciousness that we're getting to, which I would claim we're returning to, because we probably lost it in the past because we got deceived in the past. But we will end up in, like, possibly in the future, being born with some of our previous memories more and more intact. And as time goes on, more so. And humanity will change beyond belief. Like, there's weird things that could happen, and then good things that could happen because of it all. But it would move, if even biblically, like, the whole idea, like, you die and you go to heaven or you go to hell, that's, when it comes to heaven, like, the kingdom is actually heaven on earth. Earth is supposed, and the surface of earth, where we exist, is supposed to become more heavenly. That's what is basically biblically supposed to happen. That's how the story goes. That it's going to be really, really good for 1,000 years, and then Satan will be released. What that means, I don't know. But I imagine it all, a similar but yet a whole new level of the way things roll out will happen all over again. Where probably we'll live at some amazing level after 1,000 years of it, and we'll get to such being telepathic and being reborn and understanding all these lives of past humanity that went on, and there'll just be this unbelievable new level of existence of humanity that will be really positive compared to where we're at now, especially when it comes to misunderstandings and deception and shit. Like, it'll start to really dissipate. But then it'll happen again for whatever reason. Like, it says Satan will be released. I don't think it's really that blatantly simple, but something will happen where he'll end up being in an infiltrative position again. The way the function of reality works, I haven't really thought about why that would happen. But what I have thought about is, what will happen is we'll be tricked again. So even though we'll get to see reality can be manipulated, we're telepathic, where we understand past lives, or you know, like, we always exist, and we'll just understand reality to such an extent, and still people will be tricked into saying there isn't a God. There was no creator. There is no creator, right? It'll happen all over again, but from a whole new level. A level that if you took somebody from now and stuck them in it, they go, oh my goodness, there's clearly a God. Look at all this, right? But it won't, by the time we get there, it will just be normalized, right? And then we'll be deceived again to believe that there is no God. And once we consider, or some, you know, enough people think that there isn't a God, Satan will get another round of deceiving us again. And whether that would be stomping us down in our conscious level, or there's a cycle, right? Everything cycles, but it doesn't cycle to come back around from where it started. It cycles more like a coil, like it'll get higher and higher, but it will sort of dip and do a recycle of a redeception or a whatever, right? It's probably my theory of the way things will go.
Is that what you think we're in right now? Is we're in the bottom part of that coil where, you know, people are, you know, starting to be more atheists, and, you know, you turn on your TV and it's literally lie after lie after lie.
To say we're at the bottom of the coil, I would say probably not. Actually, in an overall sense, humanity is not that evil right now. The amount of murdering and suffering that goes on right now is actually not that bad, and starvation and all that is not that high of percentage compared to the way it's been in most of our recent hundreds of years. We're actually doing pretty good. But what is huge right now is the level of deception. So we're at some point in the coil where we're about to shoot up, but the claws are coming out, and every trick in the book is trying to be pulled to keep us from doing it, or maybe to potentially for the evil side to hijack it, right? So we don't see it. And that's why a lot of it is dumbing down. A lot of that is setting up a digital scenario where our reality can be synthetic, can be whatever they want to limit us to be. So a lot of that one is trying to be prevented, essentially, from happening, that we end up shooting up. But we're about to shoot up. Yeah, things will get really, really awesome. But I guess it might get really, I don't want to say it'll get really bad yet, but the claws are coming out to try to stop us, and it's not going to succeed, but it'll be a little dirty. It'd be a little rough,
They're trying so fucking hard right now. And it's like they're trying so hard that all the people that aren't that have that are at least halfway intelligent can see that, it's all bullshit.
Yeah. There's another thing, if you want to use the terminology or part of the function that's referred to biblically as a separation, right? A separation of the wheat and the tare. So it's possible that, there is going to be a certain portion of humanity that will just stay sheep, zombies, dumb, unwilling to see or accept the truth, too scared to I mean, if you look at, for us, a lot of us, it's like the Mandela effect. That's an effing eye opener, dude. if you're really a person who it's greatly affected, and like myself, I know geography good, man. I can look at my city and say, what the F? My city is now way below Vancouver when it used to be above. My city doesn't line up with England now anymore. It lines up with southern France. My city doesn't line up, because I knew this stuff. I've analyzed it, right? I was a big geography buff, and I analyzed where I'm at in the world compared to other places, for reason of weather, for reason of where my ancestors came from, for reason of where's South America compared to me, because who goes farther east in the ocean? I don't know, that was a question I had. I used to run my finger down the globe all the time. I know exactly where it was. Well, now it's not, right? And so I'm in a position that I've got affected greatly because of it, right? My point being is that there's, no matter what, there's people that just will not accept that as even a possibility, let alone accept it as the truth of the case, right? They can't deal with it. Why? They're simple, They've been slaves. They they like their cozy little simple position. Some people like to get told what to do, right? I mean,
no, I'm not a geography buff, but I've only had one that significantly affected me, or at least that I was able to, that I could say 100% affected me. Right. You remember the James Bond Moonraker?
Oh,
the movie?
Dolly.
When I was little, I watched all the James Bond movies. I watched them over and over and over again. And the Moonraker scene where the girl had the braces,
and
looked up and smiled at him, and then all of a sudden she doesn't have braces. That really fucked with me, because I've seen that movie dozens and dozens of times. I've watched it. I've seen it so many times, and then all of a sudden it's like,
that was a really good change.
It was.
It's so blatant of a change. That is a good change. Yeah.
Because I watched all those movies over and over again when I was little, and that was because with geography, I sucked at geography, but that's the one that stood out to me 100%.
Right. Yeah. No, that's a great one. I have to always try to remember to think of that when I mention things to people. That's because the scene doesn't even make sense basically anymore, right? Or at least
no, it doesn't. I mean, you can, even without watching it, you can argue that the scene doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very complicated situation. The Mandela effect is a very complex situation, and we're not set up to think about it in the right way to figure it out, because everything we're taught is black and white and right and wrong and good and evil, and no matter what, we're always assume if something's one way, then it's all that way, or if it's not this way, then it has to be that way. And the Mandela effect situation is very complex, very, very, very complex. And all it is really starting to see reality for what it truly is a great deal of it, or maybe reality becoming less solidified than it has been in recent times, but that doesn't mean that it's abnormal.
But that's the thing, though. I feel like, back in the day, like 1700, 1800s, we didn't have internet. We didn't have, we couldn't communicate with people across the world about what we thought was different or what we thought was real. We didn't have references. We didn't have, books and maps that you could access it, within seconds at any time of the day. So, maybe it is something that has been going on for a while. We just haven't collectively noticed it until we had access to the internet.
I would agree a fair bit. Yes. Yep. I would suggest possibly in the ancient past that we totally saw and understood it all. Like, not understood it all, but like totally it was normal just for reality to be fluid and to interact with it in order to manipulate it. Might have been just common day thing, like no big deal as far as like physical matter goes and stuff. And then how it could be affected just simply by thought, by consciousness and intent. And but yeah, no, you're right. The fact that we have access to more information, we have more to compare it to notice. But even still, I would say something blew up in very recent times. Like the amount of it or the rate of change, one or the other or both, has probably blown up a little bit since whatever 2012, 2013, 2011, maybe at the very least 2016. Some shit blew up. But it has been changing. Like still, like I watch the maps. I know stuff 100% has changed since 2016, has changed since 2017, continuously. But it's very flowy and like Plato-ish, and I have to get a lot of change before I can make a claim, right? But I know I can tell by looking at it, like that's growing, dude. Like obviously, or this has gotten past a certain point, or these two islands are now one island. There now I can make a claim. Right.
What do you think caused the the kickstart and all the changes?
Well, as you said, it probably has always been going on. Reality has always been a little fluid, but what has really kicked this era of it off? There's two things. Has it been kicked off, and then us noticing, right? I mean, obviously, I wasn't coming home. Because I do know of things that had changed. The Mac to Mick and McDonald's, that had changed somewhere previous to 1999. Because my buddy freaked out about it in 1999, and I were 98 or 99, and I kind of agreed with him. But then, like the next day, I forgot about it. It's so freaking weird. It's such an immense cognitive dissonance at that age or at that period in time. And there wasn't internet, much in late 90s. But yeah, he was like pretty much freaking out. Like, what happened? When did it turn to McDonald's? It was McDonald's. Like, and the few of us in the car were like, yeah, I think you're right. That's weird. I don't remember hearing about it. You think it would have been on the radio and all this stuff. And so there's been things happening. I think CERN actually it has contributed. I say CERN, the colliders have contributed, the Wi-Fis have contributed, the digital era of digital, transmissions has contributed, and the giant vibrations have contributed to making matter more fluid or less solidified. And it only makes sense, right? When you have a vibration, if you have magnets and you vibrate them, they can come apart easier, right? If you have, and atoms are essentially magnets, and that's what they are. They have a north and a south end. They go together. Like, the atom or the physical world is essentially a magnetic setup. If you have a magnetic setup and you start sending magnetic pulses through it at high frequency, like Wi-Fi, right? Even cell phone towers a little bit, because that became digital, but pulsating electromagnetic pulses contribute to making matter more malleable. And of course, depending on where you're at and how much of it and the amount of power, and there's all different variances of where you are. But now we have colliders, which are literally networked around the world and run at the same time. We know of at least 3 or 4 of them, right? And they are admittedly owned by the same groups, and they are networked. Admittedly, like they tell us, it's legit, which doesn't even make sense. Like, why do you run them at the same time? Anyone want to explain that bullshit part to me? No, they don't explain us why. They just tell us they do it. Okay, like how does that really though? Why would I thought you're looking for little things inside of little things here? Like, why do you run them at the same time? One in Chicago and one in freaking like it doesn't even make sense. And
I didn't know they had. Well, I knew of 2. And the one that was a lot less powerful than CERN that was owned by some college.
You're probably thinking of the California one. I think San Francisco or San Diego. Yeah, there's one down there. But no, there's a Illinois one, is it? I say Chicago, but somewhere near there. Yeah, there's that's their main one that actually they have a video about and everything, and they have them there, and they're like, yeah, there's the people in fucking Geneva or whatever, and they're talking to them on video right there in the room, in the control room, dude. Like there they are, like talking, like video. Got them Zoom. We got them on the Zoom call. It's not Zoom, but like they got them there communicating live, and they operate live and network at the same time. And so this is just because you're the same linked, some sort of corporate link, like company link. So that would probably be their excuse, like, oh, well, we like to talk to each other. It's all one company. That would make sense. But why do you network? Like literally you're networked. Like anyway, point being is that when you take 2 things and you bash them together at really high speed, even though it's super, super small, they're doing it at a super, super speed, right? You're causing a vibration through reality. Like undoubtedly, that's no different than clapping your hands, no different than tapping sticks together. I had an experience happen where I seen some shit, and I mean, like I don't even usually talk about it. Like it's fucked. I made some videos where I just show it and I don't say anything. I think I labeled it, I don't know, demons attack, fucking, I don't even know, angels save the world. I don't even know what the hell I labeled the video, but I'm just showing Google Earth. But one night, and only so many days after I found out about the Mandela effect, which put me in an enhanced mental state, let's say, in enhanced or in not enhanced or enlightened, but when some extreme things are happening, I guess that's enhanced. But anyway, a state of mind. Like, I mean, obviously my mind's half blown, but also I'm in war mode, like as in extreme emergency, whatever, right? What the fuck is going on, right? But yeah, anyway, I was on Google Earth one night and I was just looking around at different places. I had the strangest thing happen. Like, it's was such an experience. Man, fuck, I thought the world was coming to an end, dude. Like, legit. Oh, man. I think I brought this up on this channel before. I was practically...
What'd you see?
The world, the earth changing. So it was in India. I was just kind of floating around. Actually, it was Google Maps I was using at that time. I didn't even use Google Earth. And I'm looking for suspicious stuff, things, I'm like kind of looking for proof that the world's changing. You'd be surprised what I found. A lot of odd things that don't, like, why is Google Maps go into the water and have connecting roads that's just water? Like, there used to be land there? Maybe. There's intersections in the middle of the fucking water. Like, it's one thing for a road to continue out into the water. It's another one for it to have connecting roads that are, there's nothing there. Anyway, yeah, I used to find suspicious things that might be evidence that, of geography changes. I'm sure I was jumping on things I shouldn't have, and I've said many things or made certain claims that I certainly don't agree with now, necessarily. But I found actually some good stuff. Anyway,
it's a lot of weird ones around like Salt Lake and like Egypt.
Yeah, I was looking around and I zoomed in on this area in India. It was pretty much central India-ish area. Might I add, India is a fairly evil place just from its past alone. And I didn't have that in mind at the time, though. I zoomed in, and I see it in the. How did it go? The first thing I seen was in the fields. It looked like blobs of light, like, and I'm like, and it kind of like, and the first one I seen it was like there's a big blob, and then almost totally around it, there was a little bit smaller blobs, and then another like sort of arc or moon shape away from it. There was even smaller blobs, but it was like more of them and smaller little ones, but more of them. And it just reminded me sort of an organism look. And I'm just like, but it was really like bright, like it glowed. Like, so when you have a digital camera take pictures of things, like it literally looked like it had a glowing effect, right? Which really kind of looked like life to me. And it was kind of funny that it had a little bit of an organism look like this is birthing into this or something. I don't know, right? I just saw something that looked weird. I'm like, what the hell is that? It's like in a farmer's field. And then around all the fields, there was this similar stuff, not as constructed as it looked like active as that. It was literally just some blobs of shit around. And anyway, I thought I was going to show that. And then I went over and there was a lake right there. And this cove of this, and when I say a cove, it wasn't nice and circular like we typically have a cove in a lake in North America. It was very jagged like lightning, probably because like the type of hills or ridges that are there, right? It's very a little bit more sort of triangular-ish or lightning shaped sort of coastlines or whatever to this shorelines to this lake. And even the coves were therefore sort of more giant triangular shapes more so than rounded. Not that uncommon. It's just the way geography is in that region and many regions. But next to this field was what looked like a concrete wall that was a border between the land and the water. Only, and I estimate it was about the size of a golf cart path, like a very narrow road, I could tell. And it was very gray, like very plain gray, like it really kind of looked like concrete, you know. And this is like the middle of nowhere in India. You know, who the hell uses concrete? There isn't any paved roads anywhere. But it looked very squared, very plain gray, very concrete looking. And it literally went into the water. And that's another thing I was trying to figure out is like, how do they make that? Like, how do you get the concrete down into the water? And even on the side that was the land, it looked like there was a little bit of a gap there. I'm like, it doesn't quite look like it's actually touching the land. I assumed it got to be, and maybe it's just a little bit of a shadow on the ridge of it or something. You know, maybe it's a little higher. It just looks like I can't see the green there or something. And the thing was that this wall that was only on one side of this sort of triangular cove, it was perfectly shaped like a bat. Now, and I say perfect, I mean, like, there would be no denying it. I'm not sort of like, oh, I'm assuming that, you know, like fucking clouds look like something. No, it was straight up. It was the shape of a bat. It had enough for the top of one wing. And I'm not talking about extreme detail because I'm talking about something that's like a golf cart path width, right? So I mean, it wasn't like this artistic detail as far as what it could draw, but the outline was clearly a bat. It had enough to have the tip of one wing, the whole upper edge of one wing, which also in the middle of that, it went up and made the claw, like literally like a handish claw part of it from the middle of the wing. It came over, it made the head, and it made the two ears perfectly, perfect head, two triangular ears perfectly. And then about half of another wing that also had a claw, like matching, but it ended before it got to the tip of the wing. And then so there's no back end of either wings, right? Because it's just one coastline. And it was clear to me, obviously, this is man-made. This is not natural. Like, someone made this. And I'm wondering, like, why did they go through all this effort to make this thing? Like, because this basically looks like just farmers' areas and basically the middle of nowhere. We're talking about poor-ass fucking India here. I'm trying to figure out why they went through all this effort, and clearly it isn't accidental that it looks like a bat. Like, it's obviously a bat. What the fuck, right? So I'm like, this is great. This will make a great video. So I set up, and what I was doing, I was taking my phone and I was pointing it at my TV, and that's how I was making videos, because that's how low freaking tech I was. Pointing my cell phone at the TV and having my computer on the TV, right? So so I went, it's like, oh, okay, I'll show this sort of weird light stuff on the ground in the fields over here, this weird glowing stuff going on, and then I'll show this, or I'll show that. So before I went to record, I had planned ahead of time that I'm going to go from point A to point B or whatever, right? So I was to and from this cove a couple of times. I didn't go that far from it. I knew exactly where it was, and I was sort of planning to do whatever for my video, at least the first, maybe 5 minutes worth or something, to make a slight little game plan ahead of time. I set up my phone. I go to do it. It's fucking gone. Like, it's gone. And now in that same
off of Google Maps.
Oh yeah. And so, which I know this is stored data of still pictures. Don't get me wrong. I'm a bit of a tech guy, believe it or not, right? Like, I get this, and it's gone.
It shouldn't have just changed.
No, and now what's there is this protruding, like a jetty, but a walkway that goes out, and at the end ended up being that there's this little temple, this little, like, it's just a little mini straight little castle-ish, just a little temple thing at this little part, and it's like this, it's very wide, it's a walkway that goes down and ends up turning into a road on the land, and it's jets, like literally right at the same shoreline of this cove, right where the border was that made the bat, and this wall that somehow mysteriously went down into the water all the way. It was jettisoning straight out, and that wasn't there before, but it was the same color. That's the thing, like, it's the same concrete color. Right? And I'm like, and trust me, I looked around, but I know I went to and from this location. I didn't go that far. I knew where I was. It was generally still the same shape of like the bat shape. I could still see kind of the bat shape. There just wasn't a concrete wall there anymore. And now there's this other concrete thing jetting out into the water. And I was so blown away, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
So you're saying you caught like a Mandela effect?
Oh, that wasn't it.
Happened.
No, that was hard. That's only the beginning. The fucking water turned dark, like black, man, like oil, and it had a couple of different levels to the darkness. So, like, the deeper water gets, the less light, so it's going to be darker in deeper areas, right? But in general, the water turned black. The land started turning red and brown. The shit just got dark on me, which you can still see on my video. And actually, even if you go back in the time, because those images have updated on Google Earth, of course, you can still see that. You can still see the color. And these blobs of light, it was like they were like spreading to fields farther away. Like, more fields for longer distance was included with these blobs of light. And which I actually now suspect that it's actually possibly radioactive fertilizers, what the shit is, likely, and that's why the camera picks it up as funny light. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a spiritual aspect to it all either. But especially, of course, this thing. So what happened? Shit started going dark. It was like, and when I say it went dark, it means now it is. I didn't watch it change. Like, I turned a freaking analog switch. No, it's like there was updates, right? So it's more like flipping the pages. So like one moment it's hard to explain. When you flip the pages and you create a moving cartoon in a book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Closer to that. Only at first it was like, because I'm kind of moving around, so it's hard to tell. So you get back to an area where you were before, and then it wasn't what it was, right? Like, you don't look at Google Earth all at once. You're different areas. But the water turned black, man. And imagery, 2D, call it 2D imagery because it's the surface of the Earth. Mm-hmm. But the rivers, the streams, all this imagery started up. Like, and a lot of it was, like, the rivers would have like a vine effect, and they would get all wonky. Like, everything was getting very fluid looking, and there was things from skulls to I'll say lizards, but more like iguana style lizards, and like just all this imagery was starting to show in the shape of the land. And of course, the more you see it, it's because it's almost like you sort of get tuned into it a bit. And it was like freaking startling, but it was like spreading. And the other most significant thing, the thing that really got me to slap my own face, like hard, is to make sure I wasn't like, I must be messed up here, right? Obviously, I mean, it has to be a possibility. Like, this is ridiculous, The land started to flow like lava, especially closer to the water. but it wasn't totally flowing. It was doing, like I said, like with the book, it would like keep updating on me. But this was happening in front of my eyes, not like everything else. Just all of a sudden, like, why does that look like that now, right? No,
It kind of reminds me. Have you watched any of John Levy's videos on,
is he the guy talked about always seeing demonic shit and things?
No, he talks about like ancient civilizations and seeing like roads and like structures from Google Earth, from satellite images that shouldn't be there, or that the government claims that there was never anything there, even though it clearly outlines like a town or a city.
I see. There is a lot of, very odd looking stuff like that. What I'm referring to is something that's very artistic in nature, extremely artistic. When I say artistic, I mean like wavy, like spiritualish, right? Like very artistic. It's not humans. Like I guess the first thing was I referred to, but no, everything was just very fluid. The land, especially closer to the water, started flowing and getting goopy. And you can still see it in my videos. Like, yeah, the shit's all red. It's getting dark. It's brown. The fields died. It was like death was just taking over, dude. It looked like evil was spreading. So anyway, and it was spreading, and it kept getting farther and farther. And more of the fields were brown, and more of the fields were red and dying and darkness. Fucking evil, dude. To the point that the worst thing I had seen was literally two things that someone would just say is a demon. I mean, that's what it looked like. But it would be, I guess, okay, let's just say like a dark figure, but almost perfect shapes and outlines, looking like it's crawling from the depths of the water into more shallow water. But literally, like if you jump up on a roof and you put your two hands there, you put a foot up, right, to get up on something. This is what they were doing. Two of them climbing out of the depths of the fucking water into more shallow water. Like on the edge of darker, less dark to dark or whatever, climbing out.
And this was on like Google Earth that you saw.
Yeah, but the thing is, not all the color didn't all go away, but the detail of the imagery did dissipate a lot. Like it's almost gone now. You can still kind of understand it, but it's a stretch, right? So I don't bring that up to try to claim that to people. I'm just telling you, you could only half-ass take my word for it. It dissipates over time. That's all I can say. Like a lot of that's gone, but the darkness is still, someone can look at it and be like, yeah, that looks crazy dark, like half death. Like, why is it this color? Why did the satellite pick up or plane pick up these images like these colors? I don't know, but I can tell you it wasn't like that when I got there in the first place. And then it got there and then it spread and it looked like evil shit imagery going on. And so I truly thought like that was like, I don't know what you want to do, the old idea of the gates of hell were open. I mean, that's what it looked like to me, right? And assuming it was, knowing it was spreading, I was guessing that nothing's going to stop this. I literally that night, after I'd slapped myself a couple of times to make sure I wasn't seeing things, when I literally seen the land flowing like lava, I'm like slapping myself. I'm like, is it really moving? I'd slap myself. I'd be like, oh, it's good. I'm like, I'm fucking moving still. Like I was really trying to question this, right? But
like acid flashback or something.
I'm really good with my own thoughts though, and analyzing like I said, that's half the reason why I did drugs, is to analyze my own thoughts. I'm quite aware. I'm not a freaking sheep, like straight up. That's not the way I am. I'm not just a reactive, I think a lot about what I think. A lot of humanity just don't do that commonly because they're just not inquisitive to start with. But anyway, I really thought like that's the end. Like we're fucked. And I figured maybe 2-3 days, like just a guess. I mean, it had to be within 2 or 3 days. It was going to reach us. It was going to reach North America. Like, this is it, dude. Shit's done. To the point, I had accepted that, man. The end of the fucking world was here. I had accepted that. You have not just the end of the world, the end of humanity as we knew it is here. Like, that's it.
Yeah, if Titans are crawling out of the ocean, we might have a couple issues.
Yeah. Do you know, I can't explain to you what that feels like. That isn't like, oh, my life is going to end. That isn't, oh, someone in my family died. That isn't, oh, my whole family died. That isn't, oh, my country blew up. That's the end of humanity as we know it. You don't know what that feels like. Like that is epically like you know what happens? You hit an extreme, whereas you just accept it. And I had planned on the next day I'm going to call my parents because I hadn't seen them in probably a year or two at that point because I lived across the country. I'm like, I'm just going to call back home and talk to them. And I'm not going to tell them. What would be the point of telling them, right? There's no point in getting them all worked up, or would they even believe me? Or that wasn't the point. There would be no point in putting them in fear. Why would I do that? You're fucked, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out. Why tell someone they're fucked if it's inevitable, right? There's no point. Just let them be. And I just wanted to talk to them again and basically say goodbye without saying goodbye. That was my plan the next day. Fucking epic, dude. Like, I can't even explain to you. And of course, now I'm trying not to think about it too much because the idea of how I felt even is enough to put me in tears. Like, it was fucking epic. And the next day came, I woke up, I was still there. I'm like, that's good. Another day goes by. I was fucking thrilled to see the day after the next day, man. Fucking thrilled. Like, we're still here. Thank God. But actually, no, the next morning I looked on Google Maps. I'm like, it didn't keep going. It stopped. It wasn't spreading. So I felt good about that. And then, yeah, another day rolls by. I was just tickled pink. I'm like, humanity's alive. Thank God. Because I didn't think it was, man.
Hey, guys.
Yeah. You ready to shut her down?
I'm gonna have to shut her down. It's 7.5 hours. I gotta leave in about 20 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, I gotta get to bed too. It was nice talking with you guys though.
Yeah, thanks for joining, you guys. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. You guys can say anything you want. Your parting words. Go for it.
Well, have a good night because I'm about to fall asleep.
Yeah. You guys have a good night.
And
Right.
I don't know, maybe join me and Suso tomorrow about crypto talk.
Right. That too. I'll try to keep that in mind for sure. I do appreciate it, guys, and everyone that hang around in the chat and come and gone.
All right, and I appreciate you guys coming. You guys are more than welcome anytime. And with that, I will say goodbye to the chat. Thanks a lot, guys, for coming in. Please don't forget to donate. I love you guys. And my last parting words are always stay vigilant. See you guys.
See ya.